And everybody went silent.
Isn't it so sad?
I'm glad that I was.
It is a little bit, isn't it? It was a pretty quiet theater, and I went like on Friday, so you know the day after opening.
Yeah, I went when I got a chance to go and see it. It was 6 p.m. on Friday, and there was maybe 7 in there, including me.
Yeah,
a lot of people have been posting empty theaters.
Well, I don't want to feed into stereotypes, but the other 6 or so people looked pretty much exactly what you would expect of people who'd go to the theater and see Mandalorian and
Movie
Grogu.
Bob.
There was like 2 of them were Movie Bob-esque, and the others were just one was a cripple, physically, not mentally. Well, actually, I don't know.
I mean,
I really can't. I mean, he was in the theater. Oh, you were in the theater. Yeah, I understand. I was in the theater, but I doubt that they also had podcasts and they were there for work reasons. One guy was there with his. He was probably a young guy. I don't know if to say probably a young guy. He was a young guy. He was probably around 25 or so, and he was with his girlfriend, and he had like a Star Wars T-shirt on.
Oh no!
So I'm glad he found someone that supports that kind of behavior.
I'm also sorry it ended.
Yeah, she's like, "Oh, honey, this is one of your Star Wars, is it? Let's excited."
What if he took her there for their anniversary? What if that was like their anniversary?
Oh wait,
together?
was he the guy from like that TikTok of like it's Star Wars Day? This is my girlfriend.
No,
I live in Arkansas. No one is from anything.
I live in Arkansas. We don't have TikTok.
we don't. It hasn't made it here yet. Spiritually, it's still the mid 2010s.
Is that the one where they kept adding more things to it and it becomes like a news story that he's keeping someone hostage or something? Or is that another one I'm thinking of?
Yeah, that's the story I'm referring to.
Oh, okay. Like that one, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's great. It's like the best thing.
I was just like, they took a 7-year break. It's gonna be great. It's like, why they waited this long? They've been cooking that long. They know what they're doing.
I think it's worth reminding everybody, as I've said before, never forget, there was a time there was going to be a movie every year. Every year we'd have a new Star Wars movie. It would be like a mainline Star Wars project, then there'd be a Rogue One or a Solo, like a side story kind of thing. And then in the off years, there'd be like a main proper Star Wars movie. And here we are, coming off of a 7-year gap of Star Wars in the cinema.
One could, I usually call it a 1-2 punch, but it's like a 1-2-3 punch of TLJ broke the fandom spirit, Solo was the god bled in the box office, and then Rise of Skywalker was humiliated by everybody. It's just like, oh god.
And then 7 years later, they mustered the courage to come back to the cinemas with The Mandalorian and Grogu.
Which, by the way, of course, sometimes we'll start one of these with like a, hey, what did everyone think? But I think we always judge it by just vibes on whether or not we'll go with it. And I will instead set the tone by reading a really good Wong Updates tweet. All right, this hot off the presses. Here it comes. Updates. Dave Filoni's cowboy hat collection will be incinerated live on Good Morning America as punishment for the Mandalorian and Grogu.
That's only strike 2. You know, when I saw Dave Filoni in this movie with a stupid fucking hat and his
do you know what his character's name is?
Asshole McBloober Blob.
No,
I wish that would be better.
It's worse.
That would be funnier. It's worse than that. It's Trapper Wolf.
Trapper Wolf, a wolf again with the fucking wolf. Trapper Wolf.
Okay, I don't know why you're acting like that. Trapper Wolf is a super cool name. It's a badass name, actually. I think anybody with the name Trapper Wolf is so cool. And if you see them even briefly, you'd be like, wow, that guy's cool.
Trapper Wolf is a name like Kid Rock, where maybe the first person who has it can kind of get away with it, but never again.
Never again. Putting wolf in your name. Who would ever do that? Who would call themselves wolf?
True. Trapper Wolf.
I kind of wonder if you searched like DeviantArt or fanfiction.net for Trapper Wolf, and it would be like you could find Dave Filoni's secret fanfiction account, and he'd just be writing all about wolves the entire time. I bet it's his OC name.
Trapper Wolf would be a good name for
cowboy hat.
He does.
Yeah, he wears the fucking
as Rags
hat.
points out. He is in the movie with his cowboy hat because he's so cool.
Been racking
is
up
he from like
time.
Texas or Montana or something?
Are those the only 2 places where people wear those types of hats?
Yes.
I think so.
Well, does it make him a poser if he's not?
No, it doesn't.
I don't know.
Hero,
I mean,
I feel
guess
like
the main
it's
thing is why are you wearing hats like indoors all the time? That's a bit weird.
Well, I'm a hat enjoyer. I wear hats very often. You know, maybe it's a cultural thing here.
Indoors. Also, he's from Pennsylvania,
yes.
so
Also,
what a fucker. Yeah. But
notable,
yeah, over
not
here
a
it's pretty culturally
enjoyer.
normal.
You like hats.
Yeah. Exactly. But here it's culturally pretty normal, where in casual situations it's totally normal and fine for people to wear hats.
Is it normal to wear them
indoors.
while you're like flying fighter jets?
Yes.
If you're
we don't.
Hey, look. To be fair to Trap a Wolf, he does take it. Oh, wow. Maybe he takes it off, or maybe it's
scrunched up under the helmet. It's smooshed. He has to throw it out because it's all misshapen, like this film.
I do believe, by the way, that Wong Updates tweet is essentially downstream of an interesting phenomenon that's happened. That Andor is a real show. It's a real story, and its existence in Star Wars has created something of a grim contrast between it and everything else, which has largely been associated with Dave Filoni, which is probably not entirely fair because Jon Favreau is also
to blame.
You know, a large driving.
We will talk about that for sure.
You know.
Well,
but,
yeah,
I do enjoy it. I do enjoy that people are sort of. It's like, oh wait, Dave Filoni's like kind of just terrible, actually.
When there's
you put him up against a real storyteller.
When there's enough years between what it used to be, right? Like, I'll even reference the prequels here. People can just be like, yeah, well, but this is a different times, different era, different production, different people. It's like you know, you're not going to go, oh, I thought Book of Boba Fett wasn't that bad. I mean, it's better than Rise of Skywalker, but maybe not as good as TF8. You're sitting there and like, oh, it's all mud, isn't it? And then you're like, oh, Obi-Wan Kenobi, like, oh, yeah, but there's some stuff. It's all just a fucking mess. So having everything be bad, this stuff can sort of get away with it. Maybe sometimes it wouldn't get away with it with us, but when you have Andor that sits on its it's like enormously tall skyscraper throne, and it's like, yeah, you can't even scratch at the fucking door to this skyscraper, Dave. What's going on? You know,
and I think what happened is it's kind of a reminder for people like Star Wars isn't like, or at least it wasn't shit. Like, you need to remind people, like, dude, Star Wars used to be, like, a good story. Like, a worthwhile story.
Yeah.
It didn't used to be just, like, fucking slop to sell toys.
Yeah.
And like, hoodies and stuff. And it used to actually have integrity. Like, for as long as it was all this, you know, crap that they've been making over the last, you know, mainly the last 5 or 6 years. Almost getting people into a position of, yeah, Star Wars is just, like, sort of lame goober shit. And then when Andor comes along and shows, like, oh, you can tell a story in Star Wars like they used to do with the original trilogy, then people remember, oh, Star Wars actually does have, like, integrity. And then when Dave Filoni's back and Jon Favreau, like, hey, here's the new slop, it suddenly becomes a lot less palatable under the, you know, given that context.
And it really feels
heavily marketed. They had, like, a Super Bowl ad and everything, which are super fucking expensive.
I think it was about $10 million, I want to say. $10 million for like 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
And they used
Yeah,
that 30 seconds to do a callback to a 90s Super Bowl beer commercial. I hadn't got a clue what I was watching, and I think I was in the majority, but they thought that was a good use of money.
Well, it's the same like the first trailer they put out, right? That was like, what was happening? Like, this is all just a jumbled mess. And I like how when the second trailer came out, people were like, "Oh, that's way better." And it's like, no, it's not.
No, I remember people kept saying it's like we still don't know what the plot is. It's like
I don't think they know.
Having seen the film, I don't know what the plot is really.
Film, I don't know.
It's
and I love a similar phenomenon happening with Star Wars that's sort of happened to the MCU, where there used to be a point where even the not good MCU movies still had good things in them. We talk about the Age of Ultron is a good example. It's not a good movie, but there's like legitimately good stuff in there.
Right.
And even with the prequels, there used to be a time where Star Wars where even the bad movies were good, in a manner of speaking. But it really is just gotten to a point for both of them where it's just bad all the way down.
I really feel like
a bizarre, weird exception to that.
The word is overused, of course, but this really does like archetypally represent to me a pure distilled slop, like a cube that is perfectly a slop cube. It was designed in a laboratory. It's been placed down. You can see right through it. There's 0 calories, and you're just like, what is this? And you're like, this is art. And you're like, oh. Yes. Damn, I don't know what to say because the other ones we often talk about, like there's often the how bad it is, how much it pisses you off, how much damage it does to lore, what it means to like an audience, how it's doing in box office. There's a bazillion different things you can talk about. But holy moly, this one, borderline anti-movie. There's nothing.
Though.
Yeah.
What I find funny about that. Oh, go for it, Natsu.
Thank you. No, I mean, it's the Baby Yoda of it all, right? Like, I have no business being in this movie. I have no purpose in this. Just to give, like, Pedro Pascal, like, extra 20 minutes to go film another film. Like, there's no fucking purpose to me. This is just pure kind of childish, I don't know, like, sloppy marketing ploy to, you know, to sort of replace quality with the type of thing that, hey, cute animal, cute creature thing.
It was a gamble for demographics that worked for a brief period of time, a very brief period of time.
But they didn't even recognize. Remember they
backfired.
That they didn't even seem to, understand, which is hilarious. Though I will say, when it comes to this movie, it was very weird watching it because, like, I enter into a lot of these movies with low expectations, but the way that those low expectations, so how it manifests varies a lot of the time. For instance, with a lot of Marvel movies, I expect it's going to be bad, but exactly how it's going to be bad, it really, it varies. It does. Daredevil is bad in a way that, like, Fantastic Four, wasn't, even though they're both bad. Multiverse of Madness bad versus, I don't know, like Moon Knight bad. It really, it can mix it up. With this movie, I entered into it with low expectations that were met. It didn't fall below them. It was exactly what I expected it to be. And because of that, I was weirdly in sync with it in how terrible it was. Almost being able to know exactly what was going to happen next, and then for it to happen and go, oh, yeah, there you go.
I'm sure you got to the point where you were like, and they'll drop the Mando little sound effect there. That went,
yeah, exactly. And then the action scene will begin here. And then this is what's going to happen next to facilitate the action scene. Yep. And then, oh, wow. Yep, exactly. And it was just really, it was really very, weirdly entertaining, but not for anything that was in the movie. Actually, this movie is awful. This movie is like absolute garbage. I would recommend to nobody.
That's the only thing I want to almost like gatekeep immediately. Don't believe anyone who tells you this is actually a pretty solid Star Wars movie.
It's turn your brain off.
No. No, this is, beyond the conversation of the nature of slop, this plot is thoroughly incoherent. Like, completely nonsensical.
Those people who tell you
sense. Does have grave world building implications when you actually think about it. For as inconsequential as a lot of people are sort of talking about, it seems inconsequential. It presents that way, which is bad for its prospects as a film. But it isn't in terms of the actual storytelling.
It's really bad for that as an indicator of future Star Wars storytelling. The fact that the writers view this as inconsequential as it is presented as being. When you we'll get to all of this in the discussion of the movie itself, there are several events in this movie that should have huge world building implications and should really determine like the state of the Star Wars galaxy going forward. Like really potentially massively impactful things. The movie doesn't understand that these are important. That's why it seems so inconsequential. Like you look at it and you think, I know about the galaxy. Also, I have a semi-functioning brain some of the time, so I can see how all of this is going to logically lead to certain things. But then Dave Filoni has less of a brain than I do.
Which I will say, you pointing, like, that is entirely consistent with the Clone Wars and how that show was made, where it would just have, like, oh yeah, here's, like, the plot for this episode, or maybe, it'll be 4 episodes long, and then you just sort of move on with it when it's like, dude, if this actually happened, if we pretended that this was canon, this is irreconcilable with what is presented in the prequels. It's entirely consistent with that writing style of just crazy shit happens, and Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau don't realize that it's crazy.
Walk away
they
from
think it's like a fun little, like almost like you can treat it like it's a non-serialized television show. Like almost like you can treat it like an episode of like Family Guy, right? Where like what happens in one episode isn't remembered by anybody in the next one.
I mean, when they go out and say, "Oh, look, with all these new toys we have to play in this big universe," like, "Oh, yeah, that's good stuff. I guess I know what's going on now." Like, I know your mindset, and it's bad for movies and storytelling.
There's a notion that one, it doesn't key jangle any legacy characters or ruin any of them, so you gotta love that too. There's no obvious horrifying agenda regarding any given aspect of this movie, one way or the other. There's a definitive breakneck pace that's got action in it, and you know what? The fundamental, there's just not as many flaws as there are in all the other Star Wars movies. It's just like, wow. If you fall asleep watching it, that doesn't mean you get to say there's nothing in terms of flaws. That's not how it works.
That is that would be the annoying thing if this film got away with people believing that was the case, rather than no, it's a mess. It's a mess in exactly the same way as pretty much every other Disney Star Wars movie, save for Rogue One, because it has a good thing. It's got a better third act.
It's like the only thing that surprised me about this movie that it kept going.
It does keep going.
Yeah,
it keeps.
Yeah. When you think it's going to end, it's like, no, you're about halfway. Actually,
yeah, exactly.
We got 2.5 episodes to go.
I'd say
when he goes back for the first time, it's like, wait, I thought it was like the end of the movie. What was going on?
Once he's cashed in his first mission in the prologue, you've basically experienced everything the film has to offer.
Yes.
But now we do it again.
Yeah, you just get remixes over and over again. I mean, cool.
In a sense, what you've got here is 4.5 episodes of a Mando season, basically. You could almost imagine that the prologue is the ending of one episode, and then you can split the movie into, two episode. The two episode two-parters is helpful. Basically, episodes 1 and 2
is all the Rota stuff
of what would normally be. Yeah, that would be on the synthwave planet, and then 3 and 4 is all the stuff with the Hutts on the Hutt planet. And when you think about it like that, it's kind of amusing.
It is, and you can see where the episodes were supposed to end as well. It's obviously just the only thing, the opening acts or the opening battle is kind of the thing they tacked on to make it a movie, and then everything after that, it's not even. I wouldn't even say it's like episode 1 and 2 of a Mando TV show. It's like episode 4, 5, and 6 of an 8-episode TV show. It's the bit where we've done the main plot as an intro. And then we did a little bit more of that with episode 2. And now we're on the filler arc in episode 3, 4, 5, 6. And now at the end, after the movie's finished, because we're not allowed to do anything consequential, seemingly, in this film, that's when the actual story would have come back, and then everything in the season would have wrapped up again. But this movie is not allowed to do what it really is supposed to be doing, because they have decided, in their infinite wisdom, that to continue this part of the Star Wars story, we have to wait for Ahsoka Season 2. That's when we're actually dealing with the Star Wars story. This movie can't do anything that impacts that story.
Because they're locked into Thrawn being
he's the next step,
big bad of this storyline, and they're locked away from that, being able to develop that until next year.
But why did
hilarious.
I get I say this, I get that, but at the same time, just throw Gus Fring in here then, and it's but he died.
Yeah, bring him back.
You guys
he
don't
had
care.
Another clone.
No, he's not dead. Clone. They showed you that his suit is fireproof, and then he died in fire. He's not dead.
Even if he'd been disintegrated, he's not dead. They you know what I mean? You just say one Force clone of him escaped, and now, he's scarier than ever. Now he's got the Force.
They keep doing this.
Yeah.
I do have a question, which it's a thought I had as I was walking out of the theater. Where do you think that the Mandalorian and Grogu slots if you're ranking all Mandalorian content based, seasons 1, 2, 3 in this movie? Where does this rank in that assortment?
I haven't seen the 3rd or the 4th season, so
there isn't a 4th.
There isn't a 4th. Yeah,
you was going to be what they did,
there you go.
And then they turned the scripts for part of 4 into this movie. 3 is astonishingly bad. I don't think this is as bad as 3. 2 is also really quite bad, and it fucks legacy characters. So maybe it's it might even be season 1 of The Mandalorian, this movie, then Mando season 2, then Mando season 3.
I totally agree. I
agree as well.
Agree. Having much of a pass. Rewatched Mando, holy shit! It is profoundly. It's barely watchable. It's so fucking dull.
It is kind of insane.
And terrible. Whereas with this one, it's there is a lot more shit blowing up more rapidly. So I guess that's nice. They only say this is the way once, which immediately puts it above season 3, where they say this is the way about 68 times.
It is. I do not recommend this, chat. It is the same as taking some kind of like a whole fucking silo's worth of alcohol at once or something. But watching 3 seasons of Mando in a row and prep for this was rough.
Yeah.
It was never designed for that.
I'd also having to watch 3 episodes of the Book of Boba Fett as well. For additional, which again, this is better than that show. Which is hilarious.
Well, and to get context back for the twins, man, iconically introduced in the Book of Boba Fett,
whose names are
Raylia and Raygod.
I guess.
Really?
Actually,
I don't think they actually have a name. I don't think they named them, like for real.
Maybe they forgot. Yeah, they forgot to write that.
I'm pretty sure I saw a tweet earlier today where they were just told Twin 1 and Twin 2 or something right next to Rut. I think.
Well,
I don't think I did see that someone had said that they had no like credited voice actors or anything. Like they're the most empty villains that have ever existed. They don't have names. They don't have credits to them. They're just like, well, we need an antagonist, I guess. So
yeah, disposable. But that costs them world building wise significantly just to decide that they're disposable.
The only thing interesting about the twins is that they're a brother and sister, and they sleep in the 69 position, which is very odd.
Very weird, yeah.
It's a lawless outer rim.
That as well.
So, you know,
they made sure we knew that. They have that little shot where they wake up together, and you're like, why? Why
did you do that?
Stop it. That's
weird, man. Well, I suppose we can start discussing this if you're all ready for that. It's gonna.
I mean, I guess that's what I'm.
It's gonna be a real
for,
exciting experience. So
I don't think it will be.
This guy's lying.
A lot of the film can kind of be summed up as
shit.
Mando is shot 60 times and is never and is perfectly fine, and then he effortlessly annihilates all the enemies
until
that always happens. So that's good world building, right?
Yeah, I mean it's consistent, but there's never but that's half the film explained for you.
But like much like the show as well, whenever he is captured, it's always weak as fuck, just sudden plot poison, I guess, and then they never take his helmet.
He's captured twice in this movie.
No, don't take his helmet. Don't take his helmet.
Like
and then give it back if you do.
The weapons
on
like
the
his
general
gauntlets.
format of the show, right? Like something happens, and then the solution is like right there, and then we can.
General format was one of my favorite characters in this film.
I know, right?
He was really good.
So. No title crawl, instead a big old slap of it's more like it's like Solo, right? They did that.
Before we start, I think I have something to note. Is that I should have warned you beforehand. I'm sorry. I missed the first few minutes of this movie, but I got to it.
A new adventure for you.
Yeah, well. You see, I got into the movie like right before we meet Sigourney Weaver. So the thing that happened.
So you just missed the whole prologue then?
Yeah, I missed it completely. But it was not my fault. What happened was in Georgia, you have like for each cinema, there's like for a day, there's only 2 sessions or 2 screenings in English. So you gotta make it. It's either like it's slotted into like the very early morning or very late at night.
Oh, I know that problem.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you do. And I had to choose the cinema to get to the 1 p.m. screening for English. I had to choose the cinema that was an hour away from me, and I got there on time, of course. And I get to the guy to check my tickets, and he looks at my ticket, and he's like, "Oh shit. The projector broke. So you just got here for nothing. Like we can't show you the movie. So go downstairs and get a refund." And I'm like, "Fuck no." What do you mean project? So I think it was the god was giving me an out from this.
Yeah.
Should have bailed.
Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned that. When Attack of the Clones came out many years ago, and my dad went to see Attack of the Clones in the theater, the projector broke.
Really?
So we had to come back and like see it another day. It broke.
Wow.
Sort of nearish the end. Well, sort of near the wherever it was.
In the middle of
it was
man.
Sort of. It was when Anakin and Padme were on the droid assembly plant, and they were fighting on the assembly line. That's when the film broke.
Wow.
All the most exciting shit you didn't get to see. You got to see all the boring shit.
So we got a refund.
And
we
you
had to
had
come
to
back a
rewatch?
different day. Yeah.
Well,
Wow.
you know.
I'm sorry. But yeah, we thankfully it didn't break in the middle of the screening right before. I was so pissed because I'm like, you could have notified us, and he was like, oh, it was right before this, and I'm like, okay. And I try not to get pissed off, and I got down, and so it happened that simultaneously there was playing a screening in Screen X that was in Georgian dubbed. So I was like, okay. Initially I was not going to see it because I was like, I need to watch this in original. It's like I always have to watch it in original. But that time I was like an hour away from home. I had to write back, so I was like, okay, just give me whatever. And that ticket was twice as pricey, so they gave it for me for free. And I got to Sigourney Weaver.
Well.
And I had to watch it. I didn't get to hear, unfortunately, the great voice acting of the film, unfortunately. I missed out.
Which saved you on a couple of circumstances, which we'll get to. But yeah, we got a big old slap of a paragraph to let you know what's going on, because of course you couldn't just jump into this like Nutsa did. That would be insane. You wouldn't be able to follow a single thing without them letting you know how it's going. So, again, for those in chat who don't know, the 3 seasons of Mando is just bounty hunter finds a baby, decides he's going to adopt it and train it to become a Mandalorian. Is kind of like the summary of the 3 seasons, really.
Although, I mean, you get, obviously, like Moff Gideon planning to use Force clones, and then they have to turn Mandalore into, like, the Mandalorian equivalent of Jerusalem and fight the Imperials out of it, and then they do that.
Self-contained. Like he rises and falls in that show, such that you don't even... It's not relevant to this film,
No, they sort of... Because this sits in this really awkward place. So, like, in the background of Season 3, you have the Imperial Shadow Council, and Moff Gideon is on it, and then you get a bunch of other people, a couple of whom might even be appearing in this movie, and they occasionally have these Skype meetings where they go, we are evil and waiting for Thrawn. And so this movie kicks off with the text slate kind of suggesting we're going to be getting more of that. We're not getting more of that. The opening text in this movie is a lie. But it's what it's supposed to be leading to. The Imperials have a plan to bring back the Empire, and say, well, okay, I could get into that. That could be an interesting story. When are we going to start doing that?
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the opening. They have some dialogue that sort of, by any stretch of any rule of any writer, you'd think sets up what this film's about, but incorrect. It does read, however, the evil galactic empire has fallen, which, sure, yeah, okay, fair. Ex-Imperial warlords remain scattered throughout the galaxy, again. Okay, fair. And as was mentioned, plotting the Empire's return, the fledgling New Republic has begun to reunite the galaxy. Which we are 5 years post Return of the Jedi?
More than that at this point. It was 5 years in Mando Season 1. So, I mean, we're probably 6, closing in on a decade 8 at this point.
Plus,
so a pretty shit job, I guess.
Well, it is a galaxy.
It's a big galaxy.
But...
it's... Yeah.
I think the more pressing shit is just thinking about how this would be after we find out what Mon Mothma's been doing with the military, right? It's the Military Disarmament Act. But correct me if I'm wrong, Platoon, because I've heard you talk about it. It reduces the military by 90%.
I think it's about that. Like they decommission every single captured Imperial ship, so that you get that scene in, I want to say it's Mando Season 3 again, where they have to go to like a scrapyard, and these fully functioning, perfectly serviceable, useful Star Destroyers are just being torn apart and replaced by nothing because Mon Mothma, when written by Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau, was a retard. When he's written
was that in Ahsoka?
I thought that was Mando 3, but I could be wrong.
Sure.
I think it's Ahsoka. Yeah.
No. What you're describing about the like all of the Star Destroyers physically, that's in Season 3. But I think the actual plot thing you're talking about in Mon Mothma, that was in Ahsoka.
They explain it in Ahsoka with Mon Mothma.
I thought
but you see it's already in process in Mando Season 3.
They did that in Mando Season 3. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure Ahsoka does as well, though. Doesn't she go to that scrapyard place?
Oh, yes,
yeah, and then
that's
there's
right.
like the Imperials who are like, we're evil,
They all blur together.
It's such a sprawling universe, you know?
I don't think Dave Filoni should be trusted with any kinds of politics.
Well, somebody trusted him.
Films.
Oh, fuck. The only thing you should be writing is the Hut dialogue.
Well, again, it is a case of like, yeah, post-war. There's a lot to be dealing with. You know, I mean, at the end of this massive conflict, yeah, there's all sorts of shit to be sorted out. And I mean, of course, in the real world examples, right? I mean, you know, post-war, like World War II, we're talking years and years and years of just development, essentially, after that stems entirely from those events. You know,
if we're to believe we're like
the countries' economies, you know, new countries being created, the new sort of order of the world, you know, emerging superpowers and all that.
Imagine how rich the kinds of stories you could tell about the
galaxy.
Yeah, the Trade Federation remnants and the New Republic coming up, and where the Imperials go. Are there still planets loyal?
Like, what happens if you've got like arms dealers that are moving all of these, you know, surplus weapons around to new conflicts that are arising in various places? I mean, and you know, you think about an Andor right now. Yeah, exactly. But we don't really get to see much of that. But you remember, you know, think about an Andor, how we get, the Empire's not everywhere. They'll get like essentially, you know, private companies to be doing enforcement in certain locations. Like, imagine if that was a storyline that the New Republic has to like hire private military companies because they don't have like the resources to be policing a lot of territories. And imagine that a few of these military companies like, let's carve out some, you know, territory for ourselves, right? With this new capability that we have, or just any sort of, you know, complications, as opposed to what is presented here of like, they're around doing vaguely bad things, go and fucking assassinate them. Like Mando, just go and shoot them in the head, blow them up.
But see, it's fine because he's only doing this to Imperial war crime people or something.
Yeah, and
something that's weird is because they do a deck of cards thing, and it's like, what, like in the Iraq War, like where they have the deck of cards, right, for going after
Oh yeah, that did exist.
Saddam.
Yeah, like that, the deck of, you know, for all of the different and it's like, are you referencing that?
They're referencing that. He's explicitly going to basically kill them all. I think he even says that. And then simultaneously they tell us it's specifically to capture them and interrogate them. You're like, wait, that's confusing. And he's like, I'm going to take out every one of those cards. You're like, no. And even Sigourney Weaver has to keep reminding him, and the fucking Zeb guy is like, we're supposed to capture them, bro.
Yeah,
it's funny.
So they can give us more information.
Mando's treated as though he has like a great deep trauma with the Empire and he can't resist killing them. And it's like... Okay, but that's...
I think you're forgetting, Mr. Filoni, his actual trauma was with the Separatists.
Yep. Yeah.
He doesn't like droids, and there's an opportunity for them to do something with that in this film, but they're not going to do that.
They have forgotten, yeah.
Didn't we drop that like
they forgot that
2 episodes in or something?
Okay, it's too much like a character.
Essentially, yeah.
To be absolutely clear, they would probably tell you as writers that it was resolved in the finale for season 1, but they reference it all the way up to season 3 that he has an issue with droids.
Season 3, yeah, because when they go to the Jack Black planet, he has a big beef with the droids there.
Yeah.
Well, remember, he does, and then he kills one that just
wants
to
that's what I'm
live.
saying.
Like
but
Blade Runner.
It's bizarre to try and collect an understanding, because at one point he's desperate to resurrect IG-11, and a fucking Grief Karga's like, why? And he's like, he's my friend. It's like, do you know droids work? Like, you seem to hate all droids, but you like that one a lot because it applied a salve to your wound. So, like Mando believes, like, you're not like the others. You're like, no, it is actually. It is very much like the others.
And he's just following his programming perfectly and has no personality. It's not like, I could see why people would get. I mean, this happens all the time in fiction and science fiction, where people get attached to droids, and you don't really know if they're quite like personhood level yet, but you get the connection. C-3PO
what happened to R5, his droid, his personal droid that he had for his Naboo starfighter?
We don't see R5.
We don't see him in this movie.
So sad.
Maybe if you look really closely, you can see it when it's like
in the background.
On the ship.
Yeah,
offline.
Maybe he's inside of Filoni's stupid fucking hat.
Broadly, my confusion was just, why are you telling me that they're fledgling at the same time as this is after Mon Mothma has disabled like an incredible amount of their military? Also, we're this many years into them building up. Doesn't feel... It just feels all over the place.
Because again, what are the developments at this point, you know? Like year 1 post World War II, right, versus year 5 versus year 10, depending on where you even are in the world, right, of like how quickly people, were sent back home versus, depending on which country they were captured by, for instance. But it's just funny that, like, these films, they want to reference, like, essentially the real world examples that inspired Star Wars in the past, but it's all very superficial and surface level. None of the substance, which is where the story is derived from, is taken.
It's a strange feeling too, because
they want to be stuck in time. They don't want to actually like progress or show a progression of the state of the universe. They want to be within this certain time zone in universe where you can always, there's always Imperials to just go out and fight. Regardless of the context of it, Imperials and Stormtroopers, they're iconic bad guys, and they're just mindless cannon fodder for our heroes to shoot at. So let's just keep things frozen in this spot where they can always go out and shoot them without consequence.
It's hard to care in any way, shape, or form about the build-up of a new republic that is going to be deleted in one scene.
Yeah.
Right.
And then replaced eventually with the new republic.
There's a line at some point in this movie that just like, I think it's when Ripley says, "This isn't about vengeance. This is about protecting everything the rebellion fought for." And it's like, yeah, how's that gonna go?
So, the follow-up is in the lawless, Outer Rim. The Mandalorian and his young apprentice Grogu work to hunt down these Imperial fugitives. He's taking his baby on bounty hunter missions, mercenary missions.
No, he's his apprentice. Remember, the end of season 3, Grogu was made his apprentice.
It's like Hera, right? And Ahsoka, she took her son with her to go fight the Sith. Yeah. I'm like, oh, you're a good mother.
The conclusion to make isn't even that like this is consistent with the show and whatever, but like Mando is a psychopath, and he'll he'll go further on that front in this movie than we've even seen in the show. I think there's a couple of aspects in relation to that.
When Grogu showed back up in Book of Boba Fett, he should have said, "I'm taking you back to Luke Skywalker, mate."
Yeah.
Someone should make a perspective shift edit of this movie from perspective of a 3-year-old infant.
That was the writer. That's the writer. It's a 3-year-old perspective on Star Wars. That's the film.
Just to be clear, it has goo goo gaga sounds. Like
Yeah.
It's just unbelievable. Like Mando and his partner, the Goblin baby. What are you talking about?
We talk about this like on basically every EFAP movies on this. Like the fucker is not growing up anytime soon. And we don't have anything to grasp onto with this little shit.
That's what I was saying. It's consistent with the show. He's been doing this for ages.
Exactly. It just keeps
going. Except that in season 1...
At some point, fucking Mando is going to die of old age, and then he can maybe say his first words or something. But he knows how to fucking strap on his little fucking stupid armor or whatever the fuck they called it.
Well, you say that. He doesn't know it until after he's been run headlong into 480-80s.
Oh, yeah. It happens.
But those are not dangerous, so okay.
I don't exactly remember. I feel like I remember that when we meet Grogu in The Mandalorian, like first few episodes ever, he's much more infanty. Like he's much more like infant.
He's basically like entirely a baby with just hints of there's a powerful creature in there. But they realized, of course,
hints of sapience.
He needs more decision-making abilities, otherwise the show just can't do anything at all.
At the time, he was supposed to be like in his 50s.
Yes.
So he made progress over years, like 3 years with being a Mando. I don't even know what the timeline is.
Than real human beings do, despite the fact that his actual lifespan is like 1,000 years. It's like actually the inverse. He progresses faster than a normal person does, despite living 10 times as long as a normal person does. It's hilarious.
He just lived 50 years. Infant that entire time. Then in like a few months of knowing Mando, he suddenly is like an intelligent.
I think they have to. They made this mistake before. We sort of done this before and talked about this before about how much of a waste it is to pair your protagonist with essentially a deuteragonist who's not really an agent, who can't really communicate or speak. They're just sort of around when you could have used them to bounce off of and explore things and all the potential that comes along with it. And so now I feel like once we're essentially let's just call it what it is, 4 seasons in to the Mandalorian show, and they're like, fuck, maybe the baby should like have like thoughts and a bit of sapience to him, like maybe do some gesticulations, maybe nod like he can understand, because dear God, we need him to start kind of like acting like a character.
Yes.
And even though they have those additional abilities, they don't have any real meaningful connection between the two of them.
No.
They threatened to at one point, but they never do it.
The interesting thing, this is kind of beside the point, but there's like an entire video. The photos got posted that was like on Twitter of his mechanics, the puppets, right? But there's like an entire video of like 30 minutes. It's a big video of the sort of creators or the owners of the puppet, like explaining its mechanics and like moving around the puppet and its muscles. And explaining how it works. It's very interesting. And what I noticed in that entire video, they make Grogu make so many facial expressions, so many different variations. It's a very capable puppet. But in the movie, it has like 2, 3 at most, which is insane.
Yeah, it's very bland.
Yep.
Very unexpressive.
Yeah. And I want to praise the movie. I mean, I want to praise anything that uses like physical puppets. I think they're very cool and very interesting, and we should do it more. But yeah, they're even lazy about like actually moving the puppet around in a way to make emotions. Like there are multiple, and we'll get to it, but there are multiple times in this movie where you were expecting Grogu to be deeply affected, but he's not. He just has a frozen face. And I thought the puppet was not capable of it, but then I watched that video and it's more than capable of expressing all that.
Well, as we said, these Empire remnants, there's actually 2 leaders in this film that we've actually seen before in Mando season 3 as part of that council. So it's neat we got 2 of those and Gus, so a few more left, but then who knows what will happen when
Did I miss? So John Favreau said, I'm sure. Yes. I don't. So he said there's one of the names of these guys, and I think fans are going to be really, really pleased when they hear it.
Janu.
And I got through all of the movie, and it's like I have no idea who you're referring to.
Lord
and then
Janu.
I just want to look it up. It's like it sounds it's Janu Coin. It's like, and I'm pleased to hear that name because
coins. I like coins.
Money.
Name. I like money. I like
money.
Money.
10 seconds of Mando season 3. Why are fans excited for that?
Well, because of his incredibly interesting personality and demeanor and mannerisms that make him a cool, iconic villain instead of just generic thug number X293459 that you've seen 10,000 times before in a million movies.
Well, one of the guys there, he's got this little meeting going because it's the prologue now. It's going to be exciting. It's actually all the snowy sort of bits you see in the trailer footage in the background. That's what this scene is. But he's having a chat with some guys on the table, and he says, "I think we can all agree things were better under the Empire. Fortunately, I'm still here to protect you. Your communities can thrive under my protection. You are the lucky few." And I swear to God, with this line already, I was like, "Oh."
Yep. That's like word for word.
Yeah, that's word for word.
You delivered it better because he doesn't emphasize thrive. So like the guy is extremely monotone. So he says, "I'm still here to protect you. Your communities can thrive under my protection." And it felt like repetitive. The thrive thing is the thing you really want to emphasize there because that's the thing that you're modifying the sentence. He's trying to ostensibly sell these people a pitch. It's like, you will thrive because of me. They've had protection. Apparently, it's not very good. That's why they're all here. But he's still promising them that things were better under the Empire. I'm continuity Empire, so this is like the best arrangement you can hope for.
I think
you can do loads with that. That's a potentially really interesting premise. Remember, is it Werner Herzog in Mando season 1? The Empire improves every system it touches, trade opportunity. That's about as interesting as Mando ever got. But if we were doing a movie sort of predicated on that and talking about how the New Republic is already struggling because the Empire still has all of these resources, anyone with a Star Destroyer can protect an entire system. That could have been fascinating. So it's like the delivery was shit, but I liked the idea that I thought the movie. Well, I didn't ever think the movie was going to do it, but it could have done that. It was an interesting idea for a story. Shame they chose a different one.
I'd say throw the line out just because I don't believe that he'd be saying this right now. We should be coming into like a stage 2 or 3 part of this conversation, not a he's explaining to them his job for them. It's like the whole reason they're here is to say you're not doing the job well. But if the other problem is repeating protection and protect, it's like, Dave, come on, you want more dynamic lines instead of saying the same thing twice.
Could have been a neat world-building conversation where you had an ex-Imperial guy who like actually tried to convince people that the New Republic is weak. Just look at what they've done. The Empire, we're not as good as we used to be, but we're still very strong. We have a lot of military forces. The galaxy's big. You should side with us over the New Republic, and here are all the reasons why. Doop, 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 doop. And then they ask him questions, and he's got answers ready for those questions because he's expecting them. And then we're like, oh, I can see why this would actually happen in the universe.
And so
I have a question. How is any of what you guys just said connected to the movie that I watched?
It's not.
It's not at all.
It's not. It's irrelevant.
This is why skipping the prologue actually doesn't hurt the movie's plot at all.
Okay.
So he goes on, but that which I provide is expensive, and now I must maintain all of it without the Empire's support until the galaxy realizes what they've lost. Long live the Empire. Very generic. Just okey-dokey.
It's like, and now I must maintain all of it without the. You've been doing it for 10 years.
It's been a while.
Now, like the interest. What they could have done, I think, to make this make a lot more sense, almost like a prologue to a prologue, or at least an implied prologue to the prologue. This guy was in charge of basically this entire system. He had a huge amount of resources. He suffered some major setbacks. Maybe he's been fighting with the New Republic or pirates who've taken out half his fleet or whatever it is. And like he's in a newly disempowered position. And these people are coming now to complain at him because he has lost the thing that made him powerful. Then you can kind of begin with this scene. And then, as you mentioned earlier, like join it a little bit later in the conversation in the middle of an actual argument because these people have a legitimate grievance. And I can buy it way more easily. It feels like it's part of an ongoing developing universe. Something has recently happened to put him in a precarious position, and he's now dealing with the consequences of that. When you introduce it, it's like, oh yeah, now things are tricky because the Empire just disappeared yesterday. I don't believe you actually have like set yourself in this universe. You've just kind of set the cameras rolling, and now everything kicks off story-wise.
So one of the guys on the table says, Your Excellency, we're operating at a loss. The trade routes are plagued with pirates and thieves. You're just like, okie dokie, yeah. And so I guess that's a problem to solve, right? It's getting worse, getting tighter. And then he's like, are you saying my protection is lacking? Which I was like, oh, boring. He's not going to actually need to like solve it. Yeah. He's just going to be mad. And so I thought when he was saying that it's like, so he's going to force him to grovel, I guess. And the guy is like, no, Your Excellency. And then he gets shot.
It's the Kylo Ren approach.
More than boring. I was like, are you retarded? That dude was probably more on your team than the people he's going to be replaced by. And what do the others think about you now? Like, so not only are we kind of screwed in general, they're not going to fix the problem. They're just going to shoot us if we bring it up. So, great.
When presented with that option, maybe it's better to just fight you guys.
Well, at this point, maybe side with the pirates. Just be like, hey, we'll work for you. Like, fuck it.
Yep.
Just absolutely stupid, and you know, it's seconds before I'm like, great, the DNA is still here, the sequel DNA, or even just, you know, bad writing DNA of what's that? A subordinate is suggesting something that's very reasonable. Kill him. You're like, great.
Imagine a show that was like a mix between like Star Wars and the Penguin, right? Where you really had this sort of political crime boss, Imperial remnant kind of thing going on with actual competent people who had different personalities and plans to get power back or establish little fiefdoms on planets. That would be so fucking cool.
I just wish that a leader would recognize what he's saying, which is, I can't keep paying you. Like, it's not possible because the protection's not good enough.
Don't have the money.
Instead of just being like, well, you'll pay more. It was more of a like, right then, well, we got to solve that shit, or I got to decide if I'm just cutting you out like completely, as like spending any resources on you. He just gets mad because that's the kind of character
villains are more interesting other than unreasonable ones that are just like psycho weirdos. You're like, man. Oh well, all right, I guess.
Well,
I guess
to open the conversation with like, we all agree Empire controls better because you could just randomly get executed for asking reasonable questions. Yay!
Hooray!
We love the Empire. And he says, yeah, perhaps you should all go back to your ships and focus on solutions, not excuses. you're like, dude, they can't pay you.
Yeah.
Like, what's gonna happen?
We physically don't have the money.
But, it's just how it goes. And, while they're chatting, you just, unfortunately, Mando is going to start turning up, and he's doing the thing everyone was going nuts over for some reason over the trailer, where he points his flamethrower at the floor, and it spreads out to hit 2 stormtroopers on each side, and it's like, oh, but, like, you're fire bad for you too, Mando. Like you're on
in fact, fire, as much as prior episodes of the show make him seem like he's fireproof, it's like, well, you're wearing fabric and shit. Like, fire is actually one of the biggest problems for you, compared to just dealing with blasters where you're basically impervious for some reason.
He's not.
Well, we're going to have the same logistical problems that come down to all of the combat in this that we had in a series that we've been griping about for years at this point. I guess to take it back just a few moments before his entrance into, I guess, this room in particular, he just sort of shows up in the front door at this Imperial facility and just starts shooting. Essentially everything. There's no cleverness, there's no plan, there's no anything. He just shows up like he knows he has incredible plot armor, like he knows he cannot be touched, and he just shoots all the bad guys and they die, and that describes the combat. That's it. There's nothing.
And every time they shoot him, they hit his Beskar armor. Every time they hit the Beskar armor, they never manage to hit the gaps, which is really funny when in Mando Season 3, they have fucking stormtroopers with Beskar armor, and the Mandalorians manage to kill them. It's like they can aim through the plates, but nobody else can.
And Grogu's just
the Mandalorian
killing
and
them well.
Are the patron saints of plot armor at this point. We'd probably be hard pressed to find better examples of plot armor than.
Can you think of any other, story where there is a scene where the main character charges into a hallway, gets hit by 50 blaster shots, collapses to the ground, and then throws a grenade that blows them all up, and he's fine because every single shot hit his Beskar armor?
It's not
it's only covering
John Wick 2
half
comes
his body.
to mind.
John Wick.
John Wick. Yeah, John Wick. Yeah, but even John Wick doesn't use. Well, I guess it's because John Wick will hold up the fucking cloth, and then it just.
Remember John Wick 4 when the two of them had them and they were standing in front of each other and just shot the fucking thing, like whole mag into each other into their fucking suit. Let's just not talk about John Wick.
So Grogu's also like running around freely doing things. You watch him like kill a droid. It's very strange because it's just like, is this really the dynamic? You both it's like there's a big enemy stronghold. Let's both go. As though Grogu can't just be instantly shot by someone at some point.
You say that's what I was thinking, but really
the whole movie. It would be incredibly funny if Grogu just pops up and he just gets instantly shot in the face.
That's actually a funny thought. The fact that like Grogu has, oh Jesus, I'm coughing. Grogu has Beskar, and yet they will never show him getting shot because they know it's like, that would be just horrible.
So, he does have Beskar, but it's like one round thing on his chest, and that's it.
And the chainmail though as well, which I assume they presented.
I forgot about that.
But it's fucking hell.
They never even did like a Frodo Mithril under attack where he gets shot.
Grogu is force choking.
No,
he's choking on the gas they used to capture Mandalorian the first time in this movie.
Oh my god.
Fringy's gonna collapse.
So
and fight in the death pit.
Big evil General Captain Commander Man, he got into an elevator and he's gotten away for now. Mando is gonna go and grab I guess I don't know what the fucking designation actually is, but just think ATST. He gets in, he like steals someone's ATST to blow them up before they get Grogu, which, by the way, the shot is like a half meter away from Grogu. I don't even know if Mando knew how close it was, to the point where it's like the best damage that ever gets done to Grogu this whole movie is basically from Mando directly. But good job, Father of the Year.
I was just wondering how the hell the scout trooper is. I think it's an ATRT, I think it is, but like how he didn't even spot, because like he rocks up on this thing and Grogu's standing out in the open, and then you see it from the trooper's point of view, and Grogu's just disappeared. So then he gets off of it, but like the last thing this guy's heard is that the base is under attack from inside the base. So rather than going inside the base, he gets off his ATRT, and then he has a generic like bleeper device that seems to be tracking some local movement. Like, what? But like, is that a tracking fob from season 1 or a DNA spike from season 3?
We don't talk about those.
And then, like, can you not just look for footprints, surely? But then Mando, teleports around behind him and shoots him, so he's fine. But like, it's just, why is Grogu even hit? The instruction seems to have been off screen, saying, no, it's too dangerous inside the base, so you stay out here. But then just apply the same logic. It's like, no, actually, this entire mission is too dangerous. You stay at home.
I mean, they have fucking Zed with them. Just stay with Zed.
Yeah.
Nah. So, yeah, Mando realizes, like, I need to get down a cliffside. It's quite steep to get to these.
Why does he think this?
Well, I don't know. Listen, okay. It's like hard to pick a first flaw. I was just gonna go with like bad. A Mandalorian is struggling to decide how he gets down a cliff. So he's like, I know. I'll get into my AT-RT if that's what the designation is. And it's like, why don't you just use your jetpack?
Yep.
You got a jetpack. Why would you use that? And I don't know if anyone in chat, if you've seen it, it's in some of the marketing, like there's the scene for it, but it looks just awful. It's just the worst thing ever, and it doesn't look like it would ever work even. Like the thing would topple immediately, going down to that speed at that angle. It's just, like, they call it all-terrain, but it's only all-terrain for the heroes.
Doesn't mean all-terrain. Like, literally every single terrain possible, like a fucking 60-degree slope. Might even be high.
Well, what's funny, of course, he's like
angle than that, honestly.
Once he's down there and he takes a close enough hit or whatever, he has to jetpack off the thing. It's like, could have just done that to begin with, but don't worry about it.
I mean, it's just when he's running around the AT-ATs, it's like, damn man, you're going a lot slower than if you were just flying.
Like, and he's a lot more vulnerable because they can't hit him as easily if he's just flying. It's just all stupid already.
They suck.
What's funny, he's wearing his baby as armor. Like, he's got Grogu in front of him, so like he's double Beskar.
Well, he has like a plot armor rating of 7,000%, but Grogu's is like 10,000, so it's just doubling up in a way. Yes, it's very feeble, all the attempts to stop him, and it's almost pointless to think about because he's put himself in more danger than he even needed to be anyway. It just feels like they're playing it like this is action, informed by nothing. Someone might call it embarrassing that this is the first few minutes. This is kind of what I'm getting at. I've seen people, people even that I enjoy their assessments of stuff, saying the first scene is pretty solid. It's like really fun action.
It's really not. Yep. It's so. Yep. It's like we haven't even gotten to the reason why he's come down this cliff yet.
It's so funny that people, give a pro of this movie like as a good thing of like, oh, there are not many cameos. Like it doesn't. Yes, there are.
Well, yeah, there are.
Luke does not show up. Darth Vader doesn't show up because they used that up already. They can't do that anymore. But there's more than enough.
Like, I'm reminded again of Daredevil. Oh, it's better that Spider-Man's not here because that would be a cameo. It's like, well, it's not a cameo. He lives in New York and he's a superhero.
New York is a cameo.
Why wouldn't he be there? Don't think about it like that. It's not a cameo because you know their name and they were in something else. Like, that's not what it's like meant to be described in spirit when you're using cameo as a pejorative.
When I think of cameo is when Stan Lee was like a random character when they
were that's a cameo,
That's a cameo.
Like a real cameo. Like an actual
character in universe who has stakes in the town he's living in and is a superhero and can 100% help out. They should be there 100%.
You can use it in an insulting way. Like you could kind of say that Sigourney Weaver's got a cameo in this movie. You'd be like, "What? She's a main character," and you're like, "Well, is she? Is she though?"
It's a cameo.
On paper,
can you sit on a bench for 2 hours and just say some lines? We just superimpose you on an X-wing later.
Take her that long.
So he drops some explosives on an AT-AT's leg, and it disrupts it enough that it slips off the very narrow bit of cliff that it's on, which just fucks it up to the point where it's destroyed.
It's very
those explosive would deal nearly enough.
Well, we know it wouldn't because we've all seen Empire Strikes Back. Like, we know how.
Not the people who made this movie.
These things are like they're not unstoppable, but they are supposed to be almost unstoppable. They are like relentless, extremely strong. Yeah. You have to be really lucky and extremely skillful to get past even one of them. Now you've got 4, and the hero just goes past them as though they're just average stormtroopers. They're that retarded.
Yeah, they can't hit them.
But at this point,
They just can't.
okay, so Mando is this good and this invincible against something that should be almost impossible to stop. So, like, there's no stakes now for the rest of the movie at this point. I know what he's capable of.
Yeah.
For me, there was a problem from the get-go when I started watching the movies. Like, I know he's fucking invincible. There's no stakes. I've seen the show. I know that he's not gonna die or get hurt or anything.
It would be a lot more acceptable and, God forbid, entertaining if he acted like he was not invincible. If we went into this knowing that, obviously Mandalorian's not going to die, but the way that he acted in the film was like, oh shit, 3 AT-ATs. I have to think of a plan. I have to try and be clever. I have to use some level of tactics or skill instead of just, I will charge at them in this AT-RT and hope that the 79 shots they shoot at me at point blank will just all miss. And I'm like, man, there is nothing interesting about you. No. Just beat the bad guys effortlessly. That's fun to watch, I guess. And I suppose for a lot of people that is actually really fun to just see the hero always get missed by all of the blaster shots and he acts like he's invincible. But that's just boring to me. It's what makes the first John Wick movie so good. It's because John Wick doesn't act like he's invincible. He acts like if he gets shot in the face, he'll die, and he plans accordingly.
Yeah. He even uses a Kevlar vest in that one.
Oh man,
armor.
The olden days, I remember them well.
I feel comfortable saying that the Mandalorian is one of the, if not the most, just boring Star Wars characters put on, like, given this much screen time, obviously. I mean, he had some charisma, I think, like at the beginning of the show when they were still figuring it out. But the moment he became like a daddy character and like a nanny for this creature, it was done. Like, he is boring, and Pedro Pascal is phoning it in. He does not care. He is so uncharismatic, so uninteresting, so boring. His body language is boring. His voice acting is boring. His actions, the way he's written, is boring. Again, like...
it's what he says, how he says it, and everything he does is very boring. There's nothing interesting about him. He's not even like a character, really. He's a very bare bones archetype who, like I said, in the original, when they were still figuring him out, he was like stoic, somewhat mysterious, reserved, kind of tough guy.
He had some trauma, man. He had some trauma.
Yeah. But then we dropped every aspect of what you could call like a personality or a character or anything like that. And he's just sort of a mongoloid who just goes in guns a-blazing because he knows he's invincible and he just wins all the time because the plot says he is. And there's never anything interesting. There's never anything, like I said, there's no cleverness to it, ever.
After seeing how much Pedro Pascal is in this movie, like his face, I'm convinced the negotiations on his contract, they weren't even about the movie. It was all about the fucking marketing, because that's where he would be spending all of his time. He's been doing all kinds of crazy shows and interviews and everything. So what I guess I'm getting at is that Star Wars as a whole probably like, listen, we'll reduce your scenes, because he probably even likes making movies in theory, but like we're paying you a lot. You gotta get out there. You gotta get on The View, bro. You gotta talk to Whoopi Goldberg. You gotta talk to Stephen Colbert. You gotta get this movie out there, because we can't advertise this on what's in it. we gotta get people in other stuff.
They don't even know. None of them have seen it.
Which I guess, because this film was shot, I want to say around about the same time as Fantastic Four, so he was busy doing that, I guess. You know, making that amazing movie that everybody cared about that didn't, die immediately. And isn't it funny that the director of that movie is now going to do a Planet of the Apes movie rather than doing a sequel to Fantastic Four?
Rather than being fired.
This is like
from the industry.
Like the Planet of the Apes franchise, that's like something that went completely past me. How many of those are there now? Like 700?
There's four. And this next one's not going to be a continuation of the fourth one. Oh, these are 4 of the new ones. If you include the old ones, I think it's like 8 or 9.
Right.
Yeah, there's a bunch.
Yeah, there's a lot. Oh, and if you include that remake as well, the one with Mark Wahlberg, right? Mark Wahlberg?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Tim Burton.
Tim Burton, yeah. Then, I know, it's like 10.
A classic.
At least he tried something.
So in in one AT-AT you got like main Commander Man, and then in the other one there's lesser Commander Man, and Mando's about to attack the lesser Commander Man one, and they're both like, "Where is he? Oh my God! I think he's oh jeez, oh God, what are we gonna do?" And you get just I don't even know. It's just a scene where it's what Rags was talking about. Door opens. There's a bazillion people. He's just like boom, 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 dodge. Yeah. I say dodge, block because of his armor. Fires his grapple, fires the flamethrower, shoots his gun again, shoots his gun, and you're just like, yeah, this is how it goes every single time. They can't do anything against him.
Camera's on me. I gotta kill him. Why would he even go for the third and the second? You can just go in the first one. You don't have to worry about the other two AT-ATs. They're not going to fire on their commander's AT-AT while you're in there. Why are you wasting time with the other two? I guess it's because the action scene's longer if you do it that way.
You know, you're saying like it can't even act like he could be hurt. It's like it creates this dissonance because he does behave like a Terminator a lot of the time, but stupidly he walks and sort of rushes in certain places and then keeps an eye on like where are people. Where it's like, why do you care about any of it, man? It doesn't bother you at all.
Yeah, what difference does it make?
And then simultaneously, he never takes it far enough. He never actually puts himself in some care or gets information to better ambush or. You know, there's like one or two instances where he does that. There's actually an instance where he does take cover at a time where he absolutely didn't need to. It's like halfway through the movie. And it always strikes me really odd.
It's like flavor cover, not actual cover.
Yeah, it's all bullshit. It's like, cause none of it ever feels like he's reacting to the actual environment he's in. So he basically clears out all of it, but they close the door on the cockpit. And then you're like, oh, what's Mando going to do? And it's kind of funny. There's a guy on the radio like, did you get him? Did you get the Mandalorian? Hello? Did you get him? And the guy can answer, but he's just not. And then he's eventually like, he's above us. It's just like, oh my god.
Oh no.
And you're just like, well, yeah, I guess. It's like, you locked him out of the front way, but whatever.
You also say it's fine, right? Because so he's above us, he's outside. You've shut a door so we can't get in. He's now on top. What's he going to do realistically up there? He's kind of stuck.
They do a wide shot and he blows up the whole AT-AT, so.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's crazy. His little explodey things are insane.
Yes, they are.
Well, it's just funny to think that Mando personally takes down more AT-ATs in this opening sequence in 5 minutes than an entire rebel force could muster with many of them and ships. And they take out too.
They got to kill him before we get to the sequel trilogy, surely.
Yeah, he could single.
Yeah, or he'll kill Kylo Ren.
That's right. Yeah.
Or they'll do the thing with like Ahsoka's like, nah, he was fighting battles elsewhere. He was
the Captain Marvel thing. Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Just don't think
I was protecting other planets from the evil stormtroopers. I was like, I don't know, man. I feel like those planets probably got it. The Empire is pretty worthless and incompetent. I think they'll be fine.
Yeah. I know it's a hot topic right now, but I would say the power scaling is fucked.
You must be a nerd.
True, the power scaling is fucked.
Yeah.
Seeing a lot of cope on. I don't know if you guys have seen any tweets that are like, I don't care about power scaling, but sometimes it gets a little ridiculous. Or, oh, you shouldn't establish this so hard. Or, oh, like the boys always talk about actual numbers, and that's their mistake. It's not that it's power scaling. It's just when they say, like, oh, they can survive this many tons of this. It's like, you probably shouldn't do that. It's like, you all care about power scaling. You just don't want to admit it.
Absolutely do. Everyone does. They just don't like they don't like the name power scaling. That's it. It's the foundation of stakes and tension. I cannot think of one story that doesn't have it in one form or another. It might be intrinsic to having like drama
power scaling. The tortoise and the hare has power scaling. The hare runs faster than the tortoise. If the hare doesn't run faster than the tortoise, then the point of the story doesn't.
Well, David and Goliath, and then the fundamental I was tweeting about is like rock, paper, scissors. Like, what are we doing anymore? We need this shit, okay? Can you just shut up? So main evilman is like, prep my ship and charge the detonators or something, and Mando breaks in to realize the guy just speeds off in his mini ship that was inside an AT-AT that he got to via the elevator from his main HQ. The most like Rube Goldberg fucking escape plan you've ever seen in your life.
It's just a ship that shoots a little ship out of the side of the AT-AT.
Yeah, that kind of he's got a little caught me off guard.
You almost want to draw a little image, right? That he goes down a chute in the elevator into an AT-AT. It's like you got to go a few miles forward before you can launch in the ship. Okay, like what? Why? Like, I don't know.
Like Grievous's little escape tube.
Imagine if you had a ship in the building where you live.
No.
A silly idea.
No.
Imagine if the elevator took you straight to it.
So Mando sees this and he's like, I know, I'll use the AT-AT's guns to shoot down that ship. And of course, the first thought you have is like, well, but he'd have to fly a very specific path for you to do that. Every alternative path would mean he'd be safe. Lucky for Mando, the guy flies that very specific path. One of the thoughts I was having when I saw it in the cinema, I was like, man, if only he knew which way was up, but he's Empire, so there's just no way.
Which way was forward?
Which way was any other way than he was going? Like, there's just no other way. That's it. But
weakness.
do some funny memes. They're like, oh no, Grogu can see that the detonator's about to go off, and he's tapping the helmet like, hey, Mr. Mando, we gotta run. They're gonna go off. There's like 10 of them, I think. And everyone I've spoken to asked the same questions, like, just use the Force to push them out.
I thought that's what was gonna happen. I thought Mando was so focused that they do the team thing, and Grogu's like, and he flings them out the side of the AT-AT. Because the villain, I mean, conveniently left the timers on those things to be 12 years instead of, you know, like, 20 seconds or whatever. But
extremely slow, and the baby's very aware of them, knows exactly what they are and how much time, and he doesn't use the Force, whereas in every other situation he seems to. So that's weird.
Well, it's the fact that Mando doesn't care.
Well,
like, look, man, I know that this guy's important, but like, you're gonna explode in a second. Like, there's a pile of beeping explosives like 10 feet behind you, man. Like, what are you doing?
Which is funny because later on he tries to explain to Grogu in some capacities, like, no, you gotta look out for all these explosives. And not here.
And so they blow him up, and then the AT-AT blows up, and mission successful, question mark. Of course, the goal was to capture that dude, which you now wonder, like, why did he blow him up when Zeb was just there with a ship? They could have followed him, hit him with anything else. I don't know, whatever. They blew him up.
Well, that would have been an opportunity to show the cleverness of Mando, where he knows he has to capture him, but he's in this big facility, so he baits him to go into a ship which has a tracking device on it. Or instead of going through the front door and just blasting everybody, he like tries to get in from the back, or get it burst in through the window during, like, everyone's pointing at the door when he's coming, but actually he bursts through the window, grabs him, and then flies out, or something subversive and interesting. I think he just wanted to kill him from the get-go, because remember the elevator when he tosses the grenade down? He wanted to kill him at that point too.
Also, it is funny to watch, if you watch all the show but only Mandalorian, and then you watch this movie with someone who hasn't seen it, and he flies into the ship, and Zeb's there like, haha, hey buddy, doing dialogue as though they've been together forever, and someone's like, hey, who's that? And you're just like, I don't know.
I was about to ask because I did not have the time to rewatch the shows.
He appears in the Mando show, but like, we're talking very briefly, and he's a cameo to reference a different show.
Because I remembered his face, but it's like, since when is he hanging out with him?
Yeah,
like,
he just is.
What?
He's from Star Wars Rebels, but that's kind of the weird thing about the way the key jangles work in this, because Zeb doesn't get anything. He's just character who says some exposition, and he's there to be like, look at me, woo, look at me. Like, all right.
Oh yeah.
And like
I always like when I have like a
I
genuine
am
question
buddy.
about a thing of a movie, and then I ask people who did more homework. It's like, yeah, I still have no idea. He's from some other thing.
Yeah, no,
we've never
you
seen
can
before.
watch all of Mando and all of Ahsoka and have very little idea who he is at all. Like, you will recognize him, but you don't know his backstory, characterization, relationships, history, anything. And like, Dave Filoni has this. I don't know if he just imagines everybody in the world watched his shit cartoons, but most of the world didn't. So there's a couple of moments in this movie alone, and it obviously happens in the shows as well, where you're like, you like, the camera's lingering on this guy, like, I'm supposed to know who he is. I know where he's from because you're lingering on him, but I have no clue. And most people in the audience won't either.
No, but they treat it as though you've known him for ages.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, our good buddy Zeb.
It's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, even if you watched Rebels, even if you watched all of the Mando show, this movie would have you convinced that these two are really good friends. They're just like, nobody has any context for that, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, because by that time I made into the screening, so it was like playing in the background as I was trying to like search for my scene and stuff. And I was like, oh, I guess he's in season 3, which I didn't watch. You know, with Jack Black and fucking Lizzo in it.
Lizzo.
But,
You know,
I guess not.
I was listening to Red Letter Media's take on this, and Mike at one point was trying to argue how you could fix the lack of chemistry, and he said, like, you know what Mando needed was give him like a woman or a family to care about, in the sense of someone, and then maybe an additional guy. And I can't remember if it was Rich or Jay, but they're like, well, but he does have the kid that he's fighting for, and then of course you have Zeb as like the co-pilot, and then of course you get Rota as like the. And then there's sort of this realization of like, oh yeah, I think it's just shit.
He just isn't the character. The writing is terrible. No one in this film says anything interesting. No one really has like a personality. They just sort of say, like, everyone talks as if they're just sort of. They talk as if they're expositing what the storyboard kind of says, like the PowerPoint version of the script, but that's the actual script before it gets finalized, and they add details to give people characters and personality.
He is sterile, like as a character, Mandalorian, and giving him anything.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Zeb.
I don't know if he is, but giving
he's in this.
In this, he is. Yeah, giving Mando anything is almost like trying to address the symptoms instead of like it's the character, it's him. There's nothing there because what they were discussing was like if you have a sort of by the book straight man character, it's always good to have a wacky person to bounce off, and it's like but he's not even a straight man character. He's not a character. Mando's just extremely boring and thin, shallow. There's nothing there.
Toyed with it in season 1. Is it a season 1 episode where he tries to take Grogu to a planet? I think it's the ATST episode, which has a huge number of like plot related problems. But isn't that the one where like he wants to leave Grogu behind with this happy community that he's just saved, and there is a woman there who he kind of has a relationship with.
Yeah.
But then some random guy just appears with a tracking fob, and so he has to run away. Yeah. Like that's the last time I really remember them doing a relationship with Mando with any other character.
But that's the episode where he takes his helmet off for the first time.
Yeah.
Well, that we see him do it. Yeah, and that's kind of what I mean by the sterilization. It's like we don't want to get him anywhere near, not just like a loving relationship with anybody, but just anything. Like did we get the best friend relationship with Zeb? Like no, he just had random exposition lines. Like do we get the father-son relationship with Grogu? It's like not really. He's doing. You get those little pieces like, oh, do you want to press this button? That means that you yeah, there you go. Oh, you know what? The old take care of the young.
And the stupid puppet.
If I say I told you not to press the button, it implies a history where I have told you not to press the button before this.
A lot of the marketing is like this is a coming of age father son blah blah blah. And just like you just told to say that. There's nothing.
Yeah. And they say the line one time in the movie. It's like, oh, I guess that's your theme or something.
And I disagree with the take that he's fighting for Grogu. I think he's fighting against Grogu. I think that he hates that child.
He's been trying to kill him without anyone realizing this whole
time.
Well,
that's the right thing to do, to be honest, so I don't blame him.
Like, if I wanted to kill my 4-year-old, that's exactly what I would do.
Do you remember they actually implied that there's a difficulty with Grogu and his training via the whole like they did this with they introduced it when he was strangling Gina Carano in season 1. I don't know if anyone remembers that, and then they kind of double on it with Ahsoka saying like there's difficulty in training. He could go wrong. It could become something. They've dropped all that. They don't care. Like this, they've forgotten again another like angle with both these main characters that they were building, and then they just drop, and you're just like, "What are you doing?" And they're like, "Listen, we don't want to do anything that could upset anyone. We just want to have them enter a room, shoot stormtroopers, and then go, yeah, we did it."
So he could go wrong. Therefore, let's expose him to as much violence as we can, so he doesn't. Sorry, go on.
Well, when he saves Rada, spoilers. But when he lifts Rada out of the pit with the Force, Rada has just like no commentary. Literally, I think he has 0 lines. He has no commentary. That he's just been telekinetically lifted up and had no lines of dialogue, no questions. That's just like, well.
You know what should have happened is Donkey and Shrek. Rota should have been like, hey, I can fly. And then everyone goes, he can fly. He can talk.
He can talk.
That's right.
Well, but he can talk.
Now I'm a flying talking donkey. Shrek's really good, by the way.
Yeah,
Shrek is great.
The good Green Monster movie.
Yeah.
The good one. The better one.
Next time I'm free, let's just do a Shrek episode.
Yeah.
So, mission complete and they're heading home. That's kind of what I guess Fring was talking about. Is like that just felt like the second half of maybe a mid-season finale or some shit. I don't even know. Because they just defeated a major Empire guy, took out a bunch of 80s, whole system. Like, Mando's made more impact in that like throwaway scene than you usually see anyone do in this universe. Think of Andor, dude. Holy shit.
I mean, this show desperately relies on us not thinking of Andor.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They made the Empire competent, and in this, it's completely the opposite. They're just like a bunch of goofy, silly, worthless idiots that are just disposable cannon fodder for Armor Man to shoot at with his blasters.
Yeah,
It's Sorry.
Oh, that's something I said right after I finished Andor season 2. It's like, whoa, I can't wait for the next Star Wars stuff to come out and
Next
for them
thing.
to make the fucking
Yeah,
Stormtroopers
really
a fucking joke show again. And here we are, killing like hundreds of them because they're just nothing.
I want to like imagine the contrast between Andor and Mandalorian, because I mean Mandalorian and Grogu. It's just the fact that I was gonna say that it's crazy that, you know, the fact that Andor's character kind of keeps you on edge in that show, right? Because it makes you feel like anything could happen and anything bad could happen to him and he could die any moment. Like, that's legitimately how you feel the entirety of the show. But then I remembered he is the character that you know for sure that is going to survive, because he dies in Rogue One. Because you know he's going to survive, but it keeps you on edge. In contrast to the Mandalorian, it's the character that has no guaranteed sort of end, but you never feel like he could get in any trouble, ever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, specifically in what you're referencing there, like episode 8 of season 2 is the kind where I was so glued to everything that was happening. You sort of like, it's that feeling briefly, it's like you forget you're watching a TV show because you just want to know what's going to happen.
Yeah. And you forget that Andor does not die in here because they just sell it. They just sell it so well. The danger
he acts
that
like he
he's
can
in.
die.
Yeah,
he acts like he needs to survive, that he is in danger, that what he's doing is very fraught with peril. So you believe it too. You forget that Rogue One exists, and you're like, oh shit, man, he's taking this shit seriously. I need to. If the characters are taking it seriously, then maybe I, as an audience member, should do the same thing. There's a thought.
That fight with Cyril, right? It's like brutal to each other. The blood and smashing explosion. You're just like, oh god, it's don't happen.
Oh man.
Anyway,
you're making me sad.
It's a good show.
I know. Intro credits, which for me, I don't know if it's for anyone else, like you can have intro credits in a film, of course, but these just felt very TV show-ish to me, like very casual sort of, you know, we're sort of getting this out of the way. It's like this is the cast, you know, just like here they go.
The music louder, then it would seem more grandiose.
Yeah,
that's how it came across.
Though,
when you say like just getting it out of the way, this is, I think it's over 2 minutes long, this sequence. So like, I wouldn't even class it as getting it out of the way. This, like, already to me was like, oh god, we are killing time. Already, we're killing time.
Look at the X-Wings. Listen to the music. We just got done with an action scene. All right, we're aura farming is what we're doing right now.
There's this funny jump scare for a lot of people, and some of chat won't know this, but we have mentioned it on the stream before, but Martin Scorsese's name does show up.
I know.
Like, wait,
that was an actual jump scare. Yeah, I was like, this must be.
That was the first thing I saw when I looked up. When I sat down.
Yeah,
the first
I already
thing
knew about that, so I was
the
ready
first
for
thing I
it.
see is Martin Scorsese, and the next thing I know is the realization that I will never know what the fuck he did in this movie because it's dubbed.
Which I will say. Is this not profoundly awkward for the people who go to bat for that comment that was never correct in the first place?
True.
Yeah, those Marvel movies are kind of, and then meanwhile he shows up in a film that's basically like devoid of any creative integrity whatsoever.
Well, and the irony that he did a better voice performance than many of the main characters. It's kind of weird as fuck.
That is kind of funny.
He probably did the best job of anyone.
It might be the best one,
yeah. But still, why did he agree to be in this movie?
Because he likes theme park rides.
I love his track record with like acting jobs that he takes. He sort of directs and makes. Yeah, he makes one of like the most greatest movies ever. And then he's in Shark Tale and Mandalorian and Grogu. I think he's just troll. He's a troll.
He's a troll. Well, it's appreciated, you know. It's just
some relationship with Favreau. Is that the reason he's in this? It's
more than likely, yes.
Yeah.
But
just on the favor from Scorsese.
On the killing time point, though, this is. I think it's just this is because they've spent so long writing for streaming TV, and it shows how wildly inefficient you're allowed to be when you've been given a couple $100 million up front for like an 8-episode TV show. It's guaranteed pretty much to get a second season as well. and there's no strings attached. You don't have to do anything with that money. You just have to make something that can go on a streaming service. And so there's no mind to efficiency at all. Like you don't have to tell a big story. You don't have to really watch like your money because you got so much of it. You don't have to do characters or story or plot or nothing of that matters. You've just been given unlimited money for unlimited time, and you can waste as much of the audience's time as you want because you're not going to get cancelled. And so when I see a 2-minute opening credit sequence in a 2-hour movie where I already know the story is going to be really thin, it's like it's not going to be written like a movie. Already you know that it's not going to be written like a movie because a movie couldn't get away with this if it actually has anything meaningful it wants to do later. It's gone off like a really, really shockingly bad start, and it's a whiplash thing as well after like the Rise of Skywalker pace of the opening bit, and then it's 2 minutes of fuck all, and you know it's going to be much more fuck all coming later as well. Dave Filoni, there was that thing with Kathleen Kennedy when she was talking about like the people taking over from her, and she was clearly really keen on the business appointment. And then when it came to Dave Filoni, he's like, "Oh, he's learning really well. You know, he's practicing. He's getting so much better at this live action business." It's like he's not though, is he? And she was right to kind of warn about that. She was correct. He needs to learn, and he hasn't learned yet.
One of the things I noted was that they've taken pains to make sure he doesn't look as absolute shit when walking, specifically Grogu. I want to remind the audience of Season 3, Episode 8.
That was rough.
Just a little snippet here of him walking and how absolutely pathetic this is, considering how much money goes into it. Look at that. That is Team America, but Team America did it on purpose.
Yes.
The puppetry.
He is just floating, and some puppeteer is spamming.
They did not try at all.
As well, I find it almost fascinating that there are heaps of instances where Grogu was CG, but they try to make him look like a puppet. That feels like a metaphor of some kind of like we need to use CGI to make it look like it's real, like a real authentic puppet.
Well, Herzog told them off in season 1. So Herzog is obviously really big on practical absolutely everything, and he quite liked the puppet he interacted with. And then Favreau told him about this CG version they were doing for this scene, and Werner Herzog, being Werner Herzog, basically said, "You're all cowards. What are you doing?"
True.
And I think maybe that's stuck with them.
Cowards. You are cowards.
So, do you know we were on a real BBC episode, and Gary was mentioning that character, and he said Werner Herzog, and then Az just went, "Rest in peace." And they carried on.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And I was like, "What?" And he was, we were talking for a while, and he was just like, "Yeah, rest in peace." And then Gary got confused, as like he maybe mentioned the wrong person. There was like, Werner Herzog is he's not dead. Why are you saying that? And then Gary was like, "Don't put that out there. You'll kill him." Like, that's how it works. It's always the fucking way it works.
We'll have a situation like yeah.
Too many, man. Too many.
Rest in peace.
Sorry.
It's just sorry.
Well, go ahead.
I was meant to say that just the puppetry in this movie is just a good example of it basically is a representation of the fact that the Baby Yoda being a puppet is more of a marketing ploy than them being interested in the art of it all.
Yep.
They just don't care because they don't care because the puppet is capable of a lot. They don't
believe in it whatsoever. No. It is an aesthetic. That's all they care about. And that's why it annoys me when I'm on shows and people say, like, "Oh, it's always better when it's puppetry than CG." It's like, don't let them do that to you. That's the whole fucking idea. It's all the marketing is.
If the Balrog was a puppet, it probably wouldn't have been as good.
I would defend that it was the correct decision for sure to make that CGI. Look at that fucking thing. It's amazing. But also the sort of the thing about like adhering to comic accurate costumes in, let's say, superhero movie stuff, giving them points for that. It's like they don't actually want that, dude. They never wanted it. They're just doing it because it appeases people. It's the only fucking reason. They don't think it looks good. They don't care. They're just like,
stupid.
Whatever. Yeah.
They think it's dumb, and they think you're dumb, and they want your money.
Now,
and when they get it, they laugh at you. They go, ha 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 ha. That's what they're doing.
If they thought that you were a smart, discerning, intellectual, human being, then they wouldn't make movies like The Mandalorian and Grogu, and then charge you $15 a fucking ticket to go and see this movie.
The people they've got doing this work, I'm sure they work hard. I'm sure they're somewhat passionate, but the care is so fucking clear. And first of all, the shot we just showed, but also I always bring this one up because it's mind-boggling that this is even something they put in the show. This is Grogu walking away in season 2, episode 2.
No.
How did that even stay in? You know what I mean?
You
Like,
know, on the Marvels, when he talks
inside
about all the people who do the costumes and the makeup and a lot of the behind the scenes and background stuff, like they put their heart and soul into all this stuff that ultimately has nothing to do really with the story or the narrative or the characters or the themes or anything like that. Because these movies are, you know, it's a big team effort, and a lot of people they really give it their all.
Well,
it's just a shame that these people who give it their all are never the people who are in charge of the story.
The two people have just said, it's like, looks like a wind-up toy, looks like a remote-controlled thing. It's like, these two things may very well be what is part of how this thing works, but the whole idea is you're supposed to trick us into thinking it's not. And that's what I mean by, like, they've got technology, they've got money, but how did anyone see that? Like, the people who really care, like, any given, like, Jim Henson style, I just can't imagine they would ever be okay with letting something like this go in any parts of their work. If they really, they'd be like, no, this isn't it. You've taken the device, so to speak, and then you've just, what is this? Like, who have you got on the remote controller?
If the Muppets were there in universe, they would make fun of Grogu.
Yeah.
What's going on inside this puppet is it's on a remote control. It sort of wiggles and jiggles to make it seem like it's walking, but in reality, it's on wheels.
And you can see the wheel marks in the snow underneath it.
Yes, you can.
Wait, hang on, I'll get it back up.
It's just his feet dragging. It's just his feet dragging a bit because he's shuffling. That's all it is.
What I find funny in that sort of beginning scene where Mando and Grogu are walking is just, my sister caught it. It's just so uncanny to watch such a, like, Mandalorian is 20 times bigger than Baby Yoda is. But Baby Yoda can keep up with him somehow with his tiny legs, tiny legs.
They only show very short little bits of him walking alongside Mandalorian.
Yeah,
they never want to link on that because they have to show what kind of effort it would take.
In the book of Boba Fett, he had to walk alongside Luke, and they couldn't do it. So like Luke just kept picking him up with the Force and plonking him down ahead of him. Is it like, I mean, that's shit, but it's kind of better than pretending he can walk.
Yeah, I guess it's better.
That's why he needs his little old man scooter that he has.
It's implied that Mando, sort of Ellen Ripley, and Grogu are walking at the same speed together. It's just it's so weird.
But yes, they do put some more CG effort in to hide the flaws of the animatronics that they apparently don't take full effort with. But sometimes, you know, I'm sure they put more effort into the animatronics even than in the show. Even though, just want to make sure everyone understands the show is expensive as shit, and it's the show's sort of nature as a flagship show for Star Wars on Disney Plus that made this movie happen. So, you know, you'd think they take a bit more care, but by the time you get to season 3, you understand how much they're rushing through it. They just do not give a shit. So yeah, he goes in and he's getting some looks, and it seems like it's already come back, like the word that he just blew everything up on this mission. And so Sigourney Weaver is like, hey, we need information. Without it, we're never going to get to the bottom of what the Empire's up to, which is really funny.
Too much emotion into that line.
So I was going to say, I really like Sigourney Weaver. She's an awesome actress at her best. What the fuck was she doing in this? And I mean that in both ways. Why did you do this? And also, why did you do it this way? You didn't put any. When you get to her lines in the X-Wing, I think they're the worst in the whole movie. Of just like, whoa, you're like trying to sound like you don't give a fuck. What a shame to have it for that brief of amount of time. And I guess Jon Favreau or whoever was on set directing her was just like, yeah, that's good enough. Yeah, whatever.
I think it's
I can't say that Sigourney Weaver phoned it in or did a bad job.
Yeah, I think it's more of a directing problem. I think she was told
Laura
that she was going to sound and look badass.
Got a lot of crazy good performances in the sequel trilogy from a lot of actors that were playing awful characters and with awful writing, you know? But, wow, just as if we didn't need more, you know, because we've already got Mando, who's basically dead throughout the whole film in every line he delivers. Now we got Sigourney Weaver, his, so to speak, boss, who's just like, look, we need information on the Empire and what they're up to. Like, oh, wow.
You have to go and get it.
Okay. But yes,
she stuck around for 3 Avatar movies, so I think this is not...
Yeah, she's the queen of sci-fi at this point, and it's really sad because she's only in these modern sci-fi things as the girl who was in Alien. Like, right.
It's so weird hearing that Sigourney Weaver's voice come out of like a 14-year-old kid in that Avatar movie.
God.
It's just weird. That's so weird. It's so uncanny and weird. Be like, you are an old woman, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that you're an old woman, and this character's like 14 years old, but you sound like an old woman. You are being robbed genetically.
This is never brought up again. What the Empire's up to, we never find out. Never even get like a hook of like, we know what it is and it's gonna shock you, and then we hit credits.
No, it's just implied bad stuff, and that's all you need for the story. Stormtroopers bad, Empire bad. That's it. You have to stop whatever it is they're up to.
It's what we've been
doesn't even matter what
discussed earlier, right? Like they want to move, but they also can't move at all. The story, so it's like, oh, the Empire, yeah,
Progressing the story might mean that one day we won't have stormtroopers to shoot in endless droves. And we can't have that. We have to. Oh my God! It's like the Mihai Csikszentmihalyi thing. They have to be stuck in the middle. Oh man, that's taking it back.
It is, and so we have the opening exposition about the need to find this information. The Zeb telling us we gotta be getting that information. Now we've got Sigourney Weaver telling us gotta get that information. It's just like, oh boy, this story's definitely about getting that information. It's not though.
Like what?
Yeah, because that's what he says. Just give me time, and I'll take out every bad guy in the deck of cards. You're like, no, you're not listening. we need to get information. You fucking lemon. Why you keep saying these things? And she says it's not about revenge. It's about preventing another war and protecting everything. Yeah, I got to stop in that sentence, haven't I? Preventing another. That's just remarkable.
The New Republic always has the issue of, as many things are, knowing that in not too long, in fact, relatively soon, the New Republic will be eradicated and 5 planets will be exploded.
Yes, but it won't be a regrettable situation considering what we see them get up to in terms of both being extremely retarded and hyper-aggressive to the point of clearly they're looking for a war.
Well, hyper but selectively aggressive. That's the weird thing. That they don't intervene where and when they should, but they do intervene where and when they shouldn't.
Yeah.
Slaves on Canto Bight? Whatever.
Well, come on, dude. They're fledgling. They just started up. They've only had about a decade. Give them a second.
There are ways, though, to write that as a legitimate example. If you get into the political turmoil about what happens when a power vacuum is sort of created, and a lot of people, especially because we're going to be clear, the Clone Wars, they kind of just happened not long ago. It's from this point back, how long ago?
About 30 years.
Most adult, I guess all adults, pretty much, they remember the Clone Wars. That's something in memory, and the effects of the Clone Wars are very big politically. The series doesn't really want to talk about it, and that's one of the weaknesses of the series. But you kind of had 2 big back-to-back galaxy-spanning wars that just happened. But no one really acts like that's the case.
Maybe one half interesting thing in Mando season 3 where they come across an old separatist who's still like a diehard Dooku loyalist. It's like that could have been really interesting, but then he gets zapped by freaking what's her name, because they can't be talking about politics. So that was that, and then otherwise, also in Mando season 3, they try and have it where is it Navarro gets attacked by the seaweed pirate? Star Wars, isn't it wonderful? And
seaweed pirate.
They petition the New Republic for help, but then they do at least say, no, we're so overstretched, we can't do it. And the guy goes all the way to Coruscant to try and get help from them, but then the bureaucracy. It's that sub Andor episode where it's like, there's almost something there where they're talking about how the New Republic's bureaucracy is already strangling it and it's reproducing the worst features of the old regime. And this is why they're unable to get help against the pirates. But beyond those 2 episodes, there's kind of just nothing.
Yeah. I mean, I think we were talking about it at the time when we were watching that episode. I mean, Christopher Lloyd's character is unironically could be an incredibly interesting and very unexplored type of character, of which there would be millions and millions of across the galaxy that they just never want to get into.
Yeah.
Arguably more.
I suppose
absolutely.
Addressing the Clone Wars statement you were making there, Rags, that it's just that none of the characters, certainly the main character, has any connection to the Clone Wars. There's nothing really that happened during that would have affected them in any way that it would come up.
True.
So never mind. Also, by the way, explaining to Mando how the job works, just and what the job is, annoying exposition, but simultaneously irrelevant soon enough. It's like the story doesn't really care about it that much.
Fascinating trait of Jon Favreau, Dave Filoni writing.
Yeah. But yeah, the end of that sentence is that they need to protect everything the rebellion fought for. I almost find it kind of gross, right? Like,
good luck with that.
All the effort for everything Disney has made has just undone every achievement from the rebellion in the OTs. It's like, well, never mind.
Well, yeah. Imagine if they had the balls to make an episode 7, 8, 9, 10, and you had like what happens after the rise of Skywalker. It's like, I don't fucking know, man. Who cares? Like, actually, who cares? This is a certified who cares moment.
But see, they're in that. Imagine they had the balls to just get rid of the sequel. They want to keep making stories, TV shows, and movies in this time period, and the biggest blocker on those being interesting is the fact they did the sequels first. The sequels are now making all of this redundant. Whenever a character says, we're doing this to save the rebellion, but it doesn't make any difference. We know it doesn't because we've seen it already. It's just, it's the right creative decision to get rid of them, the right business decision to get rid of them. They're not going to get rid of them,
PR
but they
decision.
really should. Right PR decision? Yep. Everything leads to them getting decanonized, but it is not going to happen.
If they just came out and said, you know what, guys, we hired the wrong people. Massive L. Well, we're going to take that L. True, valid, all that stuff that you said, totally valid, heckin' valid. So imagine what would happen. Everyone's like, holy shit, they actually admitted it? They're doing it? So are they going to get new people? Are they going to... It's not going to happen, though, but... It isn't. It's not going to happen. There would have to be a complete and total, top to bottom replacement of essentially every single human being and algorithm at Disney HQ for that to even be entertained. It will never happen, unfortunately.
And so, Mando's like, "Oh man, I guess I'm not getting paid for this one." And so she's like, and takes him to a little ship lot, and this is just immensely funny from having seen the seasons of Mando. If you guys have checked out us watching Mando over the course of the seasons on EFAP TV, you'll know that we found the Razer Crest kind of annoying as time went on, because it's like immensely plot armored. It's always doing every single job that's needed. It's kind of boring to look at once.
Too perfect.
It's just and it just gets disintegrated in an episode at some point. We were like, "Whoa, okay."
Yeah, it gets
like, oh my
bombed
god,
by like a Star Destroyer and poof, turned into a crater.
I think we
cheered.
Yeah,
you had a great time when it happened.
And then
you don't have your fucking get out of jail free card.
Season 3, episode 1, he has to get a new starship, and it is
book a boat. Or are you doing that on purpose?
I can't. I thought it was season 3, episode 1.
It was Book of Boba Fett. No, it's season 1, episode 5, Book of Boba Fett. That's when he gets the Naboo starfighter.
The actual Mando season 3, episode 1.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's why I wondered if you were memeing.
No, I don't. I struggle to remember where all the pieces.
It was in the Book of Boba Fett.
Great job, Disney.
He gets the Naboo starfighter, which is a terrible idea for a ship for a bounty hunter.
No, Eckhart's Ladder told me that it's the perfect ship for the Mandalorian. All right.
Well, apparently Disney disagree.
Yeah, I mean, they realized the error of their ways.
Not even touching the fucking insane continuity issues for anybody who didn't watch Book of Boba Fett. That is the replacement ship, and there's loads of problems. For anybody who just want a quick rundown, it's like he's separated from Grogu. There's 2 separate pods. You can't even like deal with Grogu, whatever he's doing for the entire mission. You can't fit anything additional in. He doesn't have an ability to carry bounties.
Like a bounty?
Can't really carry many weapons, any items.
Can't stretch his legs.
No, can't walk around. Have any kind of meaningful scenes.
Anything. He can't take a shit.
It's
like a fighter. A fighter is built for a particular purpose, and it does that purpose well. And it is simply not the purpose of the vehicle that you'd want to have if you'd want a mobile home, essentially. You want an armored and armed mobile home. If you want to make it
cars, right, it's like, rather than a caravan that's getting towed by, I don't know, a ute or something, it's like, instead you live in like a Miata. It's like, I'm sure you'll.
And as a Miata owner, I love my Miata. I'm not taking it across. If I take a cross-country trip, I'm just renting out another car and renting out a hatchback or something. I'm not traveling cross Tree and my Miata as much as I love it.
The fundamental immediate flaw of you can't even conduct your primary job, so why would you pick that one? But it was always done for the reference, the key jangle. They play all the sounds and stuff, and it's like, oh, you like that Starfire? Yeah, we know it's from
the prequels.
And
the prequels. They started sucking those for all they're worth at that point. Yeah.
He does like keep it for the season and for a lot of big old battles and stuff, but there's still compensations happening here and there. But when you get to this movie, they're just like, oh, fuck you, it's gone. You're like, what? What do you mean? Because like when he gets into the ship with Zeb, it's like, oh, that's not the stuff. Okay, well, I guess that's not happening.
Yeah, and then you see this, it's parked outside of his house.
Well, so just to be absolutely clear,
you'll go.
Sigourney
Weaver can't even pick up groceries in it.
Sigourney Weaver has provided him a replacement ship, and it is just a new Razer Crest.
Yeah, and
they didn't even get a Razer Crest-like ship.
No, the actual Razer Crest, and she even explains that they got this specific one from the lot of an Imperial guy that they captured, and then she thought, this is the perfect ship for man. It's almost like she knows, because she watched the earlier seasons, that this was the ship he really liked. She wasn't there. How does she know this? The only people who were there were like Gus Fring, Mando, Boba Fett, Fennec Shand, and Grogu, right? None of the Rebellion knew about it. Or maybe.
With her mind, with his mind powers, he might have. He can like telepathically communicate with people? Or is that just Ahsoka and Luke? Do you have to be a Force user for him to talk to you? Wait,
well, remember, he has the yes-no droid for a little bit, and then they remove that from him. Where he's like, yes, no, to questions, so...
Oh god, because they removed him from his really useful flying bed and put him in a droid that couldn't fly, and then he had to be jetpacked around by Mandalorians. Oh, what a show.
You know what? I'm glad I didn't rewatch the show.
Wow. Rub it in, why don't you?
No, I will. I will, and over again.
Yeah, to me, this is just confirmation that all the criticism we had was correct, and Disney had no choice eventually but to give him it back, because you need the scenes where he's talking to people and walking around inside it. You need to be able to put people in it. All the things we said happen in this movie, and it's like, yeah, you can't have that. Yeah,
which then makes you wonder why they even introduced the Zeb guy as a guy who picks him up from places with a spaceship. If he then
does
just
the flying
gets his own one,
he got the Chewbacca anyway. He's just a chauffeur now.
Yeah, I don't know. It's all over the place. It doesn't really even matter. It's just funny more than anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Regardless,
who cares about Zeb? Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Sigourney Weaver's like, your next target. No one knows what he looks like, and people think he's dead, which is an interesting start. You're like, okay, so how am I getting info? It's like, you've got to go to the Hutt twins of Nalhutta and rescue their cousin, Rota the Hutt, and in exchange for rescuing their cousin, they will give you the information on the mysterious Empire Man. So it's like, wow, that's what we're doing. That's the film, huh? Go to place, get operation to go to other place, collect thing, replace for information, get information on other guy, and then get that guy. It's like, ooh.
I was immediately thinking like, oh, we're just doing a season of a show that they didn't.
This
get
sounds
to
like
do.
It'd be a handy arc for 3-4 seasons of a TV show.
Yep,
I've seen this format, 3 seasons long.
And you know what? In theory, purely hypothetically speaking, if they had this plot, but it was done really well, if Mando was a clever, interesting character and his relationship with Grogu was actually something worth giving a damn about, I'd be like, yeah, all right, I guess the plot is really, really like basic and generic, but that's fine. A really simple, generic, basic plot executed well is still a good story, right?
Yeah.
I guess.
There's a line following up where he's asking about, the name, and she says, his name is Rota the Hutt, the only surviving heir of Jabba the Hutt.
Jabba the Hutt.
And it's very, somehow Palpatine returned as like it feels like from Sigourney Weaver's end, the way you listen to her deliver that line, that she's just like, where am I? What's happening? Like, what?
I want to go home.
Get rid of the
was an alien.
Besides how depressing it is just on its face, there is another quite depressing element to it as well, which is that, like, if you do know about Rota the Hutt and you remember where you heard that name from, then you've seen the Clone Wars movie where the plot is that Rota the Hutt gets kidnapped, and it turns out it's a big old conspiracy involving an Uncle Hutt and the villains to turn against the Republic. And it's like, I do wonder, are we maybe just having another go at that movie now?
He's getting revenge.
What we're doing?
People don't like that movie enough.
It might be the only Star Wars movie to have made less than this one will, but I think that's indicative of something, which is that you shouldn't. This was a bad story the first time, Dave. We want to see this again. But
really you say that to him, and he's like, "But what else could I do?" You're like, "Oh."
Are you telling me there's different story?
I imagine Jon Favreau was like, "I need a movie idea," and Dave Filoni was like, "Okay, I'm gonna think of something." Mouth. And Jon Favreau hadn't seen any of the Clone Wars. I was like, Dave Filoni was like, "Bingo!" just gave him his own. God damn it, it's so bad.
Mando says, "I don't work for gangsters anymore," and again, just no emotion at all. Sigourney Weaver says, "That's right. You don't. You work for us. And right now, this is what we need you to do. You don't want the job, then I got nothing for you."
It's like I'm watching the movie right now. It's insane.
Yeah. What was so remarkable to me is it's so inefficient. It's like you do not work for gangsters. You actually work for us. And at this moment, working for us entails us telling you to work for them, and therefore that is what you must do. And if you do not wish to do that, then you will not do anything.
In theory, it's a cool idea. Like, oh, we're gonna you test your morals and not working for gangsters. But what if it's done for the greater good of the New Republic? And what if we're giving you, orders and this is the job? And what will Mando do? What will his conditions be? How will she explain why the New Republic can justify working with the Hutts of all people and None of that. Nothing interesting there to explore. Here's the job. I don't like it, but I'm gonna do it.
I guess I should say, all of you are going to care greatly about this. I'm kind of skipping over any and all times the camera focuses on Grogu and he goes like oogly boogly or eats something. It's just, that happens several times.
A lot of the movie.
Didn't I DM you at some point that I think he probably ate like more than his body weight in this fucking movie?
Just keeps on. That's the meme. They don't know what else to do. Eating. It's like they have a console of buttons of these things have worked before. Press it. He's like, you're pressing it too many times, David. Stop. And he's like, no.
Belly's belly.
All we have.
He eats a fuck. Like in the first 30 minutes, he ate like 7 times or something. It's so funny.
It's so bad every time he has an eating scene because, you can obviously tell it's such a bad job they doing with Puppet. And the whole thing, they couldn't even, choreograph in a thing where the thing actually gets the bite off of it or anything. It's just, they're obviously, how many millions of dollars is this movie cost? It's just him, and it goes on and on. Put the food against his mouth.
Yeah.
Put it down, put it again. And it's just like nothing, no eating, nothing happens to the food. It's just so blatant and lazy. I can't believe this.
And they really are trying to keep the blue food meme alive. It's like, look,
all the food's blue.
It's a blue cookie.
Blue
like,
Oreos, blue berries. I don't think we really have those, but... Luckily, Grogu is only a minor side character and not, literally a titular important
extremely important
antagonist. Yeah.
I'm gonna point the finger at everyone here and chat. Okay, when Han got into the cockpit in TFA when you first ever saw it, there's got to be a percentage of people here that were like, "Ooh, look at him go! He's in the cockpit." Ooh, and J.J. Abrams in that moment plays it such. It's like the music swells and Han's there like, "Oh, here I am." And it's like, "Oh, the return, we're back." Oh yeah, they do that for Mando. I'm not even kidding. Yeah. Him going into the cockpit of the fucking Razer Crest is treated that way.
It's like 3 minutes long.
I was actually like, are you joking? God. Who the fuck cares? It's like, bro, Mando has reunited with his cockpit of the Razer Crest. Like, wow. This to me is such an indication of the cow has been milked so hard. You're like, what are we even doing anymore? What? There's another example of that coming up actually later, but they're so desperate.
TFA can sort of gets away with it because there is still stuff happening. It's almost like a break from everything else when that happens. It understands that we're doing shallow, lazy fan service shit, but it's a quiet moment in between a whole bunch of hectic nonsense. This movie doesn't understand that these are supposed to be quiet moments as contrast. So this is just taking even longer to get from nowhere to nowhere. It's really slow.
This movie had no business being 7 hours long.
I know. I would have thought you want to cap this to 1 hour 45 just because of what it is. But they go
quick, get in, get out. Long. Nice condensed movie.
Nope.
But then you get the rampant inefficiency coming on again, because you already know exactly what's going to come next in this scene. So that you just had the pitch is that the Hutts have said their nephew's been kidnapped. They need you to go rescue him, and we've relayed this information. The only piece of information they don't relay is, okay, where do I go find him? Because we need to justify a very, very long sequence where we go all the way to visit the Hutts, at the end of which we get only one piece of information, which is he's on this other planet, so you can just go there. That all could have been contained in the initial email, and the movie again would have been shorter.
Oh, it's definitely an email movie, yeah, if such a thing could be said.
Yes.
They never gave a reason for the Hutts wanting to speak to him in person, really, which could have been
so long too.
They could have given a reason. Because that would be a thing in this universe. You'd want to meet people face to face so that it can't be intercepted or hacked or anything like that. So you'd want to do it's one of the good aspects of what I like about the Star Wars world is that it feels very like analog sci-fi with it's the way a lot of the technology is presented. So there's still a reason to have like manually powered gun batteries on the sides of ships, and things have tubes and levers and buttons, glorious buttons and knobs. But well.
So they arrive at Nal Hutta, and they're immediately like almost they're kind of like reprimanded almost, which I thought was weird because it's like, wait, you're supposed to be like you've told us incessantly like this is you're arriving because you've been invited, you've got a deal going, and then fucking Zeb moves into the screen. He's like, easy on the sticks. They're expecting us. We should be fine. It is at this point where it's just like the dialogue is dead. It's just dead. It's so dead.
The Hutts take security seriously. Oh, thank you. How could I have known that if you hadn't told me?
Imagine telling the fucking pilot they're expecting us. You're like, yeah, that's why I'm here.
I just find that funny. They take security seriously, do they?
Not really. No,
do they really?
Well, yeah.
They really.
They've hired an entire droid army, which is presented as though it's new information, but I don't actually know when they did this. But yeah, their security is patchy at best. But it tells you they're lying though. Already you know they're lying. It's so obvious that they're lying because they've got all these resources. They're the Hutts and they employ their own bounty hunters. If they weren't, like, why else would they be involving the New Republic unless they were trying to fuck them over? It's so obvious where this is going.
Yes.
So, heading in, says the Hutts use violence and treachery to maintain control. We are guests, but we're not safe. Selling this to his baby.
Yep.
So don't do anything that would get us killed, baby.
Okay, Zeb, you stay in the ship.
Don't reach for your blaster.
Go to the Hutts.
Yeah, so fucking stupid. But unfortunately, this scene establishes there's a whole lot of Hutts who are just doing their thing in this building. You have no idea what they're up to necessarily.
They're squirming around,
doing
having
stuff.
weird, slimy 69s in dirt pits.
I'm just saying.
What a disgusting species that should be eradicated.
What, slugs?
Like the Tuscans.
Well, Joe, I got some good news for you.
I'm sure they all deserve to be killed without trial or ceremony.
I think Dave Filoni is the only person on this earth who has a fetish for Hutts.
Yes.
Something's going on. He wants to. Oh, I almost said hut cream, but I didn't.
Yes. Hot cream.
He's so into this, and it's good that we've referenced this ahead of time. When they say, "Hey, Mando, we need you to get the fucking rota," the image they show is from the Clone Wars movie. It's like, you don't have anything updated.
People in my theater giggled.
But that's another example. They're lying. They've just told. They say, "Our dear nephew, that we really love him a lot, and he's been taken by bad people. He fell in with the wrong crowd, and we want to get him back." So, but if you loved him so much and he's your dear nephew, why is your last picture of him from like 30 years ago? Obviously, you're lying.
He's not like
Mando
a famous, well-known
that they're lying.
That's the thing. They could download a fucking new image of him from their website about the.
They have a shit ton of resources. They could send anyone fucking else all these years.
He is very easy to find, yes.
He's easy to find, but it's more just like, so Mando's just walking into this very obvious trap, And everything he's being shown, the Hutts show him evidence that they're bullshitting, and he has no response whatsoever. All you need to do is have him like cutting on, start thinking, yeah, there's some suspicious shit going on here. I don't think I really believe them, Grogu, but let's spring the trap, to coin a phrase. Like, have him at least aware that he's being fucked.
What if... I think even Grogu is intelligent enough to, figure that out, but I guess not. Also, like, I hate that entire premise of this film just balances on the fact that, hey, I hope you don't think that Hutts are suspicious creatures at all. And they even spell it out that they're.
I was going to say he opens with that, and then. But I'm confused as well because it's like if he did go and he found that Rota was happy, and so he comes back like, yeah, he's not in trouble, he's doing well. Well, what are they going to do? Yeah, the twins.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
there's another layer to that, which is that if he didn't go, and they hypothetically wanted Rota to die, then him not going would have ensured that happened.
Yep.
So by them sending him, they have fucked themselves.
That would only really be 100% confirmed if they had some kind of, I don't know, direct contact with a certain coin that is established as true later. So
yes.
I don't know what you mean. Crazy nonsense you're talking about there. But apparently he's on Shikari. So he's got to go to Shikari, and you can already tell what kind of movie this is. It's like, did we just? Oh,
it's
God.
a TV show movie.
Yeah, he's going from fucking place to place, which, from what I know, might be light years away from each other. It's going to take like 2 weeks for him to get to one place to another, but we will never know because this universe is fucking small as shit, even though it's the fucking universe.
Hey, man.
Notice that too, how people...
Sorry, I got upset. I didn't mean to yell.
It doesn't cut between different people arriving and going to places as a good way to like construct a narrative in terms of its pacing. It just is, we're leaving, we're here.
Yeah.
Like, oh, all right. Like one thing that struck me as odd in particular was when he approaches Shikari or Hutt World or whatever. He exits hyperspace and instantly starts like steering towards the planet. And I'm like, man, that's like it strikes me as that just wouldn't... I know it's a really weird nitpick, but that probably wouldn't be the way that it is. You'd probably show up, and you might not even be moving at that point, and then you'd be like, all right, we're here at the planet, let's set a coordinate. But it's too seamless and too quick how the travel is presented. It feels almost like they don't want to take advantage of the fact that you're going from planet to planet in a big galaxy in a sci-fi world.
But
and it could be really cool going from place to place.
You're saying this because I think you've forgotten some of the awesome lines that happen as they're traveling, and it's made you think that... Because just to give you an example, right? I'm on the fence about Zeb as someone who knows nothing about him, so I'm like, let's get some good lines. Obviously, up to now, he's had some really good lines, so check this one out, and I want you all to react reasonably. Don't go hype as hell for Filoni's over-the-top amazingness here.
I'll contain myself. Yeah.
As they're arriving at Shikari, all right, he says this because he knows Mando needs to know it. He says, "We're about to come out of hyperspace in the Shikari system. To state the obvious, you are operating outside of the jurisdiction of the New Republic. If things get messy, I can't call in an X-Wing strike."
It's good that he let us know
that.
Because
it Chekhov's X-Wing strike. Except
that was so
Chekhov.
That was so good. I just creamed my pants.
I don't know where to begin with how bad this line is. Like, one, it is completely flavorless. It is said as though it's a robot that's describing a Wikipedia page on Shikari or some shit. It's not his friend that's saying this. Secondly, he knows all of this. You said he knows all of this. We even know all this. Like, we've already told this.
This should be something that Sigourney Weaver is explaining to him, even if it's redundant. It's something that she should have to say.
This will emerge as just incorrect.
Incorrect. He's not even right.
Planet, but yes, this is not true. This is, again, it's the opposite of Chekhov's gun. You say the gun is on the wall and it has no ammo in it, and then someone brings it down to the third act and unloads a magazine.
Chekhov's soft air
gun. It's kind of remarkable too, like, listen to this guy telling Mando all this stuff. Is like, I don't really like Mando at all, but he is kind of a veteran of this shit. Like, what are you doing?
He should be.
Hey, buddy, did you know what going outside of the jurisdiction of the Republic means? Like, yes. Yeah, I do. It's like, well, I know you know, but I'm going to tell you anyway, because I don't say anything else to you.
The fact he knows, like, he should also know that that's bullshit, because, like, I'm sure in Mando Season... there's an X-Wing strike outside the jurisdiction of the Republic, I think, in Mando Season 3. There might even be one in Season 2 as well. And what's the implication? We only launch X-Wing strikes against our own worlds.
Pretty much, yes.
We are a relatively... I mean, It would be interesting to hear how the New Republic decides when and when not to strike essentially sovereign planets and powers, especially for defensive reasons, and to get their take on it. We can't do this here. We can do this here. It's time for us to flex our muscles. We are the New Republic. We can't let this happen. We can't be complacent. Stuff like that. It could make for an interesting.
They mention it briefly in season 3.
Multiple people's perspectives on it.
They have that out of nowhere scene where they're talking about how what's it called? What's Grief Karga's place called? Navarro. They need help, and then it's like, yeah, but they're not submitting for the Republic, and then it's like, well, what? So they deserve to die? And it's like, no, it's just that out of a bazillion planets that we need to help, we're going to help the ones that are a part of the Republic first. And it's like, ooh, interesting.
It's like part of the deal. That's the whole point of being in the Republic is we help them first.
Anyway, I just, like I said, I anybody who likes Zeb, that's great. I have no reason to ever want to see him again. He's just exposition,
good
man.
For you, kiddo.
The bar is low as fuck where be careful would be a greatest line in that scenario.
That's way too not enough information. How are we going to know what's going on if you just said be careful? Oh my god. So he has his father-son moment where he says, hey, Grogu, armor should be tight enough to protect you, but loose enough not to stop you from moving.
You drove him into 8080s at the beginning of the film.
Make sure your armor's not too tight and not too loose.
Again, what we were saying about the relationships, right? It's not quite that they're non-existent. It's just any hint is so sterile. It's like, Dave, what are we going to say? What's the father going to say to the son? He's like, well, armor's good for protecting you.
Switching your pistols faster than reloading.
You're like, anything else, man? Anything? It's great wisdom, I guess.
Is he meant to be Australian?
Is he? I don't know.
No.
I don't know. Is he? Is that what they got? Because it's Steve Bloom, right?
I like this kid.
Switching your pistols faster than reloading.
I don't know what I guess I don't know what the angle is, but I don't know. It's a confusing. His accent confuses me a bit.
He's an alien from an alien. He's like a bat guy. Oh, this is a trend where if we have bat people in media, it's gonna be bad because this happened with Arcane Season 2.
Oh no,
we had Scar. Wasn't that his name?
I'm trying to flush that. Come on.
But
I just went into my.
It made you stop thinking about the Mandalorian and Grogu for a second.
But I need to not flush that for a moment because we're doing this. So yeah, they're on the Shikari, and then Mando drops out of Zeb's ship, and it goes, you're like, whoa, look at him go with the jetpack.
He's Mandoing.
So
adventure.
Let me summarize this wonderful conversation he has with Martin Scorsese's, I don't know what species they are, multi-armed guy. He's like, hey, I need information. Species Italian.
From Space Italy.
I'm curious. I have to ask. Does he have a Boston, New York accent?
It's just him. Just Martin Scorsese. So
it's the it was the guy, the food truck guy. That was who it was.
Yeah, I guess as much, but I'm just.
You live in a post-Dexter.
He's like he's a sort of salt of the earth kind of guy. Just sort of making.
He's got family to feed.
There.
Yeah. I already know.
Did you see Solo?
Yeah.
Do you remember any of Solo?
I remember there was a Cthulhu monster.
Because he sounds a lot like Jon Favreau's version of that character in that movie, is what I'm getting at there. If you can just imagine how they sounded in that, they might even be, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So Mando says, I need information. Martin Scorsese says, okay. And then he's like, I need to know about the huts. Martin Scorsese says, no, I'm not going to say anything about that. Leave me alone. Then Mando's like, well, I just gotta know about Road to the Hut. And Martin Scorsese, he's like, ha 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 ha, that's the dude who fights in the arena, bye.
But bear in mind that this is after he's already given him some money, and there was just a poster on the wall next to him that he could have looked at.
He points to the poster.
It's embarrassing.
He doesn't even just offer the information. He's like, oh, everyone knows Road to the... So he begins by saying you can't mention huts. Is it okay? Fair enough. And then
I
he
feel like
says,
you can
"Oh yeah,
mention
everyone
Hutts.
knows Rota the Hutt. Look, he's
Yeah.
on that
People
poster."
talk about him all the time. It's the
Mando
one
has
Hutt.
just given away a
Even though
huge
that's
amount of
first.
money because he couldn't be fucked to use his eyes.
Because
He
he's a
didn't need to
fucking
have this
retard.
conversation.
It makes you
Like,
think, how did he
couldn't
get
believe
there
that.
without seeing a single poster? It's
Yeah.
like, dude.
It would be one of those things that your DM, if this was a D&D game in space, well, I don't even have to say that. There's a Star Wars role-playing game. If you're playing a Star Wars role-playing game, this is just something the DM would tell you. As you're walking through the streets of Spaceville, you notice there are posters of Rod of the Hutt everywhere you go. He's a famous figure. You do not have to make any rolls or checks to find out any information about him. It's publicly available. In fact, it's advertised to you.
So,
And he had to bribe someone to get.
Mando goes into the arena, and he enjoys a fight that's happening with Grogu having some popcorn as a viewer, kind of just sitting there having some fun.
Yeah.
That's like me. I'm in the theater eating popcorn, and it was the best part of the movie was the popcorn I bought. Which, by the way, holy fuck. Brief aside, how much was your ticket to see this movie?
I think it was like $20.
For as long as they charge money,
God
it's way
damn.
too much.
It was
Mine
always,
was-
always too much.
I think mine was like $15.50 to see this movie. That actually kind of made me angry.
It should. Are you suing or?
It's
Tempting.
I'll hit up Ethan Klein and maybe we can sue Regal Cinemas because they fucking defamed my existence.
You sent a message like, "Hey," and he replies like, "Yeah, I saw the movie too. We can get started."
I'm actually with you. I was actually about to email you.
Yeah.
I'm a big EFAP enjoyer, so movies are way too expensive. I mean, I know it's been said, but holy fuck, $15, man, to see this piece of shit film.
Rota defeats his opponent by essentially falling on him, crushing him under the weight.
That was so funny.
Yep.
It's
So,
a shitty fight. It's
it is.
dumb gladiator who just gets fell upon.
That's because you shouldn't.
Like, oh.
Hutts cannot be gladiators. They can't move.
It looks
They have no
goofy, yeah.
range. He has tiny arms. He's really slow. The only thing you need to do to avoid him is just avoid him.
Poke him with a
Walk away.
stick.
Just walk. He has to use
He
his
has-
hands to walk.
He's got
He
short
already-
little arms
he
that have
already
these
had
short
a-
little bitty weapons, and he has no reach. And I'm like, oh, you're just gonna lose constantly because someone will stab you from a distance.
Yeah, the funny thing is the guy who was fighting, he had like a spear or a trident or something going on. I was like, man, you have like reach, you can move around. You should win.
No, he
Just
gets
stab him in the
follow-
face.
He gets felted. He gets felled upon.
Yeah.
You know what reminds me of Mel is the covetous demon. It's like that fight is funny because when you're in Dark Souls 2, you're just sort of like, oh, I don't think you can do much to me.
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk in circles around.
It'll do
you.
like fleeby moves where it goes and rolls across
Yeah.
him, but more broadly, it's just like, wow, you're just so fat, and there's just not much
Yeah,
you're
it's
gonna be able to do, bud.
Wait,
you're a
wait for
slug.
me.
What he
Um,
reminds
They
me of,
could have.
and I don't know why. Have you guys, any of you, seen Monsters vs. Aliens?
Yes.
No.
The fish guy, I think he's called like Weak Link or something. There's a fish guy that like it's almost uncanny how much he reminds me of him.
For some reason,
film
maybe I
could
don't
have
remember the
worked
film
a little
that well,
harder.
but wouldn't you remind you of the blob guy, I guess? Or
It's not the blob guy, no. It's a fish guy. I don't know. No, but it's like him.
Oh, the blue one.
Missing
Oh,
Link,
Missing Link.
right?
Yep.
oh
It's
yeah,
like greenish.
What's his name? Will Arnett voiced him, I think.
Hmm. Yeah, that's why.
Oh,
he
that's-
No,
reminds me
Seth
of-
Rogen was the Blob.
yeah. Seth
Yes.
Rogen's the blob.
Yeah, and he was
It's
Bob.
a very entertaining film.
I remember liking that movie.
I
Wait,
remember
Mr.
finding
Link
it
was a different
entertaining,
guy.
yeah.
He wore a suit, didn't he?
No, that was Hugh Laurie.
Yeah, he's also fun. Lots of fun to be had in a movie like that. What year was that?
That was 2009.
2009. Different
Yeah.
time, man. It's a different time.
So sort of squeezed between Kung Fu Panda and How to Train Your Dragon. Amidst
Yikes.
those, it doesn't seem as worthwhile.
Jesus Christ, that's
But
not
it's a
fair at
fun
all.
film.
Yeah.
Oh, that is Stephen Colbert is the president in that film. He plays
And
the piano.
Kiefer
to the-
Sutherland is like the general man. I remember.
I thought that was Megamind. No.
No.
Sorry, my brain. Carry on. My brain's not.
No
working.
problem. So
It has similarities with Megamind. The villain of the movie looks a lot like Megamind too, so yeah.
I guess Mando's just allowed to go visit him. It doesn't seem like there's any difficulty in that front. I know he breaks in later. I don't remember. I don't think there was anything like of him breaking in the first time. I guess it's just
no. He just shows up.
Yeah.
We see him being like massaged by these robots, and he's like, "Hey, yo,
you
want to go?"
Well, okay. So, some people in chat might not know this, right? So, Jabba. I'm a huge fan of Jabba's voice. It's really awesome. If you remember Return of the Jedi. It's very alien. It's very intimidating.
Yes.
And
that has been a big problem with a lot of these Star Wars properties, and kind of honestly a lot of science fiction, I feel, is that the voices of very exotic, non-human-like creatures sounds extremely... It just sounds like a normal human is talking when you would want them to feel way different. Like a human-looking alien, when I see Liara Tassoni or Tali talking to me in Mass Effect, I'm like, oh, you're kind of like a Star Trek alien where you're mostly humanoid, you're just like blue, or you maybe have a little bump on your nose or something. So it's not that weird if you sound pretty much exactly like a human. But like Rex, he's got like this deep booming voice and he's super hot and he sounds alien and everything. But here we get a cast of aliens who are very, very not human, as we will discover very soon with Rada in particular.
Again,
and they just sound like normal guys.
Jabba's voice lives in my head a little bit. Especially the laugh. It's very fucking cool. In the sense that when I think of him, I hear it.
My problem with Jabba the Hutt now.
Wookie nipple pinchy, as the
my problem with
Family
Jabba
Guy
the
joke
Hutt now
goes.
is that I've played Outlaws, and all I can think about is him saving you from.
Me too. I was thinking about that.
That's the first thing that my mind goes to when I hear the name Jabba the Hutt, and that upsets me.
Well, I've seen there's some memes with like Tony Soprano where it's like Jabba the Hutt is a hero in this house. We respect the rebellion, like the guy who made the rebellion. Just that sort of shit where he's pointing. It's good shit. Anyway,
hopefully the New Republic will not destroy my ancestors in an unsanctioned bombing.
I hold an opinion that Hutts are not allowed to speak human at all. Like that's
a good rule.
We'll get to one second. Okay, so for chat, right, with knowing all of that about the voice, this is, I think, more whiplash than the people who made this would ever fucking anticipate necessarily if you hadn't already heard this. But it is Rota the Hutt, Jabba's son. He's as Metal said, he's getting a little massage, and then Mando's like, "I'm here to rescue you," because he's obviously just passionate. And then Rota the Hutt, voiced by Jeremy Allen White, with the tiniest of filters, is like, "I see. Well, thank you, but
thanks for coming, but I
don't require rescuing.
Here,
that's not. Can we compare him to Korg?
Very casual dude, bro.
Yep.
I feel like if it's played for almost like comedy, it kind of works. If you have a good voice, like
but
Korg,
it isn't.
But here, it's like, oh, this isn't a joke. This is the actual voice that we're doing.
It's a very lame normal man voice, and given by an actor that I can't cite much in terms of him being awesome. I hear he's very awesome, and I'm sure he can be very awesome, but his delivery is a step above Sigourney Weaver's. It's very much meh. He's it's casual sort of
look.
Hey, dude.
Told, you're gonna be put into a feature-length Star Wars film right after the ending of the big old Skywalker saga, and you're going to be playing a giant alien slug that is CGI, of course. I don't think I would be that passionate about either.
A bodybuilding slug.
I think this isn't. I think this is totally what the directors wanted. This is what they wanted, and I think the reason is because the normal human voice with virtually no filter or alienness, it makes them a lot more sympathetic.
Boo.
Yeah,
that's what they think. Because we obviously disagree, but that's what they want. If he sounds like Jabba the Hutt or anything, then he'll sound more alien. And we're already fighting an uphill battle because he looks like an alien, and we know that humans can't relate to anything that isn't human. So we've got to get him a very normal, standard human voice and cadence and accent, or else people won't be able to relate to him.
I mean, hey, if you enjoy his voice, The Bear is on Disney Plus, right? Fringy, is that true?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it is. But people
Go check
aren't
out-
really as jazzed about the show anymore, it seems. It kind of died. I mean, it's still on, but like, feels like it's collapsed in terms of people talking about it. It's funny how that happens with show. I hate how much the conversation around shows is dictated by other meta stuff. The conversation around The Boys right now is so bad.
Yeah.
And you know that so much of it is because they don't want to talk about the show itself, but because of how it fits into a broader, like, socio-political paradigm.
Yep.
It's so lame.
You know that the Boys finale is good because it's making all the right people seethe.
That's what
they
I'm
say that
finding
every
almost
season.
fascinating about it, is that The Boys is maybe not gonna, the trajectory for it in terms of its reputation might not line up with Stranger Things or Game of Thrones, because it's like a fight that needs to be won or lost, you know, like for reasons beyond whether or not the show is actually good. Though I will say, isn't it crazy that the only thing that people are talking about is Homelander? Maybe a few people talking about Butcher. Nobody's talking about Huey or Annie or Kimiko or any of the other characters. It's all about Homelander. Because of course it is. That's the only thing the show has. It's Homelander. And it's not even Homelander. It's Anthony Starr playing Homelander.
Yeah,
that's what I hear. Is
lucky
people
that they
talking
got
about how
him.
he is
If
carrying
they had a
that
lesser
show on his
actor,
back.
That show would be dead already. It would have died. It wouldn't have made it to 5 seasons. Every single meme that show has generated is him.
Your energy. We must.
Yeah, sorry. I know.
Next time.
Next week. Yeah.
But yes, his voice is a horrendous choice. It's awful, and it's like a bad version of the requirement of having a more normal person, I'd say. It's not even like a good attempt at doing that approach. If you wanted more of a human, more English, or whatever, it's just like, no, bad.
I don't know, it does not even logistically make sense. Like, you would think for a character like that, they would just typecast for the sake of, like, being funny or something, or for the marketing. Like, the guy you would go for in this case would be
Jack
like
Black.
Jason Momoa. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he doesn't fit it. I was actually very sad that we didn't get my guy Steve from Minecraft in this movie, because he is in this. He is in this world.
Of course.
Yes, he
in
is,
every
but
world.
he's on whatever that planet was.
Jack
very
Blackland,
sad.
yeah.
Lizzo, Topia.
So, Mando just like decides to explain that he wants to rescue this fighter from the pit, while the droids are just still there. I thought that was weird. I was like, they have, like, they can hear. I don't know.
Well, he's a very trusting person around droids.
Oh shit! I forgot. Yeah, because isn't season 1 all about how he loves droids, adores droids, trusts every droid? Yeah.
Loves
shit.
them.
You're right.
In all
Sorry.
seriousness, no, he's always been extremely inconsistent with his distrust of droids, even with season 1. They couldn't even get that thing right.
So Rota wants to feed Grogu, and then he feeds him.
Feeds him like 18 grapes, blue grapes. Or
Yeah.
something. It's kind of weird. I was like, also, like, you don't know what that shit is. Don't feed my son. First off, that's weird. All right, this is already our first hurdle. It's weird that you just want to feed my son. But
Well,
like,
the
no.
thing is, during this movie, he keeps talking to him more like a pet.
Yes.
The more the movie goes on, and I was like, "What is happening right now?"
Can I feed your dog?
Grogu is.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he says like
Grogu
heal.
is a
He says
pet.
heal and stay.
I was like, "What the fuck is happening?"
Yeah, really weird.
This bit was pissing me off though, because it's like, this is slowed to a crawl, and so Mando says, who is your own? Like, who do you owe money to? And then Rota's like, "Can I feed your kid?" Yep. So it starts, and
You
it's
have that
who do you
shot
owe money
where-
to? And then he goes back to like, no, he feeds the kid again. Who do you owe money to? And we're nearly done. Nearly.
That
Oh,
look
okay,
Mando
it's the
gives us
Lord
while he
Janu.
first asks him, like looking down, looking up. Okay. He's like he doesn't. He's like, I guess I don't know why. What are we doing? What, I forgot the script. It's like, what's happening?
Jeez, why is this movie 5 hours long?
Yeah, it makes you wonder. So Rota says, after tomorrow, I'll be my own. I don't even like. It's so bad. The voice is so distracting. Like, I'll be my own man. With the following, Lord Janu got me as a promoter. My debt will be paid, and I'll be rich by the solstice. You just listen to this, you're like, stop it.
Glad Jabba got strangled so we didn't have to see all this happen.
And then we get maybe my pick for the. I just had a good laugh with this shit. So he just breaks this out, chat. This is real. This is a quote. I'm not my father. You know how hard it is to be your own man when your father is Jabba the Hutt?
Oh, God.
They cheer for
Really?
me out there. It's the first time I'm not living in his shadow. That's why I fight in the pits. They feared him, but they cheer for me. So no, I don't need to be rescued.
And it
Pen
keeps
on
going.
fire.
Pen on fire.
The most
Dude,
unbelievable thing for me in this entire conversation is that he is the only one suffering from being Jabba's son.
I can only describe the
that guy
dialogue.
does. Sorry.
I can only describe the dialogue as juvenile.
Yeah.
And that's being kind to it. This is my purpose. This is what I think. This is the thing I have to say in the
This is what motivates me. This is my central motivation. I'm going to tell it to you, Mr. Mandalorian.
Like 3 times.
Over and
over and over.
Like, I don't know. It's just like, dude, Dave Filoni is like dumb.
Such a hack.
Yeah.
And
it explains everything. Occam's razor kind of he probably just is dumb.
Yeah, just like actually just a dumb person.
He is, and it's very interesting. Like, I think his understanding of Star Wars is limited to, okay, we need daddy issues. There has to be I am your father substitute in the story for it to be Star Wars, right? So what character do we have available to give that storyline to? Oh, we have Jabba's the son, Jabba's son, Jabba Jr.
Yay.
Jabba Jr.
Jabba Jr.
Jabba Jr. is amazing.
We can call him that for the rest of this if you want. I'm just going to rewire my brain a little bit. But
Jabba Jr. is
the
good.
first thought I had was like this effort to say, I don't want to be in my father's shadow. I don't want people to connect me to my father. I don't want to strike on my own. It's like, and you go in by the Hutt name.
Yeah.
Okay. You'd think you would not want to do that. Yeah, just call yourself fucking Bob or whatever. You don't need or Rota. You don't need Jabba. Well, Jabba Jr. would be a little counterintuitive, but it's just I just don't get why he's like, I am a Hutt, but don't judge me by my family name. You're like, well, okay. It's hard to take seriously. Just it sounds really funny. It sounds like a Robot Chicken sketch, honestly. Like
it does.
He's got a little kid who's like, I cannot live in your shadow, Jabba. Okay.
A big fat shadow.
So yeah,
you reminded me of that. It's just reminding me of the high ground joke. The part where Obi-Wan's like, oh, I'm just gonna take that, and grabs his lightsaber, and Anakin's like, wait, are you fucking robbing me?
So yeah, we're up against a brick wall here. What's he gonna do? Can't get. Jabba Jr. is not gonna come with, so we're fucked. What's gonna happen? So he's like,
the movie ends.
Got to find out who owns his contract, I guess.
He doesn't need to do that. No, he doesn't, because he knows he's going to be free tomorrow, so he just has to go to a hotel and wait.
What if he loses the match?
He's not going to. He's just seen him fight. He knows that he has this magnetism that pulls opposition fighters to him, so he can squash them.
No, that's called gravity. It's not magnetism. It's gravity.
Gravity.
Well, he decides he's not going to let that happen, damn it. So he's got to go find the person who owns the contract, which is Lord Janu.
Just one day from retirement.
And he's like, hey, Martin Scorsese, who's Lord Janu? And he's like, no, I'm not going to tell you. And then he asks him for a second time more aggressively, and he tells him what he needs to know. And that's the end of that scene.
Because he's scared of him, because he pays protection money to Lord Janu. So that's why. Like, this guy who owns several moons bullies burger van operators for money.
Of course. I mean, come on.
Why not just, like, why would it be a secret about, it seems like everyone would know about Lord Janu and be like, oh yeah, he's the guy that, he runs this place, and I pay him protection
Doesn't
money.
seem to be kept very hidden, but I guess he is, or something.
He's over at the salt bar or whatever.
Can you also, can you imagine if Janu was just the first name of the Imperial guy they were after? That would be crazy.
That would be.
If he was like, he's hiding in plain sight, the richest man, who has a villa full of stormtroopers, who goes by the name Janu and whose full name is Janu Coin. That would be set there. We're not doing that.
How is his last name spelled? Is it C-O-I-N?
I think it is.
T-O-I-N-E.
Oh, he's greedy. Get it? Because he's greedy, and all he cares about is money.
You'd think it'd be like Janu the Coin Glorbach or whatever. That's like a nickname.
Or maybe if they wanted to be more
something.
conventionally Star Wars, the coin, it would be a K instead of a C. But if it's just coin, it's like, right, okay, cool, nice.
I think the actor's name is James Coin or something like that, and that's why they've called him Janu Coin. It's basically the same as his actor's name.
That's great.
Okay, I see.
Oh wow, maybe Filoni. No.
Someone in chat reminding me of Savage Opress. Stop.
Savage Opress.
Oh boy.
So anyway, Mando goes to the place, and there's a bunch of guys looking like, ooh, this could be rough. Gotta be careful. Oh God, what's this all about? And he walks up to like a devil guy, and he says, "I'm looking for Lord Janu." And this guy, they're definitely trying to give him some level of aura. He's like, "Maybe you remember wrong. Maybe you think you know me. Maybe you just walked through the wrong door." And I thought it was funny because he's like, he doesn't know you. And he didn't say he knows you. He's just asking where Lord Janu is. Which, by the way, does Lord Janu never have meetings with anybody?
I assume he would, like for just administrative purposes. He'd probably have a lot of meetings with people, right?
I thought it was weird as fuck. It's like you have no idea who this could be a prospect or any kind of like, it's a Mandalorian, which are rare enough.
There's a Mandalorian armor. Yeah, there's a Mandalorian guy showing up with basically a small country's worth of armor on his person. It's probably worth going to tell Janu, hey, this is a really cool, crazy, awesome guy who wants to chat with you. We should probably hear him out.
So Mando's like, I'm here to see Lord Janu, and I won't repeat myself again. I feel like the bluster gets taken out of I won't repeat myself when you add again.
Again.
It's like you have repeated, but you definitely that's the last time you repeat, okay? Then you get an action scene. It
reminds me of a line in The Hobbit where I think it's Thranduil says, "I'm patient, I can wait." I'm like, yeah, that is what that means. Yeah.
Yeah, Hobbit's good shit, man. Especially the movies. Are just...
I'd watch it any day over this fucking movie.
Wow. Yeah, fair. So anyway, fight ensues, and I've just got nothing to say about it. It's just
fight, yeah.
It's like
he wins. He wins effortlessly. He beats up the thugs. Mm-hmm. The thugs are completely unprepared. The personal bodyguard in the lair of Lord Janu who controls everything. They're just not prepared for one guy to fist fight.
Nobody ever
can't handle it. There's no gas. There's no electric traps. There's no secret weapon. There's no.
So they realize he's got Beskar. So like, why are you trying to engage him just sort of in open combat? Like, it's not going to go well for you.
They're just punching him. They have like two guys punch his armor, and I'm like, man, this is it's like punching a robot.
A guy with this helmet. It's like, yeah, no shit, because he's wearing armor. So it's just like, yep, we need an action scene. You might be getting bored. It's like, this is boring, mate.
Yeah, this is very boring.
Janu's just a generic thug who is not interesting or intimidating or worthy of me being concerned about in any way. All right, well,
just what a stupid operation, because then Lord Janu was like, hey, whoa, let's have a chat. You're like, yeah, that's what I was here for. You're okay. I guess I have to earn it by beating up all you guys. Hopefully they have good health insurance, I guess. Man. But Janu starts off with just like, hey, have some salt. He's like, nah, I got loads of salt back where I'm from. He's like, yeah, but salt's really rare and valuable here. The first thought I had was like, well, but it's really easy to get here. So, like, are you saying if I stacked some table salt into my, spaceship and came here, I could sell it for a shit ton?
Maybe salt isn't actually like sodium chloride, like we know it. Maybe it's like
seems to imply.
It's like space and it's like spice in Dune. It's not like yeah, it could be used as a spice, I guess, but it's like a different sort of thing. It's not like our spice.
No, it is just salt. It's crystals. It's salt.
No,
that's what it is. Because I remember thinking, I was writing my review script, and I got to this scene, and I was sort of trying to figure out what the fuck I was doing, and then I suddenly had a meta what the fuck moment. It's like, why am I trying to figure out an extended dialogue scene about salt? What are we doing? Why is this in the movie?
It's like it's not even like have some salt and then Mando's just like no. It's like I have loads of that, and you're like, well, but then if he has loads and he's from general, how could it be such a rare? And he treats like diamonds, and it's just like how could it be that? Do you have trade?
There are planets made of salt. We know that because of TLJ. Just impossible. But then he says, because like if you just had that as maybe like a really bizarre little one-off exchange, you could have played it for a laugh. It's a weird sort of alien conversation to have. If it's like, do you want some salt? Nah, I've got loads of salt. It's like, oh, salt's rare here, and then you move on. But they don't do that. They have that conversation, then he moves on and it's like, oh, salt's really expensive here because it's rationed, because the politicians, they make money by rationing salt. It's rare and expensive. And Mando's like, yeah, cool. Like, you sure you don't want some of this salt? No, I'm fine.
So
Well, you think they'd call it like Gorovian salt or something like that to imply that it's more special than just sodium chloride, which is like ridiculously cheap. They basically give it to you for free at the grocery store. You'd think that there'd be something about it to imply it's special. Lean into the sci-fi crazy Star Wars world.
Well, dude, if Lord Janu went into like a McDonald's and he saw a bunch of those like salt sachet things for free, he would just be like, "You fucking crazy? You just leave these out? Like people could just take them."
He just falls to his knees and starts crying at the wonder of it.
So
this is one of the many examples where they're obviously trying to blow up the screen time of this movie to try to make it a movie, and it's just so bad. It doesn't work.
Mando be like, "I want Rota Jabba Jr. Give me him for money," and then the reply is, "No, I can't do that because I'm going to be killing him. So." Never mind.
He tells him, for fuck's sake. He's only got one fight left, so it doesn't matter. And then the guy just comes out with, "Oh no, I've rigged it. He's going to die."
It's so
By the way,
stupid.
would you like to fight in my pit?
No. Like, how do you fuck this up so much, Dave? Come on. This is ridiculous. Like, he would never tell Mando that information for many reasons, but why would you tell someone who just told you that they want that person? Why wouldn't you say, "Hey, why do you want that person?" And he'd be like, "Oh, well, I've been hired to," or he doesn't give it away or whatever. But it's just so weird to tell that person, "Nah, he's dying, mate. Sorry." Like, what?
You think he'd lie and be... If Mando was clever, he would... Well, if this was like in a show like Andor, right, then he would like get in an outfit. He'd play a character and be like, "Yeah, I'm a talent scout. Oh my god, this is actually a side mission from Cyberpunk." You basically you act as if you're a big talent scout for a big like company, and so he plays a role in a character to try and get more information, and he uses some tact and charisma to try and... I don't know why I'm even bothering.
No, I know. And on the other side, with Lord Janu, you'd be like, "Oh, Mr. Bounty Hunter, don't worry, we'll do the deal, but we got to let him have his last fight, and it's going to be amazing. It's everything he's been looking forward to his career. I'm so looking forward to it myself. We've trained him, but we bonded quite a bit, honestly, and he's going to have an amazing career. So he's going to be free. You can do whatever you want with him. Just please let him have his last fight. This is really important to him. Bye, Mr. Mandalorian. See you at the fight tomorrow." And that's as simple as it needed to be.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you think that a clever villain would say something along the lines of, "Look how good this will make me look to like everybody, that there's this one big famous guy that's beloved, and I'm the guy who put him in this position. I'm the enabler to this big hero that everyone really enjoys being around. Aren't I good? See how I can manipulate the people." It's not even really manipulation, it's just fucking true, really. But, that would make him interesting,
and then
to some degree.
If it wasn't bad enough, as Platoon just mentioned, he tells him he's rigging it, tells him to bet on the fact that he's rigging it, and just scattered in the conversation is also him being like, "Hey, you should also work for me, the man who kills the people who works for him." Like, I swear to God, it's like 3 different people wrote each word of each sentence, just switched out.
It's not even "you should work for me," it's "you should fight in the pit." The fight I just told you I rigged to ensure people die. You should do that.
Yeah.
He says this after telling him that it's rigged, and Mando says no. And then the conversation carries on going. Then at the end he says, "I really think you should consider my proposal." So
here's a bunch of salt so you think about my proposal. That's so much salt I just gave you.
He did give him a lot of salt.
Perhaps this salt will change your mind.
I don't know, man. You just, and especially just looking at the time code, like, okay, like, where are we going? I don't know. But just FYI, if you're rigging anything, probably don't let random people you just met know. Probably a bad idea. It seems like a bad idea. But
what do you know? He's like a good businessman, and you're not.
Yeah, is your last name Coin?
Yeah, is your last name Coin?
Because part of me wondered, is he? Is this their idea of someone being clever and scheming? Is he telling Mando this because he knows that Mando will go and try and rescue Rota, and then this is their opportunity to capture Mando, which is what he wants to do, and that he wants to put him in the ring. And so this is all Coin's plan. Part of me thinks that they did sort of have that in mind, but there are so many things that Mando could have done instead. It's an absurd plan.
So the thing that sort of stands out to me as well is he does give him some salt, and Mando badassily drops it in the devil dude's like glass on his way out. Like, haha. It's the weirdest shit because they gave that to you. You can do whatever you want with it. If you want to waste it, then
yeah, this pissed me off. This was another one of those like, oh, Mando's an actual like mongoloid simpleton. They gave you a small fortune here. You could give this to anyone. You could do anything with it here. You could use it to bribe. You could use it to hire. You could use it to get equipment. You could like think of all the things
you
that you
apparently
could
care so much about. Allegedly,
give it to Martin Scorsese or someone who helped you, or do some good with it. Maybe.
Yeah.
A lot of people here they're paying protection money and it's all a racket.
Babysitter or something. So do I have to.
But it's like he just like here have it back. And I'm like, oh, okay, well.
But it's
that's
so
about
it's so
the
like
least
I'm
interesting thing you could
badass.
possibly do with it.
It's just like you're just an idiot. That was currency. I don't know.
Yeah.
Be
A
stupid.
lot of money. Remember, plots of the season have revolved around him needing to get money. And now he's just like, here's the
I'm just
small
as well
fortune,
amused that like the devil dude just goes into the back, pours the water into like a little lab thing, and just heats it until he gets the salt back. And he's like, "It's mine now, bitch." Like, thanks.
It can't actually be normal salt. It doesn't make any sense. It's salt. You boil the ocean and you just get it. Like I don't understand.
So
space.
Why couldn't it be sugar?
It's an emergency
the
now.
Korova salt bar.
Because Jabba Jr. is gonna get killed. So Mando's like, "Nah, man." He breaks in. He's like, "We gotta get you out of here." And he says, Lord John, he's gonna kill you." And then for some reason, as though they forgot that we already had a scene for this, fucking Jabba Jr. is like, "I don't want the throne. I don't want to be like my father. People want me dead because I'm his son. But eventually, they realized I'm not my father. I'm my own man. And I'm not afraid to fight for what I have, to earn it, to prove myself to every..." It's like, shut up, man.
No, I heard you the first 2 times.
He just keeps going. You're like, yeah, I got it.
Did you hear the part about the killing? Hello.
Also, what does it mean to rig like a competition like that? Like how?
Just infinite monsters.
Okay.
You just
like
keep,
literally
yeah.
win.
That's what they say.
Just keep throwing monsters at him until he stops. That's the rigging of it. So.
Hey boss, what if he kills all of them?
What if he throws one of the device that keeps all of them? You know. But what about that?
Oh, that's 1 in a million. That would never happen.
1 in a million. That's a holdover maneuver right there. You never do that.
What if the crowd hates our guts?
So
because we're killing one of their favorite people. I don't know.
Jabba Jr. calls out to the guards, like, "Hey, Mandalorian's being a dingus," and gas just seeps into the room in such a way that I was like, Mando doesn't even try to run out or hold his breath. He just decides, like, "Yep, you got me."
So lame.
He's got his helmet on.
Well, so this is the thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone picked this up when watching the show, because why would you even watch the show? But whenever the helmets go on for Mandalorians, it goes, and it's like, what? And the implication is they have a seal, and some would call it an airtight seal, because there are actually several citations in Star Wars where Mandalorians travel across space, briefly at least, but with their helmets on. We can get into all the physics of whether or not that's fucking possible with how they are, whatever. Point being, they have told us.
If I hear the sound, I'm sold.
For many times, yeah, that you get your poison gas is not going to work. Sleepy gas is not going to work. They can breathe through. They've got a filter, or whatever. And that just gets dropped here. It's like, nah, you got me. It's like, oh.
To the point where Mando, who is wearing his helmet that has life support systems, tells Grogu, who is not wearing a helmet and has no life support systems, to run away. Mando goes down, and Grogu is fine.
Yeah,
with
he
his
just shows up.
small little legs, he outruns
right.
Mando.
He just gets captured.
Crazy.
All he has to do is grab Grogu and jetpack.
No, the jetpack doesn't exist.
Oh,
that's why he took the
really
ATRT down the mountainside instead of just flying like a fucking normal person.
Yeah,
it's a Schrodinger's jetpack.
It might as well be.
Yeah.
Remember in Dead Space when you go to hydroponics and the air is toxic, and so you have the thing pop up and it uses your oxygen instead of being able to breathe the air, and you're like, oh, okay, this is like me. This is my character, my suit, my equipment responding to the environment around me. That's kind of neat. And then this is like, no, he just goes down. He's out.
So again,
suck.
Because we waste so much time, but then we also don't give enough time for certain things to happen. He wakes up And he's got. Let's put it this way: they've taken his gun, they've taken explosives. I was about to say they've taken whistling birds, but he just doesn't have them in this movie, so it's whatever.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, not even the show remembers he hasn't half the time.
They took his jetpack, but he's got all of his plating. They even let him keep the bandolier. I thought that was so fucking funny. Like the ammo bandolier for the rifle, he just doesn't even fucking have anymore. It's not until the third act from a different ship that he gets that back. So he's been carrying this bandolier for no reason, like this whole time, and it just tells you, it's like, well, it's an aesthetic choice.
He's looks maxing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's looks maxing.
But they let him keep it. They were like, well, I don't know what those are. Fuck it. What if they were like little grenades or something?
This has happened like twice in the show. It happens twice in this movie. He's captured, and they don't like take his weapons, obviously. But remember, and it's even used as like a plot point in this movie, the Beskar armor that he has is insanely valuable.
Yep.
It is like a fortune's worth of armor, this stuff that he gets. They just let him keep it. He's walking around in a suit of money, and they just let him have it.
And so obviously the helmet is left to him as well, and so he's groggily waking up like, oh geez, where am I? Walks out into the arena, and they're all waiting for him. They're all like, now that he's here, we can begin. Like, wait, what if he just kept sleeping? What the fuck?
Also funny that they just threw him into the hallway that leads to the arena and not like into a cell or something.
Well, we're missing a scene where he wakes up and the guy comes to visit him like, haha, loser, we have you, and we took all your weapons, loser, lol, lol, lol. And then, the fight begins, blah, 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 and then we cut to that. But no, he just wakes up from having been knocked out. It's like, well, it's time for the fight.
What? Time to fight?
Like a loading screen. What the fuck?
It's weird how many scenes don't exist when you think about all the scenes that do exist and go on forever and ever. How come we hear Jabba Jr. explain slowly like 3 times his motivation and what he wants, but then you have scenes like this that are completely missing? It would be really good for pacing and establishing like stakes and making our villain villainous.
So they fight. It's not very interesting. I guess Mando's a big turd. Smarter than they let him keep his grapple. By the way, you can take that out. And you should probably know you can do that, but oh well. Yeah, I guess you're taking the armor off him.
Grapples are fair, I guess.
Grapples are fair. I don't know, but it's more of a like that would have come off with the armor, like the wrist sort of armor, right? So it's like you just take that, you take all of it, obviously, but whatever.
Also, if he really didn't want to fight, why didn't he just grapple out of the fucking arena then?
It's electrified, man.
Why didn't he just yield to begin
only
with?
On the sides? He could just grapple the fucking ceiling.
No, you can't do that. That's impossible.
Oh, okay.
By the way, Baby Yoda will be present for this whole sequence and do nothing to help Mando.
I'll be
but he's got the Force.
It's a Force-proof cage. Can't be done. Can't be done. Janu thought of this.
Bird in the cage. No.
But the fight ends. Well, the fight has a moment where Rota does the same move that we saw earlier, but on Mando, and Mando's fine. I think the show thinks because he's wearing armor that if he got flattened, he'd be fine.
The armor is doing some insane work in this movie.
It's not
gets fucking
magic.
Oh, it works.
Crushed and shit. I know. It's just fucking insane. It's like, concussion stuff that don't exist. Beskar is concussion proof or something.
Well, we had a big conversation about this in season 1, episode 2, all the way back when he fell off the sandcrawler. It's like his armor, it's not going to save him. It's the impact still hits.
Even in video games, armor doesn't stop fall damage. Even video games know this.
Yeah.
But you think an armored knight can be tossed from the battlements of a castle and be fine when he hits the ground?
Well, he's wearing armor, so
magic armor.
That is true, and that stuff was good. That stuff was good.
But Mando ultimately yields and says, "Jabba Jr. won, right? He's free, right? And then Lord Janu
Which
says,
is funny after the whole fucking fight, and then there's like, oh yeah, I guess I could have just yielded.
There was something I liked was he had sort of the axe to Jabba Jr.'s neck while he was saying like the yielding thing. We're waiting for results, and every time it cut back to Mando, you could just see Junior in the background. His eyes kept going back and forth, while sort of realizing like, is he gonna kill me? Are we good? Like, I think we're good. Okay, cool. Felt like it could be like an emote or something. But Janu says, Rota the Hutt has won, and he is free. And you're sitting there like, yeah, I know. He goes, to die! Gotcha!
And the whole crowd goes like, yeah!
Which makes no sense.
Yeah, free to die!
But I thought you liked the guy. What?
Well, that's what I thought the next plot point would be for Rhoda's character.
Yeah.
Is he's like, wait, I thought that they loved me. I thought that they really loved me. I thought that I had all this respect and everything, and the crowd loved me. But now they just want to see me die. They don't give a shit.
I
Oh my
think there is
gosh,
a
everything
shot
that I
like
thought
that
was a
you do
lie.
see his response to it, and like his expression changes, and so like I might just be hallucinating this, but I'm sure I saw it. But like you see that he has that realization, but that doesn't ever impact the plot. Like it's the last we're ever going to hear about it. So like, they sort of realized it was important, but not important enough to do anything with.
I just don't think it would happen. I think if you had a dude who was like that and he was dominating like the leaderboards and going up and having all these great fights to the point where the crowd are cheering him on. Think of like wrestling. And then fucking Vince McMahon is like, oh yeah, you won your major title fight, you got the thing. Now we're gonna kill you. I feel like the crowd would be like, what? What the fuck?
Yeah.
No.
Like, wait, I was looking forward to a really long career of this guy putting on some really great fights for us.
Well, funny
You're
enough,
a dick.
Vince McMahon did play like a villain for most of his career, so people were turning on him when he did shit like
that's
without killing.
That would make sense. That the crowd would be like, "Fuck that guy." But in this, they're like, "Woohoo, Lord Janu killing our favorite!" Yeah, it's like, no, I don't think so. But I mean, what are you gonna do? That's just how it goes. Yeah. So, we have the Dejeric fight, which, man, eagle-eyed Star Wars fans will note that the arena it looks kind of like the chessboard layout, and all the creatures are like the creatures on the chessboard for Dejeric.
Really? Oh my god! Oh my god!
Which is why the creature designs are so much more wild than anything you'll see in Disney these days. Many such cases, by the way. Whenever you see something that's kind of like, wait, what? It's like, oh, that doesn't belong to them, right? Okay, I gotcha.
By the way, this scene where they're fighting in the arena, this kind of came across to me as like very weirdly, tonally, a lot like scarier and creepier than the rest of the movie. Like I can, if you took your kid to see this, like with the way that they were, the way that the monsters look and how they're attacking each other and the lighting and everything, it's just I could be like, oh, this would scare the fuck out of a kid. Just these crazy, grotesque monsters, and especially after they get out and they go to the street and they start attacking people.
They're a bit Lovecraftian, I thought, weird. Some of them. But again, the designs, I was just like, the reason they stand out probably is because they're not Disney's designs. These are going to be old as fuck, with different intentions, you know. But they cannot escape, right, this arena, because there's one electrical line that's surrounding sort of the major border, and I just, the first thing I thought was like, surely one of them's strong enough to throw another one over that. It's not going to be that good. ...
Well,
so then the fight's starting up, and Mando's like, we got to work together, and then it begins, and you get these little bits and bobs, and I kept getting taken out by every time you cut over to Jabba Jr. And he's like, I got this. Yeah. You're just like, this Jabba, like, just making these action man sounds. It just doesn't work at all.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
And Mando's like, careful, the electrical one, and Rota's like, no, I got this, and then it bites him and just gets electrocuted, and he's like, oh, gee, I don't know if it was supposed to be funny or whatever, but it just sets up him grabbing it and throwing it into the actual security beams, which frazzles them and releases it. And so, unfortunately, all of these creatures will now be released upon the public. Yeah. Which
we don't see what happens with them. They're just running carnage until they probably get killed.
I think
or something.
Someone would maybe make the mistake of arguing, well, fuck these people, they're paying for like death battles and stuff, and it's like, yeah, well, fucking Mando was in that audience, not like yesterday.
They also
they leave the arena.
I was going to say, I don't think the argument stands on the people in the audience, but it certainly doesn't fucking stand on women screaming with their babies as these creatures start running around killing everyone.
And also, the one of these little people we've ever been introduced to is Martin Scorsese's one, who is nice and helpful and terrified, and he's trying to make his life for his family. And he's now in the line of fire of this giant bug creature that they've just let out of the arena. So no, it's just bad all the way through. I think the movie thinks it's funny though, so
Oh, it definitely does. Yeah, they have the little kid is like, it's in the trailer, and it's like, ha.
Oh, there's definitely this weird feeling of like, what does the film want me to be thinking here or feeling? Should I be okay with this? Does the film want me to think that this is fine. Because like Mando doesn't, they don't do anything to stop these creatures.
No,
and they specifically really focus on the creatures like, going out and attacking people.
If there's not even a line of like, we'll call someone in, or Zeb, can you, the local police, you format something. He's like, no, I don't give a fuck. It's like, Mando, you probably should, dude. Like, you're kind of supposed to be a hero or whatever. Somehow, I don't know.
This felt really weird.
I guess they kind of forgot.
Why is this going?
Doesn't care about civilians. It just seems like an obvious fuck up there, but whatever. Something else as well. Considering later in the film, the 3 major slugs, the Hutts, they're quite mobile, all things considered. Quite able to sort of make a punch, grab some things.
Yeah.
How did Leia manage to strangle Jabba at this point?
Well, with the now information how they can move, now having that information, she shouldn't have at all.
Probably shouldn't have, huh?
I just don't. I think that part of the, I'm not going to say appeal, but the aspect about the Hutt creatures is they are very slow and physically not intimidating. Their strength comes from the politics and the backstabbing and the the crime syndicate aspect, not the fact that they're apparently these super strong, fast creatures. Like I don't know. It just doesn't. It doesn't look right. I know that's not the greatest criticism.
No,
you could make,
I'm completely with you. I don't think
it really doesn't.
Do you think I'm going to treat this as canon over Return of the Jedi? No. Like the slug creature is strangled because it has no capacity to prevent her from doing that as it stands, and that its power comes from its sort of like status and control over other people. These slugs being. These are all the other Hutts, and they can fucking roll and run and grab and hit and throw. I'm like, yeah, nah. Whatever you say. Nah.
Yeah, and if you even would like go in the directions like, oh, that's just different Hutts. Some of them just can't do that. And it's like, oh, but then why didn't Jabba have like security with Hutts that can do just that? Because that's really good. You know what I mean?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Oh God, what has Nuts done?
Hello.
Gary.
Oh. Jeez.
Wait, what?
Wait, what is happening?
What is that?
What's going on?
Oh, it's upside down now.
Oh, okay.
And dead.
I did that a bit ago. But I think
it takes a while for it to update.
Yeah, I didn't register.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess that's probably it. Yeah.
Yeah, I had this idea for a while to put it upside down for years now, but I was waiting for this particular moment.
It makes sense.
For this
You're waiting for the right time to kill the child.
Yeah.
I realized it must have been the way I said it, but a lot of people interpreted that as me criticizing Return of the Jedi rather than. I was like, no, I'm pointing out how nonsense this movie is. Not there's nonsense in Return of the Jedi, but I have no issue with her strangling Jabba. But we do get a car chase with Jabba Jr.
Cool.
Wow.
It's just not a sentence I expected to say, kind of in relation to what I was just talking about, too.
It is actually might be the best thing I've ever seen in my life.
Oh my God.
The giant slug.
He manages to get into like the perfect speeder for him. It almost feels like it's somewhat built for him because he's just like, yeah, here we go. Just like, why? And then they make the Mandalorian sounds as he's chasing him. It's like, yeah.
Later in the movie where he's like, I know I can't fire missiles from the ship because I can't fit in the cockpit of this huge spaceship, but I can fit in a tiny little car. I just think he didn't want to.
It's a good thing he found his speeder that had the room to accommodate his gigantic girth.
Honestly, like Dave Filoni is a 5-year-old and Jon Favreau is an enabler.
I mean, I think it would go further than that on Favreau.
Maybe,
he's for some reason a lot of people are seeing this as like 99% Filoni, and then Favreau's involved when this movie's very Favreau, like current day Favreau, unfortunately.
God, this man made Iron Man.
Allegedly.
That's what I keep thinking about. It makes me very sad.
Maybe Iron Man was a fluke. Maybe this is this is the real Favreau.
No.
Iron Man was the mistake.
I mean, it's not like this is a shock. This isn't as bad as the Lion King remake.
Yeah, I was about to ask, like, is this worse than Lion King?
No, the Lion King is rancid garbage. It's actually offensive to the concept of human expression. This is like empty and worthless.
Yeah.
Well, I know what I'm never going to watch.
Yeah.
Unless I'm getting forced by someone.
I think that's why I'm kind of like my brain is just not mad at Jon Favreau anymore because I'm like that dude just did the worst thing imaginable already. Like he can't outdo this shittery. So I'm like, okay, whatever.
What's a bigger butchering? Is it The Lion King 2019 or Lilo and Stitch?
Oh, well, that's going to come down to which one you originally care about more, probably, right?
It might, because I mean, at a casual thought, it feels like it's a wash. They're both just horrifically rancid equally, but without getting, I don't know.
I think The Lion King is more offensive to me because it's just that you have cartoon or animated film that is not marketed as an animated film, and it's just such a hoax. The live action shit, it really pisses me off.
That seems pretty split. That's interesting.
What chat, you mean?
Our chat?
Well, yeah, where else? I don't know. What are you referring to?
What chat are you looking at? Huh?
Yeah, I said chat seems pretty split.
Oh, all I heard was it seems pretty split.
Oh, okay, yeah. Chat seems our wonderful viewers, our audience at home, our good friends of the channel in chat. They're pretty split on which one's worse, which is interesting because I
think I see Lilo and Stitch more.
Someone thrown in Mulan as a contestant.
It's called Mulan.
Mulan feels established like it's clearly trying to do its own weird thing. Like obviously Mulan is garbage, the remake, but it feels different than the other two. It doesn't feel malicious. It feels arrogant.
I feel like that's nice of you to say to that movie because I still hate that one as well. They're also great. So anyway, Mando just calls in Zeb to cut off Jabba Jr. and that ends the chase, and so ends I guess that episode because they got him.
Unfold me for trying, he says.
Yeah, can't blame a guy for trying. Yeah, it's very. You never get used to it.
That voice coming out of that creature is just so incongruent.
Yeah, he's like, hey, Mando, if you bring me to Nal Hutta, my aunt and uncle, they'll just kill me because it's all about succession, which again, as Platoon brought up earlier, it's just very funny to think that had they done nothing, they would have gotten what they wanted. Very stupid.
Yep. And it's like, they probably won't do that.
He says that if you let me go, you'll never hear from me again. It's a big galaxy. I'll disappear.
Yeah.
Which I thought was funny because he kept talking about how he can't escape his father's shadow.
I also like the way he says, because like Mando says, "Oh, that's an impressive story," and Rota says, "You're a bounty hunter. You know when people are lying. Look at me. Bro. Am I lying?" It's like you're here because you don't know that people are. That's literally the reason you're here. You didn't realize the Hutts were lying to you.
Yep.
Yes.
Also, it's lazy. It's like I could tell. I could see it in his eyes. Like, okay,
it's another line with
all right.
Everything's wrong because you're like the only information we've got from this movie alone is that Mando actually doesn't understand when people are lying to him, specifically Hutts. And then furthermore, like you've already betrayed his trust, like so why would he believe you now? And then you're very invested in telling him anything that keeps you away from this process. So it's just basically everything is working against you, and he just says like, nah, bounty hunters always know when people are lying. Like, says who? What are you talking about? Whoever said that? Was that a thing?
Mando has like nothing to say in response.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I guess you're not lying. It's like, okay.
But this is all because Jabba Jr. says Janu is the one you're looking for, the coin guy, and it's just like, whoa. But of course we're just like,
Janu?
okay.
He has a surname.
That's very Mando show.
Well, it's just I guess there's nothing more they could really... The only thing you could have done, I guess, that would be vaguely like, huh? Is if Sigourney Weaver turned out to be coin. You'd be like, oh.
Right.
Whoa. But, I mean,
No.
Nope. Also, I thought it was funny when Mando says, in relation to that revelation, he says, it can't be true because the twins would have told me. Like, no, they wouldn't. The whole deal was that they have that information in exchange for Rota. So what are you talking about?
It's something that needs to be understood. Like, obviously we get it, but there's people who unironically like this horse shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Mando is a really stupid person.
Yeah.
He's extremely stupid. He's like, he is a moron. It's kind of wild.
And
Yeah,
so
there's
He's so
no-
cool because he blasts the stormtroopers, because the plot says he blasts the stormtroopers effortlessly. So it was really cool. It was like, yeah, but the writing, he's an idiot.
There's nothing inside that helmet. Just air.
I wish Trapper Wolf were here.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I thought it was Tracker Wolf. Trapper Wolf.
Trapper
That's right.
Wolf.
Trapper.
So they
Trapper
go
Wolf
to
here. He needs
Lord Janu's house and have a little look-see. And they're like, oh, look, stormtroopers. I guess Rota was right. But it's like, that doesn't necessarily prove anything, man. There could be any reason that the stormtroopers are there. All kinds of
he's
reasons,
doing
actually.
Business with all kinds of people.
But no, Mando is so sure that he's right now that he's like, hey, I can trust you, Jabba Jr., so you take my child, my baby, and hang out in my ship alone, just you two. Me and Zeb will go into this very dangerous place on your word that it's where we need to go.
It's so funny, the one time he leaves Grogu in the ship, it's with someone he barely knows.
Yeah.
There's no reason to trust.
Absolutely fucking stupid. But,
Yeah.
you know, of course, don't worry about it. It all works out for him. Just, why wouldn't, if anything, you leave Zeb with Baby Yoda in the ship and you take Rota and basically say, like, yeah, you gotta help me take this guy out, and then you get your freedom.
Yep.
But,
Fuck that.
never mind. Never mind at all. Trust the Hutts. He said this is something like they're very trustworthy and very honest, I think, at some point. So he's just going to walk in and shoot everybody. That's the plan.
I mean, that's
always the plan.
how
He
it works.
shows up in the doorway.
He even does like a one-liner. Because that's just who he is now. He's just... No plans, never needed him.
How could we blame him? The plot constantly rewards him for just going in like he's an over-leveled character in an RPG who just like cannot die.
Yeah.
He's so strategic. I feel like if you played chess with him, he would just shoot at it.
Shoot the board. But there's a screen that they've projected like plans and stuff, and when he turns up, Janu hits a button that makes it opaque. But you can't, like, you wouldn't be able to run left or right without being seen, so you know he's behind it. But eventually it does uncover again, and instead of Lord Janu being there, it's the devil dude from earlier. And I was legit like, wait, how's that possible? How'd you do that?
Yeah. Also, why did you wait to shoot until you cleared the screen instead of just starting to shoot?
Yeah, move around and then also, when that screen clears, this is the thing I was talking about earlier, Mando sees Devil Guy holding a gun and not firing and goes, ah, and jumps into cover. It's like, Mando, first of all, you're obviously going to be faster than him. That's like your whole thing. You're a gunslinger. That's supposed to be but you're also wearing Beskar? He's not in cover? What are you doing? And he, like, this costs him. He gets in cover, and the guy then grabs him and starts throwing him around. It's like, why are you so stupid? And it's got nothing to do with, like, you know, any kind of power scaling. It's all to do with, well, the fight's got to be a little bit more interesting than he shoots everybody.
Oh, all of a sudden.
Works
He even gets tased at one point. The guy tases him and still loses. Like, when he starts tasing Mando, I was like, is that not over? Aren't you just going to frazzle him?
It's like the shocky creature.
Yeah.
The electricity in electric attacks in video games or in movies, Freudian slip, in movies is like it can do as little or as much damage as you want. It can do anything. It could be a mild inconvenience where they just go, whoa, or it could completely stun them and knock them out of the fight entirely. So whatever you want to be. It's the buffet of consequences is electricity.
And so they grab Janu and they're getting the fuck out of there, and they're being chased by, really, it's one speeder with like 5 troopers, and then a little bit further back there's another single speeder with 5 troopers, to the point where this is extremely easy for them to deal with.
I mean, they've just taken out about 60 of them. So
extremely
why are they running
easy.
away?
Even Zeb is free and shooting at them with a rifle. It's just like, this will be over soon. He's just got to shoot, which he does, by the way, shoot the pilot, and it blows up one of them, and then the second one's not hard. But Mando's panicking, man. He's like, oh god, how are we going to deal with this? What are we going to do? Like, I know.
This is unprecedented.
I will order my baby to start using the ship to assist me.
Oh god, yeah.
And I'm almost surprised that we didn't go the direction of this is a remarkable moment where Grogu actually manages to press the right buttons in the right way to save his dad. It's like, no.
Remember what I taught you. Focus.
He just does baby things and activates missiles.
Funny.
Yeah.
Well, good thing it didn't blow them all up, which it might have, because it got really close.
Well, there's one part I slightly enjoy here, which is the first one fires and Mando's like, oh god, no, not that. And there's this shot, it's like focused on Mando, but you can see just to the left of him, behind him, Lord Janu slowly looks at him like, you're insane. You're telling your baby to defend. Like, it almost feels meta. Like, how did I get defeated by you?
You
like,
work for the New Republic? Oh my god.
Because he knows what Grogu is, Janu, so he knows what's happening. Absolute fucking ridiculous nonsense. But
and Grogu's intelligence is so inconsistent because later in the movie we all know what he does. So it's kind of like, how the fuck are you this capable and incapable at the same time? You could track someone across the galaxy and fly all over, but at the same time you can't press the fucking button properly. Just make it make sense.
And so, yeah, like I said, Zeb just shoots one of the pilots and one of the speeders, and the whole thing just is fucked. And it's like, oh, well, that was
through the windshield.
That was a lot easier than the other plan with the baby. And then there's they land, they get on the ship, but the second speeder's coming. Oh dear, and it jams into the back of the ship. And for some reason, I guess the stormtroopers are just so shocked that they don't immediately shoot the giant Jabba Jr. in front of them. So he just starts like beating it up with punch. He just punch. He's like Donkey Kong. And you're just like, what? It's so weird and nonsense.
Also, if they had any balls, Jabba Jr. would get some hits. Like he would get hit and he would survive it just fine. There's so much fat on him.
Yeah,
he'd be just fine.
But
no, they don't even want to. Not even bullets.
Insane...
Like the completely ballless movie.
I did cringe at this next part though.
Well, so
Zeb is like, "Oh, I like this kid."
Well, yeah, Jabba Jr. pushes them all out, crashes. We've won the day, and then the camera. This isn't a couple of the trailers. They imply it's about Grogu, but no, it's about Jabba Jr. Where Zeb has said the first line in the whole movie that could be said to relate to his character rather than just fucking exposition. It's like, I like this kid, and you're just sitting like,
that's his first line that is an exposition, and it's just declaring that he likes someone.
That's a line that should be outlawed for like a while until we get our shit together. Your movie should legally not be allowed to have the phrase, "Oh, I like her, I like him." That phrase essentially, because it's always cringe. It's never deserved.
But
it always makes me just shiver with embarrassment.
Isn't it so
Didn't
fascinating
Han say that about Rey?
So if you track it right, I think this actually lines up the nature of the milking of the cow, as I said earlier about that. This is a really big one because when they first get Star Wars and their first movie, and they're transitioning sort of the star power and appeal of legendary characters, it's like it is Han who says it about Finn. Like that's a legacy, enormous, huge character. No, it is that. So
I thought it was Starkiller Base that was transferring star power.
Anyway, he says it about Finn, and you're supposed to, as an audience member, be like, "Oh my god, if Han likes him, then I like him." You know, that's great. It's just a really cynical ploy. They do it all the time. Fast forward, what is that? 4 years, you get Endgame, and Thor says it about Captain Marvel, which we all like Thor, or at least back then, but it's still kind of a downgrade. Thor's not quite as legacy in fiction as Han Solo, but he was still pretty well liked. You got a good pedigree there of a decent amount of a chunk of time. Him saying it about her felt like cope in terms of, hey, Thor's one of the people they really like. If he says Captain Marvel's cool, I should help out getting her liked. Yeah. Fast forward to now, we've got a dude from a spin-off animated TV show saying "I like you" to the new character. It's like, guys,
this doesn't mean anything to me.
It's like it's one Glub Shitto praising a different Glub Shitto, and I'm like, we're so far removed from anything I care about. It's actually insane, but they're still trying that. Like the monkey's still pressing the button.
It's just so sad what's happened that we're drained of any lost pieces. It's like no wonder they're panicking. The fuck do we do? It's like, hey, Zeb said he liked him. Like, oh yeah, man.
Who? Jon Favreau. I feel like he'd ask like, who's Zeb? He said that.
Oh, there definitely was that conversation there. Jon Favreau.
Filoni was trying to like frantically give Favreau all of the like lore and backstory on Zeb, and Favreau could not be less concerned about it, but
Yes.
Favreau was really, really getting this explained to him by Filoni. He really, really cared about Zeb.
Yeah.
It's like explaining Warhammer lore to a stranger.
Where's the 10-hour documentary about making of this movie? Jon Favreau is just. I need it.
I just feel like a lot of it will be him in a chair, just staring into the abyss, like, like, hey John, do you think this works? Do you think we should have? What should Zeb say? He's like, just say I like this kid.
Who? Oh right, the bat.
What a fucking sellout! Holy shit! Like he is one of the worst stories of Hollywood, I think.
I agree. Maybe we'll get more into that near the end, but
right beside Taika Waititi, maybe.
So coming back home to home base, you have Mando's walking in the room, and a lot of people turn their heads as if to imply, like, holy shit, he got that guy, Empire guy. And
they don't know who this is.
Well, there's a shot later where Empire guy looks over at them, and they all look at him like, "Oh, you fuck it." But no, they have no idea who that is. So I thought that was really weird. It's just like
it is weird. They'd like look casually, like, "Oh, cool, it's a Mandalorian bringing in some criminal. He's probably some military guy." Or
Unless
whatever.
we're expected to believe that they all know he's currently looking for the Coin Man.
There's Coin Man.
I don't know why.
We don't know.
But why would they tell people that he was out there looking for him? I guess
know.
it fits with the New Republic to be stupid and just like explain that.
So, Sigourney Weaver's kind of mad, but you can't tell because of the way she delivers lines. She's like, "Man, what a screw up. What about Rota given to the twins? You fucked up. Oh my god, that's the whole point. What have you done?" And then he's like, "Well, we don't need to because I've got Empire Man." And she doesn't really believe that. Seemingly, she sort of looks at him. And like,
She's sort of forgotten what the mission she gave him was. I don't think she disbelieves it, but it's like, no, I've got a coin. And he's like, yeah, but that's not the Hutt. We had an agreement with the Hutts. Like, yeah, but you had an agreement with the Hutts to get coin, you daft bitch. Why are you complaining?
He puts like Mando makes an effort to try and convince her that this is the case, like this is the guy we're gunning for, which, by the way, needs actual convincing because there's no real connection. You don't actually know. You just grab some dude. Like, you didn't grab any material that proves that's Lord Janu.
And Janu doesn't deny it. He's not like, no, I'm not that person. That would be crazy.
It's kind of weird. But yes, because that is a factor too that she seems to have gone. But she does bring up, and this is why this whole scene, all the dialogue always fucking sucks. But she's like, we don't want to be. I think she says like intelligence has been cultivating a relationship with the Hutts for a long time, and you've crossed them. Like, this is why she's mad. Like, you fucked up here. And his response is like, I made a call. You're like,
well, she says that after he explains that the Hutts plan to double cross them. So Mando tells her the Hutts planned to get you in, and then they would turn you in, and they would get credits from both sides, from you and the Imperials. Then she says intelligence has been working on a relationship with the Hutts for ages. So it's like, you're not listening to what the guy
but that's
in the
why she's
scene
mad to
saying.
begin with. Right, that's why she's mad when he's on his way in, that you fucked up everything with the Hutts, but then doesn't seem to acknowledge anything that's happened. But simultaneously,
all this...
he shouldn't be allowed to make a call that damages the relationship with the Hutts just because... He doesn't even know that they've betrayed him. He's going off the word of an Empire man. He hasn't got any proof.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember, like, this is actually difficult to break down because there's several avenues that it goes wrong from every character in this whole situation, and nobody's acknowledging any of it.
But all this should have been rendered pointless because they could have done a tiny bit of effort by trying to do something with Mando's character, which is that the call I made was that I believe that they were going to kill Rada, who's an innocent person in all of this, to get information for us, and I wouldn't morally allow that to happen, so I'm taking a stand here.
And then...
Which would have been like, yeah, that's like a character call that he'd make.
And then on top of this entire spaghetti scene, he hasn't actually failed the deal with the twins yet. That hasn't happened.
Yeah, they don't even know yet that he
hasn't denied them Jabba Jr. Technically yet. He still has Jabba Jr. So none of this works in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, because as far as they know, he's just still out and about trying to get him out of there to him.
It wouldn't even be that unusual for him to return to base before going back to the Hutts, depending on where everything was and the logistics of the trip. That could be totally normal in procedure.
To try and strain this, he should walk in and she should just be like, what happened? Like, we really don't know anything. And then he should be like, so, crazy story. He was in, like, the fighting pits, and I was going to get him out because they were fixing it so he was going to die. And then he told me, the guy who was in charge of all of that, turns out that's the Empire guy we're actually looking for. And he told me the twins were going to betray us. I have no idea if that's true, because how could I? Empire man, he's got some secrets. Maybe we could get out of him. I don't know. Rotta seems like a good guy. Seems like a chill guy. I don't really want to give him over because he believes that the aunt and uncle, the twins, they're going to kill him. So what's the move? But like none of that gets said or done. It's just she's mad because she believes he's fucked up the thing with the twins, which hasn't happened yet. She's also not acknowledging that he's completed the overall mission, the important part of the mission, until he repeats that that's definitely the case. But he can't actually confirm that that's the case because he has no evidence of it. He's just got a guy, according to another guy, who has reason to tell you lies to save his own skin. Do you understand what I'm saying? It is so complicated, and it's like, why? Why has it gotten this complicated? It's like, because retards wrote this. They can't just streamline it. Even though streamlining it would be boring.
I think in general it's a problem that they never really talk to each other. I mean, like the Sigourney Weaver character and Mando, like in between the missions or just in the mission themselves. Like when something goes wrong, that's weird. That they don't,
she's
like,
never the
send
voice in the
messages
ear.
towards each other. Like, hey, this is like kind of screwed. Like this doesn't make any sense. What should we do now? Which also could establish that they actually have like a relationship. That we can believe that she does give a shit about Mando for some reason besides he's Mando.
Well, I mean,
I'm pretty sure she shuts down every time the camera cuts away from her.
Just to cap it off.
It's a huge opportunity cost that was never just used here. So many opportunities to tell us about what Mando thinks about things, how does a person like him approach the situation, what kind of calls he makes based on his morals and what he believes. We just get none of this. It's just not in the show. It doesn't exist because he's not a character.
To cap off the scene, right, as if it wasn't already completely nonsense, she says you missed out on a big bounty, and he's like, oh, well, yeah, fine, that's fine. And then she says, I'll see if I can get you something for getting coin. It was weird. It's like, I would have thought, yeah, definitely, but whatever. And he says,
what's his job?
Well, wait. He says, nah, it's on me. And I was like, well, wait, the Razer Crest was an advance.
Yeah.
You've been paid for this mission already. And then she's like, I understand. And I was like, what do you mean you paid him? What the fuck is going on? Like, why? The Razer Crest is huge as a payment.
Businessmen.
You know what I mean? This whole scene is remarkable that neither character realizes what information they even have or how they have it. And then they're both like confused talking to each other.
This is actually a callback to season 1, episode 1, when he first goes to talk to Greef Karga, and they can't even really like agree on what currency he's supposed to be getting paid in.
Yeah.
They're really, really shitty businessmen, and the world building sucks balls all the time.
It's like the easiest scene ever, in theory. The thing they didn't discuss, which they should have, is whether or not they wanted to tell the Republic they had Jabba Jr. You know, do you want to protect him or not? Do you want to put him down somewhere on your way back or not? Because all they do is find some other dude to get him to take wherever they want. So why didn't you take him where he needed to go? Obviously, we'll get to why that's the case, but none of it's all so fucking wonky, and I just, it annoys me because this reminds me of Solo. A lot of people at the time were like, no, this is pretty good, and it's like, can you make sense of this fucking scene? And they'd be like, I don't even remember that scene. I'm like, yeah, I know.
It's kind of like the translation thing in Predator Badlands. Everyone's like, yeah, it makes sense. It totally works. I totally get it. And then you ask them to explain it, and they can't. You cannot explain how it works.
So I guess they go back to Navarro to live in their happy little house, because...
By the way, this is where I thought the movie was over. Like, okay,
you're not the only person. I've heard that from multiple people that they thought it was wrapping up.
I also thought it was over.
But I saw the little blue bar at the bottom of the theater screen. And I was like, oh god, you have so much further to go, little blue bar.
Also, like, I looked at my phone. I was like, oh, it's over. What a great,
It's incredible.
And I was like, oh, there's one more hour of this. And I look over to my sister, and I'm like, we're only halfway through. And she's like, what?
What?
She wouldn't believe me.
This is worse than that naked opera.
It's just the way it's paced, the way it's structured. What the fuck are they doing?
This is one of the episodes is almost over.
Yeah, it's an episode break. That's why. They just didn't even try to finesse it. They haven't even pretended it's a film.
And so they're repairing the Razer Crest or pieces of it, whatever. And Babu Frick's extended family come in because they live on Navarro, I guess,
Fricks.
as well.
Yeah,
the Fricks, indeed.
The Fricks.
And Grogu's like excited to play with them, and then that's when Mando says "heal" and "stay," which is very like, what? You've never ever said that.
It's a little demeaning.
It's so weird because that's just not how he talks to Grogu ever. Like, okay, it's the new sort of element.
That's how Mandalorian children are raised.
Saying goodbye to old Jabba Jr., he's like, I was alone at Baby Yoda's age. He's lucky to have you. Life is messy, and we do the best we can.
Weren't like who was hunting for, like, they were searching for him in Clone Wars, weren't they? Because this movie exists before.
Oh yeah, so he gets kidnapped, and he's not alone when he's a baby because he's like flying on the back of a giant dragonfly with Ahsoka. So
yeah,
it depends how old we're talking, I guess.
But then Jabba was a loving dad, as far as we are aware. So Dave Filoni can't even stay consistent with to his own canon. Fuck off.
Jabba was definitely a loving, caring father. He was a hero of the rebellion. I'll hear no different.
Yep.
One of these days, everything the Rancor touches will be yours.
But yeah, as he's leaving, he's like, "Take care of yourself, little guy, and look after your old man too." It's like,
and it's funny to think about what this scene means when it's like we're gonna have an hour more of this, and you're gonna be a part of it to some extent. Like we're doing a farewell, but we're gonna see you again.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so some droid picks him up, and off he goes. And you're just like, huh.
Did someone else find it weird that the big bounty hunter that just in general, yes. The big bad bounty hunter everybody is scared of and probably has a lot of just bounties on himself. Just like has this house out in the open and has like gun runners just coming exactly to his house just to pick someone up like a massive fucking spaceship.
Mm-hmm.
This fits in perfectly with Mando's character.
I mean,
once you accept that he is an actual retard, it all makes sense.
Whoa!
Like it.
I mean,
all
if you
fits
put it
together.
that way, I guess it's actually genius.
Like, of course, he would just be someone you could find who's in the middle of nowhere, living in just a square box. I don't know why I said square box. Well, not all boxes are square. Just like this. He's just living in a box out in the open. He's got his vehicles just parked outside, sitting there. He apparently has no like traps or early warning detection for anyone who might be coming for him.
It would be really awkward if someone just comes to his house and tries to do
especially when he knows that he just crossed the huts and they're like,
that'd be wild.
So anyway, someone comes to his house.
What?
Oh, damn it.
This is the iconic character Embo. You guys remember Embo?
You made that up
No.
just now. That's not
this is yet another example of the person you're watching it with goes, "Ooh, tell me about this character from Mandalorian show." And you're like, "Nope."
You know it was bad, right? So, because we were on open bar on Thursday, and I did not know this character was called Embo until Gary mentioned it. Gary was ahead of it.
Up until now.
Embo.
I didn't know this character existed before.
They're never beating the Glub Shitto allegations, dude.
No, this is a big old Glub Shitto.
It's an endless stream of Glub Shittos.
Embo's got a cool hat. That's the space wolf.
He's got a hat. Maybe he's an Inquisitor. He has the same hat as the one Inquisitor guy.
That hat is OP. I don't know what it's made of. I actually Googled it because I was curious if it was Beskar and there's some kind of background.
Voodoo hide?
And I've seen forum discussions with it like it's absolutely not Beskar. Embo would not have had access to create a Beskar helmet. I was just like, okay.
All right. I mean, the movie seems to imply that if he ever wanted Beskar, he could just go kidnap a Mandalorian.
Yeah,
it
wouldn't take much
because they're stupid. So yeah.
So he's approaching cinematically in the darkness with the rain just openly, kind of idiotically, you might even say, because Mando spots him just openly. He's like, "Oh, he's heading toward my house. That can't be good." And so he's sealing up the house and he's like, "Grogu, hide!" And it's time for me to have my battle. I just thought it was kind of amusing that he didn't even try like. Hello, you're walking up to my house.
Yeah.
Who are you?
Yeah.
What do you want?
But
and Embo would be like, "Oh shit, he saw me," and he just scurries away awkwardly.
Maybe it was just a delivery guy.
Yeah, it could have been. You know, Uber Eats.
Yeah,
but we get a very rare first-person view as he climbs Mando's house. I thought that was kind of weird. Like, oh, okay, you don't do this every day. Yeah. And then Mando turns on his helmet's ability to see through walls, which he does have. And I shit you not.
You might have forgotten that this is a thing
he does have it
because he only uses it like twice in the entirety of the show. But he can see and hear through walls.
This is one of the things that when it happened, well, after having seen it happen, I was like, I gotta tell Fringy about this one because I was just so. Chat, when you're in your house and you can hear the bloom 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 and maybe even see because of your visor, someone's on your roof. Like, all right, you got several options in terms of trying to anticipate how they're going to come in or what damage they might do, or even how to damage them. Mando very cleverly throws a grenade at his ceiling.
I was laughing so hard. Dude.
I actually thought I'd fucked up and somehow Embo threw a grenade into the house. I was like, what? It's like, no, Mando threw one onto the ceiling and blew up his own house. It is the funniest shit.
Yeah,
he's a moron.
I'm gonna hide over here in this corner. Wait for him to come in here. No, I'm just gonna fucking blow up my ceiling.
And it achieves nothing.
No,
the guy just runs away, and all of the bullets bounce off, and then Mando runs out and gets captured. It's like you just blew your. It is the most
boring fucking, dare I say, choreography set piece, whatever you want to say. Like, hole is made, guy falls down, Mando shoots, the helmet blocks it, guy runs outside, Mando runs outside after him, and falls into a trap and is captured.
Well, it's because he's briefly distracted by the screams of a frick that gets munched by a wolf.
Frick. The frickin' screams, man. What can you do?
Because like, he tells them to stay hidden, so obviously they run away outside, and then they get accosted by this wolf, and then one of them like munches on a frick, and the frick goes, ah! And Mando looks over, and then he falls into a trap.
Worth knowing though that the munching on that frick is like definitively capturing it, but not hurting it whatsoever.
Yep.
Munching on that frick is a sentence you just said.
The plot to continue.
The cherry on top for me was that the fact that I couldn't see shit in this scene.
Oh, the whole movie's weirdly dark.
Pretty dark, yeah.
Modern movies, man. Got that same goo.
Yeah, you say what you want about the prequels. They were lovely and bright and colorful, and there was a lot of visual variety that we had going on. I could see what was happening. Fuck, this movie is weirdly just dark.
Stork. So yeah, Mando's captured. So is that random frick, and that's very sad, I guess. And onto Embo's ship they go. And like I said, it just feels like I don't know if that was the prologue to the episode 3 or 4. It's hard to track this shit. It's just the breaks. They feel weird because it feels so disconnected from everything. But as was mentioned, he probably should have been aware that this could be a problem because he betrayed the Hutts.
Yeah.
So what do you think about that?
When I took a break, I was getting some water, and I ambushed my cat, and I was thinking, I care more about my fucking cat than this guy cares about his own kid.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the last thing I would do to my cat is bring it into a war zone.
Yeah.
What? That's crazy.
This is no place for a cat.
Do you know there's a line in season 3 of Mando where he says Grogu cannot and should not operate heavy machinery? He's such a moron. Anyway, so there's no options now other than Baby Yoda's got to save Uncle Mando, and so you get a suit up sequence where he's getting all of his gear on. It's actually in one of the trailers, I think, as well. And
I was so scared at this point. It's like, am I gonna have to watch Baby Grogu for a fucking hour trying to save Mando?
No, just half an hour. I was half expecting a commando sequence where Baby Yoda's just gunning down stormtroopers or something. Just like,
I'd watch that. That sounds funny.
It would be funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, he teams up with the Fricks. They get into a Frick ship. And
Frick ship.
Well, how else could you describe it, I guess?
It's important. The Razer Crest is sitting right there, and these are supposed to be intelligent creatures. At least, they're supposed to be, right? They know how big their ship is. It's kind of important that their plan cannot involve, let's go pick Mando up in our ship. Because you see inside it, and it's fucking tidy.
Well, I was actually going to ask first, how do they know where he's gone? Are they guessing?
Oh, well, there's a bit where the twins, they do a little palm com thing into Embo, and I think the movie wants us to think that Grogu sees and hears this, because you see it, and then it cuts to Grogu looking at it. Grogu is looking at it. It cuts to Grogu looking at it happening, and so I think the movie wants you to think, no, he could see and hear it, even though from his POV, it's like 5 miles away, and
I was
there's
going to
no
say,
way
I
he could
thought
have
it
done
was
that.
well out of earshot, but okay, I guess.
But they specifically say, like, bring him to us on Nal Hutta, so I think that's what you're supposed to think.
Which is so unnecessary, isn't it? You know?
But
Yes.
wait, also them taking the tiny spaceship, it kind of implies they didn't give a shit about Mando, just wanted to get their
No, yeah,
friend
that's what
back.
Platoon was saying. There's no capacity for them to
sorry.
rescue Mando with that ship. They only seem to realize, which, by the way, explicitly, you could argue like they never intended to, but one, that Grogu would obviously have issue with that, but secondly, they definitely do intend to rescue Mando at one point during the whole mission.
Absolutely.
So.
Oh, also, I have an issue with the kidnapping scene of Mando, because it's just like, it cuts to Baby Yoda's, Grogu's a reaction to it. And first of all, I'm like the entire movie, I'm expecting that fucking kid to use Force powers that he obviously has, which he continuously refuses to. And whenever it does, I think it happens like max like 2 times. I think mostly a single time this entire movie. It's just treated like, oh my gosh, type of moment, as if it's happening for the first time ever, which wouldn't make sense. That kid would be using that fucking Force all the time, and it's not inaccessible to it. So I don't understand when the freaking thing, robot thing guy is dragging Mando. I'm like, why isn't he stopping this? He's more than capable of just Force pulling him or something. Yep. And at the same time, I want to, like, the puppet is so expressionless.
Yeah.
It's just like, it stares into the void without moving a muscle, and it's just so annoying.
The show is filled with Grogu doing all kinds of insane Force shit whenever Mando's in trouble, but here it's like, nah. Let him die.
Yeah, the kid looks almost, pleased that his dad is getting dragged into the fucking, I don't know. But
Maybe. But yeah, so that's happening. Mando and Embo arrive, and Embo has not taken Mando's armor or helmet, left it all on.
Yep, just gotta
He's still got the grapple.
Pedro wasn't there yet in the studio, so they had to keep it on.
Well, just put a paper bag over his head. And then Grogu arrives with the Fricks, and they reunite with the remaining Frick, who managed to get off the little ship. I've kind of skipped over a sequence that involves that Frick. I don't really feel the need to mention any of it. It's kind of pointless.
There's one thing that I was thinking of, because they arrive at the hut place with their tiny ship, and they imply they are not seen or captured by any kind of sensors at all.
They're so small.
Which all I can think about is like, oh wow, can we just use them for intelligence operations like all the time? Because apparently they cannot be spotted whatsoever.
They're just so small.
By their tiny
it's
spaceship.
So sad. Like, all of the logistics, they never make sense. You never think. There's no things that make sense.
Well, and they're engineers. You could definitely say like they've got immense cloaking device for a tiny ship, so they can slip through, but they don't bother.
No, they just fly in.
Nope, they're just there. Boom. Or you never show it from the perspective of the droid in the ship, who's like, oh, we picked up something on the scanner, and then they look, it's like, oh, it's gone. It must have been a big bird or something like that, because it's so small, and then you see the ship kind of beneath it. Something.
It's crazy.
Or you see them pressing a scanning button, like one of the little Fricks presses a button, or he turns a knob, and it like cloaks the ship or makes a noise. And he's like, "They can't see us now."
Yeah, he goes like, "Hey."
I having rewatched those 3 seasons, I at least know when Grogu puts on his little wrist blaster, I know where that's from. It's the training sequence.
That's right.
When he mogs the kid.
Yeah,
and then that kid gets abducted by a dragon.
It's a great episode. Everyone loved it.
And then they intermittently care about it. Yeah,
I'm impressed anyway that they even bothered to like bring, like not just giving something new, but being like, oh yeah, we'll take that thing from that episode. It's like, oh my god, okay, yeah, wow.
You do remember?
Must have told John about it.
Show.
So he's on his knees, and the twins say, you basically, as they would, you broke our agreement, now you got to pay. And is this is actually a scene they've released as well, where it's like your helmet's gonna be priceless, and what's more is we know we've shamed you, because we know the Mandalorian creed, and you're gonna be outcasted.
Well, that one specific tiny little cult that the other Mandalorians think that we're a bunch of fucking weirdos.
You just go and have a bath.
Yeah,
that's all you do.
Exactly. Just go for a little swim, and then it'll be fine.
But when they say, like, for letting an enemy see your face, I was like, well, it's anybody, not just enemies. And then that prompts him to say, not if you all die. And I was just like, well, when was that a rule? I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Like, am I crazy? Because I did rewatch those 3 seasons and the fucking pieces of Book
No,
of Boba Fett.
there's nothing about it being an enemy, and that if you kill them, then it's like they never saw your face.
Yeah, that sounds like bullshit.
This movie.
That sounds like, oh, it doesn't count if you don't get caught.
Well, he's got to go. Like, imagine he didn't go into those waters. He'd have to kill Luke Skywalker. That'd have been tough. But you got to do what you got to do to get the creed back. But no, he seems pretty confident. And the thing is, I was struggling to get behind this a little bit because I was like, well, I know the Hutts are very likely evil. The twins seem like they're probably guaranteed evil from what we see. But you did kind of betray them. Like, they gave you a job, and you assumed they were going to backstab you. You didn't know. You just went off of what the person they wanted said, who was telling you there's like a succession issue, and you don't know that he wasn't lying. So it just feels awkward to me. It's just like, oh, these fuckers, kill him. And I was just like, I don't know, man. They kind of got fucked over by him when they had a deal. It's just funny. He views them as the betrayers, but it's like, you betrayed us first. And of course, we'll find out later, because Coin will say this. It's like, yeah, it turns out they were right. They were going to double cross us, so they were in contact. And it's just like, you didn't know that. And besides, he could have lied too. It's like, nobody confirms anything in this stupid universe.
Because the rule is now he's a bounty hunter. He knows when people lie. That's the rule.
Very also, cool. Embo has seen Mr. Mando now, right? In that room. So,
I guess so, yeah.
I guess you're still shameful. You got to get Embo
in the next movie. In season 5,
and then what if
he'll come back?
What if Embo draws a picture of you and shows other people?
Oh no!
It'll spread. But anyway, they engage in quite the Dr. Evil level of killing Mando. It's this is going to be quite funny. But I guess before I get into that, they reveal they've got Jabba Jr. in some kind of device that's keeping him. I don't know if it's a state of torture.
It's a torture bed.
Because he's like knocked out, but he's also being tortured, I think. So it's just, think of it as a combo, I guess. I don't know. It's a stasis of some kind.
I want to mention Pedro's fucking acting in this scene is torturous to watch.
Yeah, he's
That's all of
They had him for the day, okay?
That's somehow even worse without the helmet.
Well, when they show Jabba Jr. and it cuts to him, and he's like, monstrous. I remember like, okay, that felt weird.
It's so bad because they keep threatening him and like making it worse and worse. At first they're like, we're gonna kill you, and then we're gonna like sell your helmet, and then we're gonna kill Grogu, and he's like, whatever, man.
Now, still take a bath.
I want to be very specific with this because I've seen people recite this scene for what it should be, but not what it actually is. So
many such cases, Mahler.
The twins say, you betrayed us. Now Rota will suffer for centuries. Like, all right, yeah. You see, Hutts, they live for hundreds of years, much like your small green child. One day, you will die, and Grogu will be without you to protect him, and then it will be his turn to suffer. And this pisses him off such that he tries to grapple them, and then they press a button, and he goes, wah. Now,
one day you will die. One day.
That's the thing for me. So some people, when talking about this scene, will be like, so they threaten Grogu, they talk about how he's going to get killed, they're going to kill his little child, and then he gets mad at them. It's like, no. They talk about how they're going to be able to torture Rota for so long because he's going to live for so long, much like Hutts just generally live for really long, much like Baby Yoda species lives for really long. And the fact that he lives for so long means that one day, Mando, you won't be there to protect him. That's not exactly that intimidating of a thing to say. It's like,
it's not a threat so much as just the explanation of the natural world.
It's what he would want. He would want Grogu to outlive him.
Yes. It's very normal what they say. People have watched this scene and been like,
you won't bury your child.
They think that what these guys said was that now that we have you, your child is defenseless, and it'll just be a matter of time before we torture and kill him too. Like that's how people sort of heard the seed, but it's not what they say. They're just like, yeah, man, age, you know. it catches up with you guys, but less so with us. Isn't that crazy?
Get old, bitch.
And yeah, he gets really mad at them for saying it. He shouldn't be mad at all. He should be like, yeah, man, it's crazy.
How do they know Grogu's name?
That's a fair question. Maybe I'd have to double check if they actually say Grogu, but I think they do. I guess it doesn't matter. Maybe it's in. Maybe they watched the show.
They probably did.
They're the kind of people who watch the show.
They probably just have things to do.
So of course
they probably
dropping Mando in with nearly all of his armor, and a lot of people might say as a concession, at least he doesn't have his helmet. They didn't give him his helmet. Isn't it fucking crazy that that's only accurate for a few more minutes?
Yeah.
Because, of course, the question is just like, so these guys really want him dead, and suffering in the sense of he has to be killed by the creatures in the little hole down there. But they want to make sure he gets to keep all of that shit. How much is worth? Like, why would you do that?
I wouldn't want people...
Even talk about like, oh, this is so much, so valuable. Oh my god! And they just throw it down with him. Like, oh, okay.
I was like, if I wanted him to die, I wouldn't let him keep his insane magic armor and all of his
I want to keep
gadgets.
That for us to buy things.
And also because it's like a great trophy and it's badillion
Put it on
dollars.
The wall. Like Jay Jonah puts Spider-Man's outfit on the wall. Do that.
Yeah, they might do a better job of putting it on the wall, but yeah.
So he's in the water, and there's these creatures that start to attack him, but the first one to attack him tries to, like, somewhat strangle him with a weapon it has, and he gets it off them, and then now has that weapon, and is able to defeat all of the singular enemies that come at him, piece by piece.
I don't see it. It happens underwater. It's like Mando just comes up from the water, and the critter's dead. It's like, oh, that happened.
It's very good for him,
what a badass moment. What a fighter he is. Ooh, Mando is so cool.
Clearing round one, the twins then go, hey man, here's your helmet, and drop it in.
Oh, cheers.
It's so like, why would you do
want
that?
Him to die
They just said it would go for a huge price on the black market, and then they just toss it into the hole. But why?
Why do all of Mando's enemies insist on like letting him win? I've been working towards having him win constantly.
So as he's understanding that happening, a giant snack appears. Big old water snack. Might be wondering, like, where was that the whole time? You're like, I guess he was sleeping.
It's so big as well. So it's not just like
huge.
Big. It's big. Like it takes up half the cave big, and you wonder how they ever had that much room to maneuver around it.
The water's really deep.
I was about to say, you would also think, like, wait, where is this even hanging out? Because Mando has just been standing here this whole time.
Well, why didn't it eat those other creatures this whole time?
Yeah,
They're
also
friends.
that.
Maybe they were its friends. That's why it's pissed off.
Oh, that must be get really angry. Yeah.
It's so funny because we get like a shot from underwater, and apparently he's like standing on some kind of tree or root, and it's like, oh, fuck off.
Mando can stand in the water whenever the story wants him to stand in the water.
That is an actual fair like question, because he without a jetpack he just sinks, right? That's how it works. From season 3.
Think so, with the armor.
Well, like it happens in season 3. He nearly dies because of that.
Oh shit! Yeah, you're right. When he goes for the bath, he's like, "Oh god."
But doesn't happen here. Even though he ends up going down and he has to like swim back up.
But then, if he was using his jetpack, the roof is still open. He could have just flown out immediately. I think the movie just forgets he has a jetpack for large periods of time.
Oh, just like Mando himself forgets his jetpack.
It's like the beginning when he's on the ATRT and they like do this weird run down the mountain. When I'm like, that looks really stupid and dangerous. You have a jetpack. Just fly. Use your jetpack.
I don't really know how to describe the big snack fight other than it's just horseshit. He just survives through horseshit the whole time. It's just
and
nonsense.
then they do the other thing of like, oh, he'll do a bite, but the armor protects him, even though like you just smush the armor into it. Like if you press the armor against smooshy flesh, what do you think's gonna happen to it?
You would also,
stay where it is.
But if you can imagine
s'mores.
too,
If you bite into a s'more,
if you had
what happens to the marshmallow?
Got a little Mando figure, but he was made of very succulent Chinese meal. That's a reference. But you got pieces of the armor on there, and they're just, think of them as just, I don't know, slabs of, I was about to say chocolate, but it's just something that would be harder to bite through. You have him. Now, if you put him halfway through your mouth, like this snake has him, like, your teeth maybe slip off the chocolate bit if it's like Beskar, and then you just bite through him.
Yep.
Like, he's fucked. But no, the show is very much
crackers and the marshmallow in the middle, and you bite into it, then like
it
the
smooshes,
marshmallow squishes, because the graham cracker is.
But I mean, like, that's in the case that the armor was like, Iron Man levels, but it's just not. It's not even covering a lot of him, really. It's
exactly. There's so much.
It's some bullshit,
and it's not like a full plate piece that connects the front and the back where. You'd be like, oh, like if his helmet gets like struck, I'm like, okay, but it's the same piece on the front and the back, so it's like, okay, it's a magic metal, I'll give it that. But the front and the back plates are not connected on the sides.
Well,
they keep using it as like the god protection armor. That can
plot
not
armor
hurt him at all.
Even gets the helmet on, and the music is like into it. Like, yeah, you get that helmet on, even though it doesn't actually affect anything that's happening in this fight.
No,
but it's it's whatever. And Grogu manages, I guess, to find that he's here through listening for like yelling and crashing around and stuff. Feels a little lucky to me. Maybe even just complete bullshit.
Does Grogu squish a creature's eyeball? Is that what I was supposed to take from that?
I think he just shot some goo into the eyeball.
Oh, okay, okay, that's good. For a sec, I forgot about the squirty paintball gun thing. I was like, because he lifts his hand up, and I thought he was using the force to like squish the eyeball of the creature.
Man,
that
would be brutal, yeah.
That would have been insane. Jesus Christ, Grogu!
Holy shit,
that's
Grogu.
metal. That's that kind of movie. Fuck me.
And so yeah, while that's all just continuing, Grogu tosses one of them Mando grenade things on the grate. Boom. And that pretty much just saves him. And dare I even go through variables of like, man, if you'd showed up a little later, or if you managed to just not catch those sounds that got you straight in, the effort to find him was pretty pathetic. But then all the other things that prevent this even from happening, it's just like, yeah, no, don't worry about it. Mando's safe. They're all out. And that hole, by the way, not exactly the smallest thing ever. You wonder if that snake could have gone through there and it just caused way more issues. But no, the snake's trapped in that room. Don't worry about it. They are out. End of episode? I don't even know.
I guess so.
That would be the end of the episode if it was an episode, probably.
That would be the cliffhanger. They get all soaked out from the water, and then it's like,
I think
that's the soundtrack I just made up.
Oh, I think it ends with him collapsing.
Saying goodbye to my
Grogu. Actually,
I think that's where the episode ends. Yeah.
Well, security forces are sent out to go get him. It's like, damn it, our stupid plan to kill him has failed. This is ridiculous. Even though he probably should have died anyway. But the robos go.
And also, he
mentions a name. He specifically mentions like a name, Arambi or Aranji, Amani. I think it was Amani. Send out Amani and the droids. Who is that?
It's one of the best droids. You know, that guy.
Oh, I thought that was one of the
Glupshitters.
Wait, is it a droid or is it one of the water critters?
Probably a droid.
He just like says a name.
They send out the droids, so I think he's talking to one of the droids, but I could be wrong.
I think he specifically mentions a name. Send out Amani and the droids, or something.
No, it couldn't have been Ember, right? Because Embo does go looking for them. So I just assumed I wasn't gonna, admit a failing here. Wasn't paying 100% attention by this point in the movie. I think he said Ember because he sends Embo along. But like I was sitting there thinking, but like he's been poisoned because they say he's been poisoned, and he's definitely dying, and now he's been flushed out into a hostile, swampy jungle. And you have total air control. So why are you even rushed? Just wait. Just make sure no ships leave the planet for a couple of hours.
How do they know he's been poisoned?
Oh, because they know what their snake can do. And they saw that. Because he gets out of the water. I say I wasn't paying full attention. He gets out of the water at one point and lifts it up. And then you see the wound. And one of them mentions something about it being poison, I think.
Even if you kill the snake, you're fucking dead.
Oh yeah, all I'm saying is that I wasn't sure they would have known he actually suffered any wounds.
I think
I guess they were
he
watching
shows the
it.
camera and they see it. I'm sure they have a line acknowledging that
they
the Hutts
they
say
definitely
you
do.
have been poisoned.
Well, in that
They
case,
let him know
then,
that he's poisoned and he's gonna die.
But you know what? With this guy, Platoon, I wouldn't expect poison to kill him. I feel like
true.
We got this
I wouldn't
far.
expect anything to kill him.
No. He's kind of a fucking finicky little weasel when it comes to plot armor that comes in whenever his armor fails him, that everyone lets him keep. It's all very annoying, but there we are. So he's running through, and the Mando, Grogu, and the Fricks get to the ship, and they realize, like, oh shit, you can't fit. I think it would have been funny for him to have surfed on it, though. Just at least to a little bit, take him somewhere else.
Or held on to the bottom of it.
Fuck it, why
You
not?
almost want like Force Ghost Brian Blessed to arrive in that scene and say, "Are you retarded? Like, what did you think was happening?"
There's that, but also take him to just really far away, other side of the planet, maybe, until you can get help, right? I don't know.
Strap him to the bottom and fly off.
I mean, I don't know if he can. I mean, it's just whatever, you know. Nothing makes any sense. They are really stupid, but he's like, nah, go on without me. I'll be fine. I'll hold him off. And you're sort of sitting there like, huh? Where's this film going? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so,
because it's like it tries, it has the audacity to try and do something emotional here, where it's like, I will rescue you by staying behind, and we have to part ways, and you have to go, and I have to stay behind. And it's like kind of out of left field, the idea that they even think that they can have like just the sheer nutsack on them to think that they can do something approaching an emotional payoff.
Yeah, because that
it's like sad and tragic.
That entire farewell scene with Grogu and Mando, it's just like they drag it out like hell. And it's like they keep turning around, you know, saying goodbyes. They can't part ways. Oh no.
Oh, say it.
Because you see that
you set up, and it's just like,
yeah,
like
you see the scene is like either if you're actually gonna do this, you haven't deserved this at all, or I just don't believe you. He's not gonna die.
Exactly, yeah. Because they keep setting it up like one of them. This is the last time they're gonna see each other, and they're regretful, and they can feel it. You know, the feeling that you have right before like you last see someone, right?
Yeah.
And it's just like,
Regret is all I can feel in that theater.
Not for a moment do I believe you. This is fucked up. Like, you couldn't even get the fucking Hutts to talk, you know, their Jabba language. I don't know. It's
Jabba language.
Huttese. It's literally called Huttese, and they start speaking English, and I'm like, that's like, I just think that's a character failing to have a Hutt speak anything other than Huttese.
Really,
they wouldn't ever do
It's
that.
not even a boring choice because it's stupid. It's lame. It's a lame choice. There, yeah.
They would only speak Huttese. If you want to speak to them, then you could learn the language or get a translator or whatever. They're not going to stoop to speaking your language.
I didn't want to speak the language of my father.
It's the
like,
language
also,
of oppression.
They look so anatomically different. This was mentioned, but they look so different. They wouldn't have the mouth muscles to be able to speak normal human. You guys mentioned this, but this is like
normal human English. Total cultural victory.
Yeah, human is like
basic. I think they call it in this universe, right?
Yeah, it's basic.
But anyway, yeah, they wouldn't kill off their main fucking character.
No.
Not for a moment. Does anyone believe that? Holy shit, this scene is really funny.
Well, maybe I was hoping it's like, yeah, fucking just do it. I want to stop watching this.
Yeah.
So the ship flies. Go ahead.
Sorry. I was just thinking, like, that entire scene, I was just thinking that if this was a legitimate movie, right, they actually decided to, turn Mandalorian and Grogu into actual characters and actually go out of their way to make a feature-length film about this and actually dedicated their time to it, it would be actually a good thematic and sort of a narrative choice to maybe end the legacy of the Mandalorian by having him pass away. Or something like that. That would be quite emotional and quite an interesting journey to go in. But of course, this movie is not going to do that.
Well, they probably will do that eventually if they ever decide to kill this guy. But
I don't know. Under Filoni, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think that these two will be.
Yeah. So the ship leaves and Mando starts just having 1v1s with a bunch of droids, like just one by one, and you might have forgotten that he actually has a huge issue with droids to the point where in season 1 episodes, like it's a few of them that they show the flashbacks, but he has like a what you would call a very definitive, painful memory of a B2 battle droid specifically. It, like, fills his POV, it's burned into his memory, the silhouette of it, but I even think it's relatively lit. During this sequence, he just has like a full-on 1v1 battle with a B2 battle droid to the point where he has to lift a rock and beat it to death. And I was just waiting. I was watching this sequence, I was just waiting for any acknowledgement. It's like, this is the model that killed your parents, man. Destroyed your whole like family that you never even got to know. Are we doing anything with this?
I like that I have no memory of this at all.
Yeah, me
neither do the fucking writers.
I don't feel bad.
Flashback sequences. Occasionally, like, it's his POV. Is like his mum puts him in a little bin, basically, as the separatists attack his planet, and then one of these B2 battle droids opens it, and it's sort of looming down above him, and then it gets taken out by a Mandalorian who rescues him. And like the obvious Stranger Things thing to do here is while he's beating it to death with a rock, you just do like flash cutaways to that flashback. As like it's so cheap, but it's more than we got.
It worked fine. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you'd expect them to just do more in the story in general. You'd expect a line to reference it earlier. You expect maybe there's something that's going to affect his ability to do judgment based on the fact that there's droids here. This would be the culmination of, what if there was like a modified B2 battle droid that it could, like, it's actually a commander droid, and you know, it fought in the Clone War. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just any kind of anything, and he was like, no.
Mm-hmm.
The only things that I can say that I liked about this, I'm not going to call it a film, a movie, is like it's like the tiny little aesthetic things, like how all of Jabba's droids are old battle droids that have been like modified and they're kind of rusted and they have like cloaks and stuff. I'm like, okay, like I guess that's neat in a superficial sense, and it could have very interesting world building implications because the nature of the way in which the Clone Wars ended, it wasn't through like military victory. It was because of the subversion of Palpatine and everything that ended the Clone Wars essentially prematurely after only 3 years. There are massive standing armies of droids out there that probably number in potentially billions.
So that is actually their backstory. I think the group is the Droid Goptra. It's another word like Goptra. It might not be Goptra. Their backstory, as far as I understand it in Disney canon, is that they are a group of battle droids who formed their group to fight for droid rights because they were unhappy that they got abandoned after the Clone Wars, and that's who they are.
Now they made that's gay. Oh, man. But you'd think that there's a lot of interesting stories about what happens to these massive armies of battle droids after the war ends, because they're just around. Like, the war was happening yesterday, and now apparently it's over today because of, well, reasons that are not necessarily very well written, but it is the way it is. What happens to them? Who gets control of the droids? What happens to all the standing armies that exist and their commanders? What happens to them? So it's just a shame that we finally get to sort of see some of the stuff. Like, there's a scene where he uses he's got one of the battle droid blasters in his hands that we see in like episode 1 and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh yeah, these would be the AK-47s of the Star Wars universe. They would be everywhere. They would flood the market with these sort of things out to the Clone Wars. It's nice to like acknowledge that these are things, but it's like, oh, but this is in the Mandalorian and Grogu, so who gives a shit? Isn't it a shame that we finally get to see some things that are kind of aesthetically interesting that hint at sort of a, God forbid, some world building, but it's here and they're not going to do anything with it because the aesthetic is the purpose. There's no actual story behind it.
Correct. So anyway, Mando succumbs to the poison and falls over.
Man, what a shame.
Roll credits.
It's kind of cool. The insects take him. The forest reclaims this man, and it's over. He's dead. But I guess like Baby Yoda shows up and eats them.
You know what's funny? I had so little faith in the writers that I thought, oh, the insect's just gonna suck up the poison and then he's gonna be fine. That's 100% I thought was gonna happen.
That's what would have happened, yeah.
I was thinking there'd be some Force user living in the swamp who would come by, who was in control of the insects.
Yeah, like a nice friendly fisherman.
Yeah, and would be like, I'll watch over you or whatever, and it saves him. I didn't think Grogu would be in this part of the story at all. I thought he had fucked off on the spaceship, but apparently he's here and he didn't leave. I thought someone else would have come to save him, but it was Grogu, and I'm like, oh, well, I mean, I'm surprised, I guess. Not in a positive or negative way. It's like, oh, okay.
You could 100% tell that they found this worm thing. They were setting it up as like, oh, they're gonna buy it. They're gonna buy that the insects are gonna revive him. So they thought it was the funniest shit ever. And I find that brand of humor is exactly the same as the one from The Last Jedi, where when the iron thing comes down.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's just, yeah.
They take pride in fucking around. All right,
Mhm.
well.
Anyway, this is where the movie dies for a while.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Nothing fucking happens in a lot of it. We'll be skipping through pieces, so...
It's a weird little sequence there, because it's like, if this were a break, if the rest of the movie had been like really action-packed and good, and everything else had been written really, really well, and then it takes this sort of 10-ish minutes out to have a way more, like, I guess meditative might be the word, section of like little Baby Yoda going around trying desperately to take care of his dad. Like,
yeah,
I think that could have been
audience can
good.
catch their breath. Yeah.
And there's bits
Pace
of it
out
just
the
in
action.
total isolation, watching it just as pure visuals. It's like, this is fine. It means that no utterly retarded shit is going on elsewhere, so that's also a point in its favor. But coming off the back of everything we've just seen and how slow and boring it is, it's I don't know why they throw it in.
There's a couple things. First one I want to talk about immediately is Baby Yoda makes a Yoda hut.
Yep.
Instinctually, I guess. And apparently that's like a thing that they do. Yeah, people are talking about it, like, I guess that the hut wasn't like... Yoda didn't make that due to his environment and investment. It's something that these creatures do anyway.
Yeah, it's in their DNA.
His instincts, man. He's just following his instincts. He's going back to his roots.
This also make a joke, but it's like, if you had this big sort of expansive land, you find one of these, you get an exterminator to fucking burn it, and loads of Yodas like flee out, like,
no, live here we do.
It's an infestation, god damn it. But yeah, so he and then uses the Force to just sort of move Mando into it, and then you know,
it's funny because he doesn't fit, and then he clanks his head against the wall.
I didn't even feel the need to mention it, but yeah.
It was really funny. What do you mean?
It was
You have to
really
mention
hilarious.
It was so funny.
Yeah, really funny.
And he tried it so many
theater
times,
laughed.
and I didn't want to die at all.
You know, Mando having done that last few set of fights and then falling over, it's like, it's really lucky that no more droids turned up and that they can't track where those other droids were. Like, there's no chips in them or anything to give it away, and then they can't do any kind of scan to see life forms. Very obviously, there's nothing at all. Would have been awkward, you know. There's that one moment where Grogu is walking with a walking stick, and I was like, is that just to evoke Yoda? Is that the only reason?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, that is the reason.
Because he doesn't use it ever again. It's just like, all right, we've done that.
There was a wild fan theory that Grogu, through the world between worlds, actually is just Yoda himself. Like, this is actually Baby Yoda, and like, he gets the walking stick and he gets his little hut. And at some point he will go through a portal and come back. I don't think it works because like they have to overlap in Order 66, but it's one of those things that there's so little meaning in the movie at all that fans kind of look at it and start creating stories for themselves because fucking the movie's not going to give them one.
That's exactly what happened with Rey.
Yeah.
She was such a blank fucking character that people needed to attach some kind of legacy for her to like make any kind of sense.
Some people speculate that should be Skywalker. She's sent back in time. Also, it was like, what? Why?
All of these things are on the table. None of this is like out of bounds for what I can believe that they want to do. Imagine the ideas that they bat around and don't make public. I bet all of these things are on that list.
With all these stories being so vapid and devoid of meaning, I feel like these stories are getting more and more treated as ARGs, where people just keep theorizing and putting on their own twists, so they have something to fucking latch onto.
Arg.
I can't imagine Dave Filoni, Trapper Wolf, saying that. I can't imagine him saying the phrase, "No, that would be too silly."
Yeah, no.
I agree. Grogu also stumbles across the ship that had the droid on it that was moving rota to here that got presumably shot down by Embo and has just been left there with a bunch of ammo and materials in it. Doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah. It's also like overgrown, like it's been here for like a decade or
why
20.
would it? Yeah. Why would that ship come here?
Well, I mean that's where they got I don't know. I don't know what the fuck they're trying to tell us happened there. I don't know why.
Because the ship wouldn't come here. Because if it came here, then the pilot was trying to get here specifically, which means they wouldn't shoot it down. It was supposed to be here, but it got shot down and the droid pilot was destroyed. So why was it on this planet at all? How is it here? It doesn't make any sense that it's here.
And then, of course, if for some reason that is the sequence of events, and then they got Jabba Jr. out of it, why did they leave all that shit in there? And why didn't they take the ship for being a ship? It works.
I mean, they don't give a shit about Beskar, so...
Anyway, Grogu comes across a super friendly, wise and chill alien who manages to provide food, advice, a cure for the poison, saves Grogu from a predator, also protects him from Embo, and is just happy to help him on all of these different things.
And I guess they want you to not think about all of the convenient stuff he provides, because, he's a swamp guy hanging out in his swamp rustic swamp shack.
Yeah, if this was an episode, you can just... This is a character that made me feel like, more than most things in this show, or than this movie, that it was a show. This was going to be a character in a show who just shows up for a little bit, and then he's gone. Just a guy that Grogu bumps into. And in a movie, it feels really weird. It feels extra out of place.
Lucky. Embo, by the way, who was within earshot because they could hear his steps, was hearing him talk to someone, turns up to this alien and is just like, what's going on? And then even the space wolf is like, something suspicious is around this corner, and Embo's like, nah, don't worry about it, it's fine, it's probably fine.
Well, the guy says, like, get away from my fish. But the fish are on the opposite side of his little hovel. The dog's nowhere near them. Right? And Embo just buys this and fucks off. And then it turns out that off screen, I guess, they had an entire conversation.
Yeah.
So then Fisherman's like, oh yeah, he just told me everything that's happened to you in this film.
and not to mention, it's not like a few seconds that Embo's gone, and the guy's like, so anyway, baby Grogu, that you're avoiding Embo. Just, dude, you can probably hear that. Oh well, Embo's just retarded, or can't, he's fucking deaf, I don't know. But no, that's how he finds out of all, and it gives him, and he's just like, yeah, man, there comes a time where we all have to say goodbye. Hopefully your friend is saved by this. It's like, what is this movie doing? Like, it has three different characters insisting that, someday Mando won't be there for you, Baby Yoda. It's like, okay.
And that day is not today in this movie.
No.
So, like, what are we even doing here?
Well, how many people here even know this is the proof of, like, if this did well, they plan to make a Mandalorian and Grogu trilogy.
Jesus
That's
Christ.
so funny. And of course,
because they said it. Yeah, they
unless they're insane, which they might be. To actually try and do a whole trilogy with this when it only makes like $400 million at the box office.
Every single movie or show that they make is done with plans of, if it is successful, we will do more of it.
I look forward to seeing the tweets trying to explain how this movie will be successful on $400 million at the box office or some shit like that.
Yeah.
It's looking like it's going to be a bit of a bloodbath this coming couple of months for a few movies anyway.
Well, I assume what did it cost?
160 million, something like that.
Yeah. Oh. Good luck.
At least.
At least.
At least, which means more.
Especially after
probably more, yeah.
Especially after the Super Bowl ad, that's already a big chunk of your marketing.
Well, yeah, I mean, all the marketing once you incorporate that in, yeah.
Yeah.
And all the shenanigans that go with production and everything like that always happens, that inflate the budgets of these programs to just...
I don't know, it's just the one that jumps out to me is that the Pirates of the Caribbean movies that came out in the 2000s, I remember they were noteworthy for how expensive they were. I was like, weird, man. And then for 20 years, somehow we just got it totally under control, even though it feels like the opposite is the case, and that these movies are more out of control with how they're made and more wasteful with where the resources are put to.
What was the ultimate revealed budget for Multiverse of Madness? Wasn't it insane?
It was like 440, and it was the same for like Deadpool and Wolverine, wasn't it? It's like the actual budget was like $500 million.
Jesus Christ.
Never believe the reported lies. Never.
And that's just the budget, not even including marketing, and then not factoring in that the box office, they do not collect 100% of the money from the box office, obviously. And also that they want to make some fucking money. They don't want to just break even. That's shit. You don't make movies just to break even. You want to make some money.
Well, in Star Wars, this needs to explode. It needs to carry like the future, or it needs to be abandoned completely.
You know, this doing poorly, you know, it doesn't necessarily bode well for Mr. Levy's movie that's coming out next year.
Nor Mr. Filoni's tenure, but I guess he'll have to take a bit more time before the damage can really set in.
I wonder if he'll get to stick around for 10 years as well.
No way.
Like,
the problem is just that they don't know who else to use.
I think we're...
Kathleen Kennedy stuck around for what, 13 years? I don't know why you're saying no way. I think it comes across as if like Lucasfilm is a particularly almost weird, simultaneously receptive and unreceptive to feedback company.
Yeah, but crazy. I feel like the fact that this is like post Kennedy and post the sequels, it like really changes the landscape of how they view things.
Maybe.
I think that the way that they are doing things, even they know that it just can't go on.
Yeah, I mean,
like money is an actual real thing.
Quietly, by like she wasn't keen to go. She was sort of maneuvered. I kind of imagine her shooting force lightning out of her fingers and then being evaporated, and that's how they got rid of her. So they seem to be like, I think they are aware they need to be successful now. Like, we can't be pissing away money on all these TV shows now. Like, this is why Mando is not getting season 4, but it is getting a movie.
The brand no longer sells itself.
It does not. However, the person they've put in charge is the person who was behind all of those terrible TV shows. So they probably won't give him as long, and they really should not have given him a chance to begin with. But you would hope at least the hard heads of business people there will say, after a couple of movies, if they both tank, Dave, your job is done.
Regardless, yeah, I think that, I mean, like, money just, like, it is a real thing. It isn't, it will run out, and there will be investors, and there will be all these things, and when they see movies tanking, and the fact that there hasn't been a Star Wars movie in 7 years until now, and the changes of the plans that they've had to make, and the Disney Plus stuff, and the post-sequel landscape culturally, I just, what has happened before cannot continue.
And they seem to, because part of the problem with KK was that she just said kind of yes to everything, and then she did some meddling on stuff like Solo, but like,
she fucked up problem was Andor.
She just said yes to everything, and Gilroy happened to be good. But Filoni's already started to intimate he has the same mindset, because I know he's given interviews basically saying, "Oh yeah, infinite possibility. The stories now in Star Wars. I'm just looking forward to working with whoever comes through the door." It's like gatekeeping.
You would think statistically there should be some good people there, right? But somehow they just...
Oh, yeah, it's a testament to how bad they are. It's either two things. A testament to how bad they are at hiring people, which is obviously true, but also the aspect of something that does kind of need to be restated sometimes, even though we've been saying it for years. Telling good stories and making good movies is an extremely difficult thing to do, and very few people can do it.
Even then, they seem to have picked the worst possible people to do it.
It is kind of uncanny. You'd think that if they just selected people at random off the streets, there would be someone who's like, well, no, that's stupid, that's dumb, I don't like that. And they'd end up making something good. Or they'd hire someone who's good at hiring people.
Yeah.
Yeah, 9 out of 10 people on the street will not say, oh, let's have Rey call herself a Skywalker. Like, most people could have told you that was bullshit, except for the people they hired very expensively to write this stuff. But it's almost like a James Gunn's DCU situation at the moment, though, in that there's just not that much planned for them. There's one more film and one more TV show that are definitely coming, but I haven't really heard a huge amount about anything that happens after that. So if Starfighter comes out, and I think it will probably be a better movie, but if it comes out and just doesn't do well, and then Ahsoka Season 2 isn't going to do well. So then what do they do with Dave? His first several projects in charge have just bombed, so what comes next?
I think there's relative safety in betting it would make more money, but I wouldn't underestimate Sean's writing, assuming he's busy writing.
I mean, yeah. Well, no, he's not. It's some other guy. But I'm sure he's terrible.
Obviously his involvement, yeah.
I'm sure. Let's find out.
I don't know,
it's just there seems to be something inherently wrong with the way Jonathan Tropper, He's currently made an Apple TV Plus television series, Your Friends and Neighbors. I feel like I've seen an ad for that. Is that? Oh, he wrote the Adam Project. And the Wrecking Crew. That was that Amazon Prime movie with Momoa and Dave Bautista.
Bautista, yeah.
The one that just looks like absolute abject slop. All right, it's gonna be terrible.
All right,
it's gonna be awful. Yeah, Ripperoonie.
But it's funny because that's doing like a father-son thing as well, right? That movie.
Yeah. I don't care.
No, I'm just amused, I guess, by like the turn toward it a little bit. I mean, it's a small pattern. Maybe I'm just seeing things, but the Mandalorian and Grogu's thematic value is supposed to be that if Starfighter's doing it, the fact that everyone really liked Knights of the Seven Kingdom, which has an angle on it. I wonder.
Hey, we have Knights of the Seven Kingdoms at home.
Oh, God.
In theaters.
Well, yeah. So that poison cure provided to Mando, and for a moment there you're like, will it work? Will it work? Because he said it might not. Will it work? Will it work? It works.
Of course it works. Yeah.
And he's like actually like back to full fucking health, pretty much just instantly. There's not really much to worry about.
Yeah. He just lays. Yeah, he just. Oh yeah. At that point, yeah, he does just wake up the next morning, and he's just out. He was able to shimmy. That's a funny image to think about him shimmying out of the out of the cave while leaving Grogu there undisturbed.
When Grogu sees him, like, "Yay, you're alive!" He just goes, "The old protect the young, and then the young protect the old. This is the way."
And then Dave and John looked at the audience like, yeah,
and they ejaculated
about that.
But like, it's the one fucking time you can't actually apply it because he's older than you.
Yeah.
Oh, but that's the thing. That's the double meaning of the phrase. You see.
Right? How old is?
They never specified which is which.
Oh,
maybe he's.
That's actually kind of funny. Well, yeah. Well, regardless, in universe, maybe because
they're about the same age because he's 50.
Well, but they're not the same age because Din Djarin was like child in the Clone Wars. Yeah.
Oh, yes, true. So he's okay. So he's what, like probably in his late 30s at the latest. Okay, never mind.
It's been a rough several decades. All right.
Like I don't, like the idea is like, yeah, but that's the meaning of it being blah, blah, blah. It's like that's clearly not what they're going for. Like it's supposed to be the angle of a parent takes care of their child, and then eventually one day the child's grown up and the parents, aging to the point where they now need care. Not the whole dynamic this whole time is just, at this point it's just like, well, just friends take care of each other. I don't know. What the fuck are we doing?
Yeah, what even is our relationship?
All they've been talking about is like someday you'll be old and die, and he won't be because of other species. Like
maybe it's time to talk about this thematic through line that they're clearly pushing toward the fucking screen. It's like this scene is the only one you can really talk about. Because what's the connection for Rota and Jabba? What are you going to say in relation to that? It's like, well, nothing applies there.
Yeah, nothing.
It's not a thing.
He actually wanted to run away from that connection.
You can't even speak to it. Like, there's no reference to how he, raised him or what care. There's just nothing there. It's like, okay, so the twins, like, nothing. Like, Sigourney Weaver? You're like, no. Embo, whatever. Like, nope. Zeb, no. Is there anything else?
No, absolutely nothing. It's like, we need a theme. Oh, let's make this. They talked about how he gets old and die at some point.
Like I said, he may as well have said, friends stand stronger together.
Absolute nonsense.
Oh, you got it. Nice.
It was like, just fuck off when he said that.
The themes of the Marvels being the found family is more important than blood and stand taller, stronger together. So you could absolutely have just said that in this movie and you've been like, oh, sure, I guess. And you know what, they might apply more because you see Rota's choosing to make his own family instead of sticking with his bloodline, and then Mando and Grogu aren't related by blood at all. They're found family, and then the rebellion is a found family, really, and the Empire to fuck them. You know what I mean? I kind of hate it at this point, the unshittification of theming. Just whatever. What have we got in the box? Roll the roulette wheel. Oh, it's that old take care of young, and then young take care of old. Has anyone done that yet? You're like, I don't know. Sounds kind of new. Fuck it.
It's really just you get the sense they were just writing for the "this is the way" line, as opposed more than the theme. They were trying to hinge a threadbare theme on that line so they could get that line into the movie. They didn't really think about anything. They had the vague concept of father and son. Anything at all, yeah. So we have as many "this is the way" as in this film as we have dank ferrics. So that's good.
True, he says dank ferric. He does say dank ferric.
I hope they're not
clapped.
rolling back.
I clapped when I heard dank ferric.
I hope they're not rolling it back, because we are big fans of dank ferric. It's just the best thing ever.
I'm gonna show you my dank ferric.
Ew.
Only the dankest ferric on this podcast. I like my ferric's dank.
They go to the Jabba Jr. ship and they fight another fucking Splungo creature, whatever the hell those things are. He just kills it.
Splungo creature.
And then the droid was destroyed, as was mentioned. It's just like, well, and he presses some buttons. It's like, there we go, we can leave now. Then he's like, okay, 2 choices. We can get off world with the ship, flee the huts forever, or we can fight. It's like, well, you could also go to the rebellion and tell them what happened. Or the Republic, whatever.
Same thing.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't understand.
The Republic is markedly far worse than the...
Why is this the dichotomy? Why did he say this? Like, either
why is he asking the child to make the decision?
Yeah, why ask the baby? I was already just like, oh, okay, good. You got the ship, I guess. Yeah, just go regroup, restock, get some friends, and come back, I guess. And he's like, no, either we run or fight.
But the Hutts have already told him that they're going to be keeping Rota alive for centuries, so he's not even in a massive rush. You'll spare him a little bit of pain, but you could definitely go away and just bring back reinforcements. Although, of course, this is outside of New Republic jurisdiction, so that wouldn't work.
Oh, damn it.
That's true, because of what Jeb said at the beginning about being able to call in. Yeah.
Please clap.
Please, Mando. Well, so like, yeah, the choice to stay and fight, they just start fucking, suiting up, and I was like, wait, why are there things in this ship? There are Mando rifles just in the ship. I was like, what?
It's so funny because it's like, okay, he found some knives in there, yeah, whatever, and then he gets like the big rifle he always has, and other things. Like, wait, has this all been in here? Like, what? Like,
they just
not only
left
does the ship look like it's been abandoned for centuries,
it's
but
baffling,
it's also the same one that it's
the bounty that Embo probably got for doing the job might have been outclassed by the ones in that ship. Just may as well just take that. It's like, and the music,
just leave it in the swamp to decay.
Yeah, and the music's going crazy because it's like the hypest thing ever. I was just like, I didn't even realize that the like this was the plan. I really didn't entertain that they were going to like, let's grab some shit from that ship and just go assault the base. Like, are you insane?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I thought you might try and do something clever, but then I realized what movie I was watching.
Because that's the next question. Is like, okay, even accepting that they've decided to stay and fight, how are you possibly getting past an entire droid army and layered air defense systems? And it turns out the answer is, we're just going to run.
Just
through the front door.
Through.
I don't know how else to capture this for you, Chax. I know many of you haven't seen this movie, but if you just picture a blank battlefield in your head, and then put in the center big ol' enemy HQ. Think of it as like a dome or a ball, and you're like, how do we breach this? And you have a spaceship, and then you litter the battlefield with all kinds of droids, airships, other buildings, turrets. Man, there's gonna be a tough fight. What if we just go as fast as we can, plow into that center building? And you might think like someone will say, well, no, because you'd blow up. But no, what if you didn't blow up? What if instead it worked?
Yeah, and also it lands perfectly, so you can still open your hatch and just go outside and start blasting.
Yeah, because all the droids see this crashed ship in the middle of the wall, and they're like, what the fuck was this? And then Mando just goes, woohoo, jumps out and starts shooting everywhere, just like, just like, blah, blah, blah. And of course he's fine, because this is the end battle now, so you're definitely not going to stop him. But he just bypasses the entire, like, all the forces by doing something incredibly stupid for really no good reason. Like I said, he doesn't have to be here.
He also doesn't he also one of those speeders, which I guess he grabbed from one of those guys he knocked over or something, and he just flies through and just ignores most of them. It's like, oh, okay, that was easy.
It's great. It was I think it was a 1 in a million, and he got it.
It was definitely one of the Star Wars of all time.
He's speedrunning the Huttese base.
They're not very intimidating, these Hutts.
No. That's crazy.
They almost sleep through it through the whole ordeal.
Well, yeah, they are because they're sleeping. Yeah, they're still
they're
sleeping.
They're still 69ing in the royal chamber.
It looks more like it was like they were almost like the yin yang symbol, which obviously is meaningless if that's what Dave Filoni or Jon Favreau were going for. I assume that's purely incidental. Yes. That they kind of look like they were sleeping in a yin yang arrangement.
That didn't even cross my mind.
Nice of you to call it that.
Nice of you. They have a different name for that position. So yeah, like what is it to say? He's just killing everything. The only notable thing to me is the Phil Tippett stop motion robots, and it's just admiring the work. But it's only here.
It's like
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's like, hey, that looks really cool, guys. Shame about like everything.
It's only there so that they can say that that's what it is. It's got nothing to do with anything else. Like
it's exactly what Nuts has said before about Baby Yoda doing the puppet thing. It's like it's to emulate a thing that people like, not because you think that there's any value in the tools themselves.
It just takes a while, and he blows them both up, and then goes into the main room. Like I really just don't have anything to say about it.
Wow, look at that! Yeah, he just sort of fought. Yeah, no,
it's the same problem we've gone over. He cannot be hurt. It is fucking boring.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There are zero stakes in all of this film.
He's not even lower powered from the poison, so anything. Because as you said, he's just back to full power.
Back to normal.
No.
He hit the checkpoint for the full reset of all stamina and HP, and now he's good to go.
I will say, everyone here is a big fan of one-liners, right? Where your hero's facing down the villains, and this environment is that he's fought through, and he's undone all of their plans, and he's even gotten over the poison, and here he is. He's got his gun, his vaporizing gun. They're just sitting there, defenseless. What does he say, chat? What do you think we got here as an epic quote? Because those doors open, and in he comes. He's about to aim that rifle, and he says, "You saw my face. Now it's time to die."
Ooh.
Ooh.
And it's so funny. I mean, sorry, go on.
No. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, like, it's so funny to me that they keep teasing that. They're like, they want to imply that the Mandalorian is so badass, right? That he has all these rules, and he's definitely capable and willing to kill these guys, right? They keep teasing. They're like, oh, he's about to go off. But then again, Filoni has no balls, so we're gonna feed them to a giant kind of snail instead.
Yeah, so you thought is exactly what I was thinking about, which is like it's kind of weird, like the angle that they're going with for the Mandalorian. They are very much. If there was ever a time that they wanted to present him as morally ambiguous, which let's be real, he never really was. Like he never really did anything that was like overtly evil or selfish. A lot of the time, he is essentially just like sort of paragon or neutral. Yeah, or he does something that's evil and they don't realize it. I find it really weird that a big payoff is that he's going to execute essentially two people that are currently defenseless, especially when they're trying to do a storyline where it's like he's basically just a New Republic, like
he betrayed them. I'm just saying.
He betrayed them, and now he's come back to execute them while they have no means of defending themselves.
I will say, I thought that just kind of occurred to me. Do you guys remember a cool film called The Killer?
Yeah,
you've got our contract killer, our bounty hunter, assassin, right? And as he gets more and more emotionally, I guess, invested in what's happening around him, his behavior changes and his efficiency changes. And I think that would be really neat to do for, Din Djarin, where he is very, very methodical and he goes by the book and he's a machine in terms of his efficiency. But once you introduce Grogu and Grogu being endangered and stuff, he gives into more of his emotional side and he starts beating droids with rocks and being vengeful on the Hutts and stuff like that. That'd be a really good kind of story to see unfold in a different universe. That'd be really neat, a well executed sort of version of what we saw in that other film. Oh well. But he's just always flat. He only has one mode, and it's boring and dull. It's stoicism. No, shut up. Kill yourself. It's not. Well, that's not what it is. He's just a boring asshole, constantly.
I was going to say, the line's bad enough, but having him go, "No, it's time to die." Like, oh.
And then Dave's like, yeah, good job, Pedro. No need to be a little bit more enthused in your delivery.
Which is
this
funny.
Would be a time.
You gotta head off? You gotta leave? All right.
It's really awkward when you hear about the interviews with Pedro Pascal. It's like, yeah, I want to play this character until the body can take it. It's like, you haven't been there like for most of this fucking shooting, I imagine, because you're busy with other things.
Well, to the point that the film even feels like it really needs to credit the two guys who actually are there most of the time doing most of the work.
Yep.
They get like proper credits in this movie compared to usual.
Good on them.
So, Mando can't execute him because Embo is here. Oh, time for a mini boss fight, or I guess kind of a boss fight.
The guy.
The thing is, he told Grogu to go free Jabba Jr. when if Grogu had just hung around, they would have been able to dominate the fuck out of Embo immediately.
Yeah.
Just force grab and then, I don't know, shoot him. Done. But no, because of this choice, Mando gets... It's just so funny how plot works. Like, you're not allowed to defeat Embo for ages. You gotta fight him just, just keep busy. Fuck you. And then Grogu does manage to dismantle the device that Jabba Jr.'s on, but he can't quite wake him up. And then the twins arrive, and it's like, oh god, oh geez. And Jabba Jr. wakes up, and in a split second, his eyes like open, sees Grogu, sees the twins, and just goes, "Leave him alone." It's like, what the fuck?
That's my friend.
He's the dude bro accent, right? Just, hey, you get out of here. You stop that. Like with this giant
that is like
creature.
totally not cool of you.
Yeah, what the hell, dude?
And then we get our huge payoff of why we were all in the cinema. You get to see 3 fat slugs just rolling around in a big pile.
So funny.
Yeah, man, I'm like
so fucking funny.
Like he should have fucked them up easily.
I mean, he's lifting weights and he was fighting professionally.
Yeah, he has the skills. He has the muscles. They're just fat losers who 69 each other.
That's what I'm saying. If
when Boogie went into the ring, it didn't go well. Just being rotund doesn't help you.
If they're the because I was willing to give a pass if he was. That sounds so silly. If he was the roided out bodybuilding slug, but. Those two are pretty agile too, but all they do is fucking sleep and sit on their little thing. So I was just like, so is this just all huts? Like, can they all just do this?
Could Jabba have done this?
Yeah.
Jabba.
Hence,
Jabba fucking got choked
he was just...
out by...
Well, people in chat would say maybe he liked it. It's like, oh, just a little bit more. No, you went too far.
One last. He just wanted one last hurrah, so to speak, before. Well.
So Grogu's got.
It looks so silly.
Calm
Imagine
down.
Just thinking. Do you think the people who watch like The Empire Strikes Back or something, and they just go back to 1977, Star Wars comes out, fast forward to today? Do you think we'd ever get to this point after watching that movie? Just to put them side by side. Holy shit! What happened?
So well, I get there's no real like. I'm trying to make sure it's understood, but it's just so stupid. So like. Embo gets electrocuted, like he does the little stun thing from his rifle on him, and then the space wolf is like, no, and heads over, while the 3 slugs have damaged the sort of hole that they're dropping people through, and basically all of it means it breaks, and everyone falls through, except, as sort of mentioned earlier, Grogu prevents...
How does the floor in a hut palace not survive huts being on it?
Well... It was 3 of them, okay,
they never
bro?
Accounted for they never accounted for a third hut.
But yeah, Grogu grabs Jabba Jr. to prevent him from going down. The twins get eaten by the snack. And honestly, I brought this up, I think, on FNT, but I was just like, could you... Fucking hell, they like swallowed whole into a snake. You just got... And they can't do much. Yeah. They're just going to have to sit there until they melt away or suffocate.
But a Snoke chokes. Can't breathe or something. I don't know. It's probably got whatever. It's got 4 stomachs or something. Who knows?
Yeah, probably 4. And yeah, so then things get really weird. So
it's the end of the huts are dead, and so the droid army stands down, and then Mando and Grogu and Rotta, they just walk off and go home.
Well, I was just going to mention Embo does do a little. I'm sneaking away, but as I mentioned. that creature has seen Mando's face, so he is currently what do they call you when?
Outcast? Was there a better name for that?
There was another word that fucking Paz Vizsla used. Yes, Paz Vizsla. Does anyone remember Paz Vizsla? Anyone?
The one with hammer?
Is that the blacksmith lady?
No, that's a different. Paz Vizsla is the Jon Favreau one.
Armorer.
No, she's the armorer. Yeah, he's Jon Favreau.
I didn't
know
she
she
has
one.
the name.
Yes, who gets the heroic death?
Do you think this is because of what was his name, the blue guy in Boba Fett? Because people like, wow, so he's just dead, huh?
Oh,
yeah.
That's the word I was looking for, by the way. Apostate. So he's an apostate now. He's got to fix it.
Yes.
Unless
he just lies.
He could just lie, but he doesn't seem to do that. He has the opportunity to do that before, but he never does it. So I think got to be in character here, Star Wars.
Also, just why do you even value the thing of just like being so unhinged? And this is coming from me. I am the pro mask, pro helmet in stories guy, but the Mandalorians are insane.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you got to wear the whole point of you should wear the mask or the helmet is because it's useful. Not that you wear it in instances where it's not useful anymore. That's the whole point. Keep it on when you're in trouble. And then when you're not in trouble, sure, you can take it off, get some air.
But yeah, it's kind of what Platoon was alluding to there. The end of that big battle is almost completely disconnected from what is now about to happen, which is the doors start to bust open. You're like, huh? Who's that? And you're like, it's the droids. They're coming. The droids are going to get us. And you're like, what? What? Where were they before? And you're like, they weren't around.
On their way. They were on their way, man. And
so
they're here now.
The big robot had to reset, so they couldn't come in. There, fixed it.
So Mando's like, oh my goodness, Jabba Jr., Grogu, you go. I'll stay and hold him back, which amounts to him he goes with them anyway eventually and catches up, so it doesn't even fucking matter.
Yeah, it was like, but I was just screaming at the almost.
The funny bit for me was,
go with them.
They're
this
like,
time.
Like figuring that out, and then he just goes, go. And you're like, dude, you can emote. You don't have to do this. He's more. If you watch the first episode of Mandalorian, specifically the fight he has with IG-11 versus all the other dudes, listen to him in that fight. Much more emotional than you'll ever hear him ever again in this shit. The later it goes on, the more stupid it gets in terms of his like, I will not emote in any way. Go.
Which means it implies that they thought it was a mistake to have him speak with any kind of like expression or emotion because they dialed it back. They changed it over time. You would think that the whole point is that he becomes a bit more in touch with his emotions now that he's away from that funky fucking dipshit cult and he's got a son figure and everything. You'd think like, oh, it's a mistake to be that way, but no, they're leaning into it.
So like he starts sniping and disintegrating the droids as they're coming in. All very scary. Will he make it? And you're sort of like, have we defeated all the villains? Like, what is the payoff going to be now? Like, I was kind of confused. I thought it was just leave, bro. Just get in your ship and leave. Why are we drawing this out even further? Turns out the Fricks are back, and they've brought the Republic with them.
Hey! It's the second time that the Fricks have returned with the Rebel Alliance. It happened in the Rise of Skywalker. At the end, he came back.
It's such with all the Rebel army. What? So you're telling me the Fricks went to that planet with the Republic, went up to Sigourney Weaver and said, "So Mando has been captured," and she's like, "Mm-hmm. Can we go get him?" We're like, "Yeah, no, actually."
You're not using the Fricks' voice.
Well,
they're saying it in their crazy, their little squeaky, weird voice.
Because they do actually sometimes use words properly, right? It was sort of
they normally do.
Yeah. But the one thing to take into consideration is that Coin had revealed to Sigourney Weaver at this point that the twins had been fucking with them, taking money from both sides or whatever. I find this very interesting in the sense of like, does that matter really? Like, if they were gonna pay you, or rather, like, get paid from you to get the information, but also get paid from him to be given a heads up. Just like what you're both in opportunistically like trying to figure out how to counter each other as two, I guess you could say like ex-governments that are both trying to get more control. Yeah, I don't know. Is it that big? Like, does that mean you need to glass their planet?
Yes, that's the logical escalation of what happens next. We try to we double cross you, and you're double crossing us kind of through proxies. This Mandalorian guy. Now it is open warfare. That is the next logical step.
With that in mind, you'd also assume it's just like, so why was the introduction to the Hutts then that you can never trust them and you're never safe with them? And then your reveal of like, turns out we couldn't trust them. Time to kill them all. It's like, I guess you should have done that before. But then, of course, on top of all of that, can we trust this source of information? Who was it? And it's like, as an ex-Empire guy, one could assume he might just be telling us this because he considers them enemies, which is actually kind of viable considering they were the ones giving up his identity in theory. He's only told us that they would have betrayed us. And so now we're going to destroy them all, and he gets credit with what exactly? Revealing a secret we can't prove?
And so, like, determining that the entire Hutt crime syndicate, one of the biggest in the entire galaxy, is now never going to forgive the Rebel Alliance, which also the New Republic.
I mean, is there anything left of them?
Well, there must be.
Or
like,
two Hutts are
dead. Well, there's only two. There's more than two of them. They say like Nar Shaddaa is the moon of Nal Hutta, which is where like it's basically like Hong Kong and Nal Hutta is China. So most of their business is actually on the moon. There's loads more of them, and all of their resources is up on the moon. This planet's just where they like to live because it's hot and marshy, I guess. So there's loads more of them. They've just killed the twins, which is now going to lead to potentially like, temporary power imbalance, you would assume, while a new Hutt takes charge. But then whoever takes charge is probably not going to look very favorably on the New Republic after this.
And let's be clear, the story can easily be told because it's kind of true. The Republic and the twins were building a relationship so the Hutts and the Republic can kind of have an uneasy connection, not necessarily alliance. And then they sent a dude to do a job for them who betrayed them, and then they tried to sort of punish him, and the Republic got so pissed off that they napalmed the entire fucking area and wiped them off the face of the galaxy. Like, that sounds pretty bad, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, because I see that we're somewhat jumping ahead, just to be clear, right? So they arrive, and they're like, hey, Mando, we're gonna lay after you, and Mando's just like, bomb my location, bomb it right now, bomb it, and then they're like, and Sigourney Weaver, this is so funny, she's like, we can't do that, and he's like, don't worry about me, I'll get out. I was like, oh no, I thought she was saying you can't do that, like, politically. Like, we can't just blow it up.
This is an insane, everyone in the Outer Rim is going to be like the repercussions of this will be insane.
So he's just going to get out and with the others, and then they just nuke the whole fucking thing and just fire and explosions everywhere. And to be clear, there's a lot of civilians potentially.
Yep.
We don't really know.
The Hutts have slaves.
No idea
the Hutts are slave owners. They're probably they are butchering slaves in the basements of that castle as they go.
And
all it took was one squadron to just come and destroy the Hutts.
Yeah, it was like 8 ships. It was just like 8 ships with no casualties.
It was so unnecessary. Mando was already headed out. He was already done.
He was already leaving.
Pick him up and leave.
We needed clips for the trailer, you guys.
Yeah, that's it. We needed some explosions.
Well, they definitely are. You gotta have your Star War, and this is you got your X-wings against enemy ships, and you even there's a part where Sigourney Weaver's like, blue leader to squadron, assume defensive formation, prepare to engage, all weapons hot.
Say, we've almost breezed over the fact that like 78-year-old Sigourney Weaver is flying an X-wing, but
it is
and she's not
sitting down.
All of the X-wing pilots are really, really old. Like the youngest one looks like he's 50. It's the Pensioners X-wing Society. Says, lock X-files in attack positions. Here we go. And it's like, what happened to military recruitment in this galaxy?
Well, it just feels so forced. You have the dude who's in a bazillion cameos for his X-wing. I don't even know the name. It's not Trapper Wolf. It's the other one.
I know what you mean.
And he's like, I got one on my tail. Like he delivers it with some like effort, and then it just cuts over to Sigourney Weaver. She's like, I gotcha.
I'll cover you. I got it. Don't worry about it.
I was having a moment of like, listen,
Slicky's like, someone's on my tail, and Fox is like, yep, I'm on him. It's like, are you really, or are you lying to me? Are you setting me up to die? Are you telling me
flying,
you
Fox.
You can even muster the enthusiasm to pretend that you're going to help me.
We're closing fast. Repeat, we're closing fast. You better be out of there, Mando. Then you just have him reply like, Roger. He's like, what? Just kill me. Why does nobody want to be here?
You know what's funny? Is that if Baby Yoda, okay, well, there are a lot of like variables in this equation, but if Baby Yoda, for example, or if Jungle Guy did not exist and did not give
Jungle Guy
Grogu an antidote, right, and Mando just died, imagine all that effort, because they didn't know that.
Yeah.
They didn't know that Mando was gonna, suffer in the first place, or did suffer in the first place, and that he was potentially dead. So they come over, and Mando's just dead.
I mean, she was just coming in to fucking strike him anyway. It's like, Mando, can you read me? It's like, I'm afraid he died. She's like, well, fuck it. Blow it up anyway.
Boom, boom, boom. Gosh. It's so shitty.
They all jump out, it's a real high drop onto water, but the film's convinced they're all fine, so don't worry about it. And then they're like, yay.
You got armor, it's fine.
I think that's Filoni's cameo. He's like, anybody got eyes on Mando? There they are. And you're just like, ugh.
Pain.
The legendary Zeb picks him up, gets him in the ship.
I think I saw a clip from Red Letter Media where I don't know who of the three it was. It was like, when I saw Dave, I just got upset that he was in there.
Got angry. He's just so lame. Putting yourself in your work and calling yourself cool man who does cool things. It's like, dude, stop.
When I saw him sitting there, I was like, oh, fuck off.
Yeah.
This entire movie was just an effort to get him into that cockpit.
And so then they have the little back and forth, Sigourney Weaver and good old Din, Mr. Jarin, Mr. Pascal, Mr. Mandalorian, Mando. Goes by so many names. None of those mostly are in universe. But we talked about a few of the things about like the information coming from Coin and stuff, but broadly, she says, we don't leave our own behind, and he says, I'm independent. And then she says, sure you are. And I was just like, sorry, you can be an independent contractor, but also be a part of the team if that's the contract. As in
I was stunned by her delivery of that line itself. It was very unenthusiastic again.
Well, everyone's noticed this. She was terrible in this film to the point where you wonder if she's sabotaging it. It's like, why do you surely you're capable. Kind of unreal. She just did not give a fuck. But no, I mean, yeah, Rota says he's going to work for the Republic now.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Doing what?
I don't know, man. What's funny is, surely you want to address, would there not be an arc of him inheriting the Hutt Empire and making it better?
You would think so. And they would have to hope so, because otherwise they're really screwed, because the Hutts are extremely powerful.
Well, a great ally to undo the damage of what they just did politically, and then also, he's a good person, in theory anyway. But it's like, it's got no time. The film just puts them both in the ship, they hyperdrive, and it's like, hey, credits. You're like, whoa. Okay. That's the movie.
Yeah.
And it's really long. It's like 2.5 hours.
Yeah. So much
This
happened.
movie felt really long. It's a combination of the bad pacing and how there's nothing in the movie to care about. It is a deadly combination of apathy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, it's not even 2.5 hours. It's 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Actually, it's 7 hours.
It does feel long, though.
It does, but it doesn't feel as long as watching like Mandalorian when it's on the TV show. Of course, the TV show was longer, but I mean, honestly, it felt like it was a little bit brisker.
Yeah, again, you could stretch this out into, what would it average, about 6 hours and a half or something for a season?
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah, what you obviously do is you just have more scenes where nothing happens, lots of walking around or talking to some guy.
Or you have longer pausing between the lines, like in Ahsoka.
It was kind of what Platoon was saying, I think, near the beginning, but it's almost like we watched episodes 2, 4, 7, 8, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Yeah, nothing happens, though, so like, that's why it feels so like... the natural thing to do if you're repurposing like your season script is like try like have the prologue be whatever the setup in your episode 1 would be, and then just do, assuming it's a 9-episode season, do 7, 8, 9, because that's like the big culminating thing. Introduce, pay off, conclude. Whereas we didn't get that. We got like, oh, here's an ongoing adventure, and here's a different one, and here's a different one, and now we're done. Don't you feel fulfilled? Do you know now any more about the Imperial plans than you did when you went into the start of this film? Because that's what the film told you were going to be looking at, but nope.
No.
I think between the time when they it's when the first one of the episodes ends, he drops off, Rada like leaves, and he goes back home to his little house with Grogu. I feel like that's a point where like 2 or 3 different episodes happen, and then the main quote unquote plot picks back up where the Hutts send Arambe to pick him up, Diskhead, to like go get him and capture Grogu, and those are like the last 2 episodes of the season. But most of the season essentially happens in between that moment right there that got scrapped.
Everyone needs to calm the fuck down. Let people speak.
I'm sorry.
You know, where does this rank for you guys in terms of all Star Wars movies?
Every single one of them.
I mean, I think you were right.
Oh, well, yeah, what I said on Twitter was that I think this is the 5th worst Star Wars film, which is hilarious to me.
Yeah. I assume what you mean by that is you have the 3, not that you're...
Well, the fun of it is that people could imagine whatever they want, but yes, the actual answer is all of the sequels and Solo are worse than this film, and Rogue One is better than this movie, and all the prequels are better than this film, and all of the OT is better than this film, obviously.
When I saw that tweet and you said that, I'm like, oh, okay. And it actually took me a bit to remember Solo existed. I mean, seriously, I had to actually think, like, stop and be like, okay, the sequel, that's 3.
I know, right?
And then there's
forget about it too.
Yeah, it stumped me. I was like, wait, what's where? Because Rogue One is better than this. But what's the other? Like, and I was like, oh right, there was a Solo movie. There was a whole movie that existed, and I forgot about it.
Like, you know, and obviously to explain the rationale behind that, you know, as has sort of been illuminated after this last, you know, several hours of talking about, this film is like absolute dog shit. It's it's not merely that it's slop, it is like thoroughly incoherent. In much the same way that, you know, basically every Disney Star Wars movie, even Rogue One's got its incoherency, despite its 3rd act. But yeah, like the problem is this film, for the damage that it does do to the world, which is significant, it kind of just cannot approach the level of damage that the sequels did. No. And, you know, to some extent, the damage that Solo does, if you are to treat it as canonical, which I obviously don't, and I don't even really treat the sequels as canonical, and I don't even really treat this movie as canonical either. When viewed through that lens, when you're analyzing essentially a collection of movies that more or less exist in the same realm of terribleness, just by that metric, like, for as bad as this is, I think it actually like ranks relatively high for Disney Star Wars projects. And that's
which is remarkable because it gets basically nothing right, and yet still.
Yeah.
Oh well, have we talked about? And sorry if I'm blanking. My mind's kind of mush right now. What do we think about the soundtrack for this movie?
Oh, I really enjoyed it.
The most creative thing about it.
I was about to say, I liked it.
But you know what's funny is that when you rewatch The Mandalorian, it becomes really stark. Season 1 is by far the most creatively interesting that the soundtrack gets. The longer that the series runs, the more that it seems to fall into a routine. You watch season 1, there's often like a sort of core musical motif for that episode. You know, obviously in the first episode, you're sort of establishing the Mando theme, but then in the second one, you've got the Jawa theme. It's like you know, it's got that one. The heist missions got more of like a sort of a bassy sort of recurring theme, and like trying to mix up the instruments that are used as well, like doing some sort of unconventional instruments that you wouldn't necessarily associate with Star Wars, and then sort of trying to incorporate it and tether it into like the theme. as well as a couple of other themes that they've got running, like Grogu's got his own theme. But yeah, the longer it goes on, the more it defaults to or just orchestral, new orchestral renditions of just the Mandalorian theme over and over. Feels like this one improves a little bit because you got the synthwave planet that has kind of the synthwave planet has a synthy soundtrack. But yeah, it at least has that going for it. But it's
I like some of the tunes.
Whatever his name is, who's pretty good generally.
Yeah,
like he's
I like
good.
I like that they tried some new stuff. I think that the songs in isolation are pretty catchy and pretty pretty nice. I don't think they necessarily fit a lot of the time with what's going on tonally super well, but I'm glad that we didn't that we're trying something new, and I did kind of like some of the.
It's just I noticed the music sometimes, which is nice because I don't tend to with most Disney Star Wars stuff except for Andor. Even the sequels, I don't tend to notice the music except in negative ways, like when they play Kylo Ren's theme. It's like, yeah, fucking here we go again.
Well,
so it's got that. But I mean, otherwise, I'd say even though the production values are obviously generally going to be better than in the TV show, I think season 1 visually can be argued for much more. I think season 1 is more interesting in terms of a lot of the shot composition than what you see in here. Plenty of sloppiness on the screen here, which is because I guess the first season of Mandalorian was made in 2019, which feels like it was the transition point into the slop era that we're in now.
It was the headliner show for Disney Plus.
Yes, they put a lot into it.
Yeah,
but
a way to put it too is season 1 on rewatch. There was just a handful of shots that would happen where my eyes would be like, "Ooh," and be like,
yeah. It would occasionally do something that was cool, even though that season is still pretty bad.
Yes.
But
yeah, go on.
I'm just reminded of when I said 2019. It's like, dude, 2019 was like a really bad year for the film industry in the sense that
it was the turning
point. Of set the stage for where we are now. 2019 was the year that I want to say like 8 of the top 10 highest grossing films of the year were made by Disney. It was all franchises, even Joker, that is part of a franchise broadly, and that was one of the films that, wasn't Disney that made it into the top 10. That was the year when they released, I want to say 4 live-action remakes that were all immensely profitable, every single one of them. Obviously, it was Endgame, which, as you know, I think is terrible, when pretty sure everybody here agrees. Captain Marvel came out in 2019 as well, and that made over $1 billion. That was Toy Story 4 came out that year, which has probably set the stage now for just keep doing sequels to these animated films. Don't sort of strike. I mean, case in point, that Hoppers came out and people were celebrating, oh, it made $300 million on a $150 million budget. Meanwhile, Toy Story 5 is going to come out and make $1 billion probably on the same budget. And then it'll be like, yep, so, oh yeah, no, you should bet on original films. It's like, well, unfortunately, the film-going public suggests, no, you shouldn't. I don't even know if that film's worthwhile, but, that's sort of how it looks. And it just, and then, of course, the fact that 2019 was the year that Disney Plus emerged and feels like it really signaled sort of the new era of the streaming wars and everything bad that's come from it. And now we're like at the point where we're dealing with the refuse of that era, right? Marvel can't make profitable movies. DC can't make profitable movies. Star Wars can't be profitable at this point. But it's the only thing they've got. It's the only thing they know how to do. Occasionally stuff will work. Occasionally there'll be things that work. Unfortunately, like the Lilo and Stitch movie making $1 billion. But they're in this weird space where it's like the only projects that they can make are franchises that demand a huge investment that may just explode spectacularly. I find that very funny. I enjoy that. I enjoy how nervous and stressed they must be about what the hell they're meant to do with all this shit that they own, that they gobbled up.
Oh yeah, I'm fine if it all burns. I'm past it. I was just like, let it just fucking ashes.
It's just fun. They don't know what to do. They have no idea what to do. They don't even know how to do something like Andor again. It's like, dude, you guys, if only you could make like a 6 out of 10 TV show, but that seems to be impossible for you guys too. And that might not even be good enough at this point.
I couldn't speak to it I couldn't speak to it personally because I just wasn't aware at the time. But I've seen a decent amount of posts going around where people are talking about Troy and how at the time when it released, Troy was not considered a very good movie at all.
No,
it had very mixed reception. And now we watch it and you're like, oh, like there's like really cool, good stuff here. You know, that used to be the bad. The bad used to be Age of Ultron and Troy and stuff like that. And now bad is like abysmal dog shit.
You know, it's like, oh, Transformers 1, that's not a great movie. And then when you look at Transformers 1 now, it's like, but dude, there's like actual artistry and like the visual effects here. You know,
there's
like
stuff going on.
Obviously, there was a desire to make it look realistic because they were trying to present it in a realistic world. Now they've learned the lesson: make it look like the animated thing, and then still not make money, which is really funny to me. Again, that's the case.
They're being dragged kicking and screaming into trying to copy aspects of aesthetics, but they still haven't gotten down the whole good writing part.
You know, and maybe there'll be some different. Because there's that Masters of the Universe movie that's coming out like in a couple of weeks, and that reflects the era that we're in, which is you want to make it look like the thing. You want to make it look like the thing. Now it seems like maybe that right one voice could be. Well, yeah,
you're asking too much.
Cowards.
But that's a guy who did Bumblebee as well, which I heard that people. So maybe it won't be terrible, but it's probably not going to make any money. And then there will be another instance of, oh shit, what are we meant to do now? It's like, all right, we got to find it. Well, we know what the trajectory is. Video game adaptations.
That's like $200 million on the He-Man movie. Like, holy shit, guys. Why are you putting $200 million into a He-Man movie?
That's a lot of money.
You're gonna have to make like $600 million on this.
You do realize that the predominant audience that would be interested in watching He-Man when you're appealing to nostalgia are like Generation X. So we're talking people in their 50s. You know, like not that that's not a cohort that, you know, exists and is relevant to sort of movie going, but like, is that a big enough audience?
The amount of money that you're gonna have. You're not going to be able to pull enough of them to make $600 million. It's probably going to lose a whole bunch, and they should have played it safe and made an animated show and put it out there for a quarter of the price.
That would have been a good idea.
It could have been stylized and cartoonized and skeletal, and really lean into the campy retro, you know, aspect of it. And you wouldn't have spent $200 million.
I do enjoy what the outcome of this upcoming summer is going to look like for the film industry. It's like, right, so Toy Story 5 made a lot of money. That Moana remake is probably going to make a lot of money. But the Star Wars movie on that TV show that people said that they liked didn't make money. This new DC film that's meant to be in some way attached to that Superman movie that everybody says that they liked and pretend was successful probably didn't make any money. And then we went and did this Masters of the Universe movie as well that didn't make any money. And then also there was a movie that had like a Obsession, like a less than $1 million budget that looks like it might 100x return on investment. And then they'll be like, well, wait, so what do we do? What are we supposed to do? Are we meant to do, original films? Are we meant to do franchises or reboots? Because some of those didn't work, but some of them did. And it's hard to tell because people are saying that they liked it or they didn't like it, and it doesn't correspond with how much money it made. What do we do? And I like that. That's fun. It's the only joy that I could get out of the grim state of the big budget film industry.
Yeah, I'll enjoy watching it burn and crash and have to pick up the pieces of itself. And
for as long as they light the matches, I'll watch it burn.
It's like not what's happening. What's happening is that they keep fucking up, but enough things are successful enough that it keeps them going. So like it's this weird equilibrium of. I mean, it's exemplified with Pixar, right? They make an original movie, it fails, and then they do like a legacy sequel and it makes $1 billion. But then they do another legacy sequel like Lightyear, and it fails, and so they don't know what they're meant to do. Like, what are we supposed to make? Because I don't know, it's the way that they seem to approach making movies is not like, oh, here's a cool idea for a story, you should work on that. It's what intellectual properties do we have? Let's open up the box and sort of look around. Oh, yeah, we can use this one. Yeah? Oh, shit, that didn't work. oh, no, we're not going to do any live action remakes. Oh, wait, that one made $1 billion. Yeah, we're going to do more. Oh, shit, that one didn't do so well. Or maybe we're not. Oh, that one did all right. Now we'll make another one. We'll make a whole bunch of money. It's like, yeah, what a terrible way to make movies. But, you know, if it keeps the lights on just, then I guess, yeah, just stick with it. Have fun.
Everyone,
it's grim.
Everyone,
oh yeah, and Spider-Man's gonna make like $1.5 billion or something, and then they'll be like, "But people with superhero fatigue. What do we? You know, it's great. it's great. It's amazing.
Who knows how much dog shit that'll bankroll?
Well, and that film's probably going to be bad too. Accept it. Just accept it. It's all of these films that we talked about that are coming out over the next couple of months. These big budget films are probably going to be bad. Be happy that you even got the good ones in the first place.
Well, at least we got Doomsday eventually, and
that's true.
Oh
yes, a bit of fun.
yes, and and the Odyssey as well. Let's go! As you waddle forward, dude, every single time I see it, every single time I laugh. It's so funny. Let's go in an American accent as he just waddles towards the other side of the screen with this awkwardly framed shot. It's brilliant.
This article here came out 30 minutes ago on IMDb, and it says that let's see, Mandalorian and Grogu is currently projected to pull in 91 to 94 million 4-day haul at the domestic box office this weekend by a deadline. How much does this have to make to break even?
Well, if it's $165 million, you'd be hoping at the. I mean, let's be real.
500?
It'd be 600 million probably. 500 million would be. Oh, maybe you just get across the finish line. Maybe. But
I don't see this thing having legs. Why would it have legs?
No, why? Yeah, exactly.
All the people who wanted to see it have already seen it
this time of year. You know. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what the word of mouth will be for this. There's other movies coming out. There's other shit that you could just be spending your money on.
How do you convince someone to go see The Mandalorian and Grogu if you didn't give a shit about them in the first place? All the people who care about The Mandalorian and Grogu, they're seeing it this weekend. They've already gone.
Yeah, probably. Well, we know what it is. It's not gonna be like that movie Obsession where it looks like it's gonna make more money in its second weekend than it did in its first. I gotta watch that movie. I hear it's good. It's just gonna be the way that it is with every one of these movies. It comes out next week, 60-70% box office drop, dead. It's over, done, finished, out on streaming in a couple of months, you know, and then that's it.
Its only potential saving grace is if it's like inoffensive and exciting enough that children demand to go and see it again. And I don't really see that like kids have so many other things that they can now distract themselves with, or that parents can distract them with. I don't really see much. This movie's aimed at kids. Obviously, is aimed at kids. It's designed to be appreciated by very tiny people, and that's basically it. But I don't really see anything in this movie that's going to be getting that many kids to say, "Oh, I have to go see that film again." They'll probably watch it and enjoy it, and then forget it.
And of course, bearing in mind that somebody is like, "Yeah, but Toy Story 5's coming out in like 3 weeks. We'll just go watch that instead," because going to the movies as a family could cost you over $100. You know, people have to make choices about. There isn't an infinite amount of money. It's a tough economy out there, you know, and there's other things you could be doing, whether it's, you know, watching movies, paying to go, you know, watch fucking sports, or buying video games, or, you know, all sorts of things. It's just a grim prospect. It's kind of hilarious that they thought that this was a good idea at any point, even back in, you know, 2024 when this film started shooting. It's like, dude, you guys have, it's just nuts, really.
But they must have had the internal numbers, because there was the story about all the various performances of different Star Wars TV shows for like the Star Wars Day last year, and then I think the year's streaming figures from Nielsen were released as well. And like Mandalorian wasn't on that. I don't think it was on the list, was it? Or it wasn't high on the list if it was anywhere.
No. I don't think so.
And this was like, I think that was over the year's figures, and this was last year. So they must have known already. It's like people just do, babies and boomers like The Mandalorian, and not very large numbers of them.
I love that. That's so fucking funny that it loops back around like the horseshoe theory. You know, millennials and Gen X are watching Andor. Zoomers are watching the Clone Wars, which is funny, and then Generation Alpha and Boomers they converge on The Mandalorian as their favorite Star Wars TV show.
but not in great enough numbers to make a top 10 list a year out from the movie. This is how you've chosen to revive your cinematic franchise, is this film. And you went for something that doesn't chart by your own metrics. So great decision all around.
They should probably do something with the prequels if they want to make money. Find something that you can do in the prequels.
Oh, they will do that with Ahsoka Season 2. When that comes out, the number of Obi-Wan in his clone trooper armor flashbacks you'll get, Anakin and Obi-Wan training again. They'll keep trying
droids
that.
Showing up.
Yeah.
Those are always good. You have an in-universe reason to have them like constantly be showing up all the time, and you could chop them to bits, mercilessly.
I don't know. The impression I get, especially, talking about the state of Star Wars, it felt particularly illuminated when I saw very briefly people talking about the Darth Maul TV show, and saying that it was amazing. I've watched that final episode, by the way, with Darth Vader in it. Holy shit, it's terrible. It's just 30 minutes of incoherent action. It's garbage. I don't know why anybody. I think it's got like a 9.8 on IMDb. Insanity, crazy. But this sort of thing of everybody sort of, I say everybody, people on the internet sort of collectively, oh, it's so great. Yeah, Star Wars is great. Oh, it's looking so great. I was just struck by the people saying this to themselves are becoming an increasingly smaller and more insular fan base, which is not the kind of fan base that you can have sustain something as big as Star Wars. You can't, with stuff like Star Wars or Marvel, sustain those franchises off of like niche, like, so you need the casuals.
Yep.
The casuals are what keep it, because all the fans are going to show up all the time, no matter what, pretty much. There's conversations to be had about how you can destroy the long-term success and health of a franchise by appealing to casuals to the detriment of a hardcore audience. But in this case, the casuals are necessary and they're gone. It's over. They're not interested anymore.
And we know what happens when shows or movies rely on the sustained support of that tiny niche of the audience that you mention. They get cancelled. The Acolyte had one of the most rabid pro-Acolyte communities. You'll still see it to this day occasionally pop up from the depths of hell. Restore the Acolyte. And what happened? No, not even a season 2. Most Starfleet Academy got a second season. The Acolyte didn't. So what does that tell you?
No, that's actually true. I mean, it was notable in that it was actually cancelled, which is not something that they often, will sort of publicly announce. But there are many Star Wars projects that have been announced that are, I think, officially just in development. Like a lot of them are still just in development, I think even Rogue Squadron is still considered in development, even though that's probably about as, close as any of them would ever get to being cancelled. What's the guy who did fucking Dial of Destiny? James Mangold, like his, ultra prequel Jedi thing. I mean, that's as real as the Swamp Thing movie that he's apparently supposed to be doing for DC. It's real bad out there, lads. It's looking real grim.
I may, right?
Yes.
Because I was mentioning how the conversation has turned, and I don't mind this, onto Dave Filoni's talents. Everyone's been ripping him apart on Twitter. I don't know if anyone saw, but they've been sharing scenes from Book of Boba Fett and making fun of his dialogue. It's been very funny. The one where he's like, I have armor. The response is, let's see. It's like,
let's see. It's like, yes, without eyeballs right now. Yes, he does have armor.
On this topic, well, I'll just start with this, okay? And I think only Fringy's going to know where I'm going with this until it's obvious. There's a film in 2014 where the story is, and I'm remaining vague on purpose for a moment, just let me ramble. It's about a chef who's just making food. My gosh, is he invested in making his food, and he's just making that food, and he gets praised for it, and he's kind of found by different reviews, and just lots of people are impressed, and he gets himself a job at a pretty big restaurant. He's doing some good jobs, and keeps making the food, and the higher ups are like, you gotta keep making your signature dishes, the things that you're known for, all your good food. You can't be doing any crazy shit. And none of that, like, switching things around, and no new stuff. Just make sure you're making the food everyone comes for. And so he's not too happy about that, and tries to break out of it every once in a while, but it's to no avail. And then eventually he gets a really bad review, a scathing review of the food that he's continued to make of his own kind, and he's kind of accused of being a uncreative coward that's like insecure about almost everything. And so he melts down. It's not good. He's very publicly on the old internet. I think it's Twitter, funnily enough, and makes a big public scene, and basically kind of losing everything. He's not got the opportunity with the job anymore. He didn't have a huge amount of money to his name, and he's forced to essentially try and make ends meet by, he starts like a food truck, little tiny thing up, and he's with his like son, trying to make it work. And so they do some jobs, and with this avenue and having just trying to make things work with a lower budget, they are experimenting more. Starts making things that are a lot more interesting and a lot more creative. And while selling this stuff on the street, it's getting a lot of attention from people, and starting to build it all back up again while spending time with his son that he's having some troubles with all this job stuff. Like he's cooking with him and a friend. And things are going really well. It's like inspired, experimental, like I said, and a lot of it gets shared online as well. It's almost like a comeback. And that same critic that sort of wrote that horrible review that nearly cost him his whole career offers him that he's like, you've got it back, whatever it is, and he wants to give him a chance to like run a place where he gets to experiment all the time and choose his own way, and don't just rehash what made you what you are, sort of thing. And the story seems to be about how you could apply this to any creative endeavor, right? But like artistic expression, and part of like the importance of it to share it with people. It's all great stuff, rather than what eventually can happen, which is a sort of corporatization where you have the death of creativity through being safe and iterative over and over and over until nothing is left and nobody even remembers why we did this in the first place. The movie's called Chef, and it was written and directed by Jon Favreau, creator of Mandalorian and Grogu.
Yeah.
The interesting fun fact to know is that this movie was made after Iron Man 2.
Now, wow. My God.
Meaning, everyone's always assumed when watching it that this is him expressing his frustrations with Marvel, that they crushed him on Iron Man 2, and he couldn't express himself. So he made his film that kind of is a huge meta-criticism of studios. And then he went on to do the Lion King remake, and make Mandalorian and Grogu and this, and it is fucking uncanny to watch that film, because there are conversations with artists and the equivalent of studio heads in that film that basically have the things that we talk about all the time. And you'd assume the film's position is that something like Mandalorian and Grogu is a disastrous mess and should never be made.
Yeah.
And yet he made it.
Well, and it's worth noting, like, he is something of a spearheader of the ruination of franchises. Like him with the Jungle, there's a conversation to be had about what exactly kicked off the Disney live action remake phase. You could draw it at the Alice in Wonderland, but you probably can't because it's quite a Tim Burton-y film. Like, Maleficent, maybe you could say it's there. Cinderella stands out as like a noteworthy one of being like sort of it's set the stage for what the archetype was going to be. But the Jungle Book made like $1 billion. And then
like a lack of soul to Jungle Book that is not consistent with the movies preceding it.
I totally agree. Yeah.
And then there's like, so I do think that it was the one that set the tone for the rest.
Yeah, that and Beauty and the Beast, because they both made about $1 billion. And then The Lion King went on to become the highest grossing animated film of all time. It made like $1.6 billion. And then after that, he decided to move on to Star Wars to do The Mandalorian, which has now led to this era of Star Wars that we're in. It is crazy that he made a film about like returning to the core of what this is all about, which is creating art and expressing yourself meaningfully and authentically, to then go ahead and spearhead the era of Disney live action remakes and Disney Star Wars slop post the sequels.
Mm-hmm.
It's a difficult film to fucking watch when you know all of this. You're like, what the fuck happened, man? What the hell?
Yeah.
Because there's a quote from him that's just, I think, been shared at Discussing Film about this movie. It's like, we had almost 3 years to figure out what the physics of a hut would be in battle. Like, this is the same guy.
Okay. And at no point it occurred to you that is a horrible idea in 3 years.
I mean, it takes 2 seconds to figure that one out for the audience. But like, I don't know. It's like, 'cause sometimes you get the sense in interviews certainly when he's sitting in interviews with Filoni, and Filoni just says the most beige, boring bullshit. And sometimes Favreau will say something semi-insightful. Somewhere in him, that man probably still exists, but it's just not. Like, that's not the bit of him that gets paid the big bucks. So big ducks, I was going to say. So it's like he's very good at suppressing that. It seems he'll just do what the paymasters say. He probably still believes all of the things he put into that film, but he's not going to let it stand in the way of money.
Well, he needs to make a sequel to explain himself.
Yeah, Chef 2.
Corporatism of like all of media is good, actually.
I mean, unless it's like, oh, that was fun making a real movie. Back to my day job of ruining everything. Yeah. Well, not even, because Iron Man 2, having recently rewatched that film, it's not great. It's not even good. It's probably not even mediocre, honestly. But it's not the same kind of bad as his later filmography.
No.
Case in point.
He's created one of the most meaningless films that's ever been made, artistically.
And I suppose the point of what Muller was talking about is, yes, blame Dave Filoni. Absolutely. I'm not going to stand in the way of that. Jon Favreau is the director of this film. However, he was there every day on set, coming up with. Just imagine that man standing behind the camera on the set of this movie, like making all of this, or on set. Yeah.
How was he not embarrassed? I would just die.
He owns a really big house, I guess.
He does. I mean, this is the guy who put his name on the Book of Boba Fett and apparently never visited the set once, was completely unreachable by anyone who was giving him good ideas because of how terrible that direction was going. He was still happy to have his name put on it, though. I can well believe he had nothing to do with that show. But, it's the reputation that counts.
I think he was probably thinking of all the green paper.
Oh, I thought you meant the green screens and how much he enjoys being.
Oh yeah, that one too. And the green creatures.
Walk into his big house and hear the echo, and then go, "Well, this is valid." I mean, the greater the echo, the greater the reverberation, the better job I'm doing.
Yeah. I wouldn't put it past him to shoot the entire movie through Zoom. Like, that's the vibe that I'm getting.
Exactly.
Everyone was through the Zoom. The only people on the set were the puppeteers of Baby Yoda. Pedro was there.
Exactly. Nobody was on set, which is really, really funny when you think about it.
And John was probably through the fucking phone. I wouldn't doubt that. I don't think even he was on that set. I don't think anyone gave a shit about this movie. It was just a side project.
For the cinematic return of Star Wars after a 7-year absence.
This is what you get for all of your waiting.
Very, very stupid move.
This is what you have to come back to.
Whatever budget this can pull back from box office, I hope they understand that a lot of that will come from the 7-year hiatus that is now gone. That benefit's dead.
Whatever you do next will make less money in all likelihood, but it will probably cost more money to make. It's probably what's going to emerge with this next Superman movie. It's like it'll probably cost more to make, and it will almost certainly make less money.
It's funny.
It's like, oh shit.
In the Red Letter Media discussion, Mike says, as part of his advice for what they should do, he says they need to go on a 5-year break. And then Richard's like, they just went on a 7-year break.
That's
well,
true.
how dare we underestimate the power of the Rey movie?
That's never going to happen? Yeah.
Maybe because there's a constant stream of shitty, terrible TV shows. Then that's why Mike was thinking that it never left.
No, that's what he says.
Yeah,
it's the TV shows, but that's gonna make a fucking difference. My sister and most normal people don't even know what the fucking state of the TV shows are.
And also, they will never do that. DC went on a break, and that wasn't even a break. They had shit come out in 2024. And if you discount that, which they tried to pretend that you should, because Superman is the real start of the DC universe, except Creature Commandos is the actual one, but also Blue Beetle is going to be a DC character. But yeah, Superman 2025, that was 2 years. 1.5, really. And not even. And that was for a universe that was, comically fucked. compared to Star Wars, which is not exactly quite there. You could say that maybe it's a greater fall, but I mean, as we're going to see, right, this film is probably still going to be able to bring in more money than the average DC film can do. And they only went on a 1-year break. These studios have no tolerance for not sapping these properties for all they're worth unless you get like a Tron Ares level failure for a franchise that was never that successful in the first place. For as long as they can think back, gamble. It was really stupid. But for as long as they're, you even see it with something like Terminator, right? That's been dead now for about 6 or 7 years. But I mean, it won't take long before they think like, yeah, but fuck, people like those, Terminator 2.
Indiana Jones, it'll be the same way with that.
Yeah, they'll
give it a break,
try later.
give it a rest.
They'll say we'll never do it without Harrison Ford, but that's not true. Eventually, they'll have no choice but to try and get someone else because they got to try and make some money with something that they own because they're too afraid to make something new. And maybe they should be afraid because a lot of the time when they make new stuff, whenever they do, the results are very inconsistent.
This insistence to have gone to streaming, like I'm really not kidding. I don't know, like the average person, how far do you think they're going to get with naming these shows? Like Mandalorian is probably maybe the highest likelihood, but how many of them naming Acolyte, Ahsoka, Andor?
Or Book of Boba Fett.
There's just Obi-Wan Kenobi is more likely, I suppose, but at the same time, it's just like most people.
Even then, I wonder how many people forgot that show.
We're just at a point culturally where they've achieved their goal. It is now a streaming TV show that no one even fucking watches. It's like, well done.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy, that, huh? To the point that you're getting massively surpassed in the cultural zeitgeist by The Boys. For as much as I don't even like or respect that show at all. The Boys is sustaining a conversation over the course of the season.
Running to this day, I just saw one where it's like, you think the door knocks and a man comes through, you think that of me? And it's like, no, I am the one that sucks the dick because of the... That's just going on and on and on and on. It just keeps going, because like the memes are... Yeah, and it's like, it's fucking drowned Star Wars.
And there's no reason that should be the case. It's like people need to remind themselves of this. Like, that is insane that Star Wars could be overshadowed in any way, shape, or form compared to back in the prequel days when The Phantom Menace on release was the second highest grossing film ever at the box office. Only Titanic made more money. And even the sequels, when they came back, The Force Awakens was the third highest grossing film of all time. It made $2 billion when it came out.
Now, granted, the drop-off was swift and sharp, but it made $2 billion.
At the time, that was there for them. But now, no, it's like you're going to get, essentially dominated by the new, intellectual property. Well, not even the new ones, but the new ones that have now reached a point of high profitability, namely video game adaptation, like a fucking Mario movie. Made nearly $1 billion, but at least it made less than the first one, so that's a nice trajectory for me. Very reassuring. It's all downhill from here. Super Mario Odyssey movie makes $300 million less. That'll be nice.
Lost there at the end.
It's just, that's all I got when they're ruining all of these things that I used to like or like in other contexts. Mm-hmm. Yep. Here, let's see how low that number can go. It's like box office limbo in more ways than one.
Dude, I'm not kidding about the fucking culture shit. I was just gonna see if I can find any new ones, and you've got it's a picture of Saruman. It just says, "A great dick rises in the east, wreathed in flame." There are none who can stand against its potency. We must do this thing, Gandalf. It's just evolved into every character in every movie ever just talking about sucking dick thanks to Homelander.
Man, if only they knew back in season 1 that this is what it would lead to.
What a legacy, eh?
Only they knew. Well, whether it's Star Wars or this. Like, jeez.
Can't wait to watch the rest of season 5. That's gonna be so good.
Woo!
Well, yeah.
I hate it here.
Yeah, man.
I am looking forwards to the good news coming out in the coming days, the coming weeks about this movie's financial failure and what it means and where it'll lead. I look forward to the articles
talking about the turmoil, that's going on behind the scenes. That'll be fun.
I take great satisfaction in knowing that out there somewhere, underneath this stupid fucking hat, Trapper Wolf is sweating bullets.
He's sweating. He's like, oh shit.
I've already said. I think you'll
James
tell him
Gunn.
like, oh, I know what it was, guys, boardroom guy. You didn't have Ahsoka in it. If you'd done that, we would have made
If you had
loads of money.
Ahsoka,
Damn it!
I think
This
it was.
is
The
the
first
fifth
Mando
time
meme
today
I
you've shown
saw
Ahsoka
was
to the
like
class.
before I even saw the movie. The first thing, like reaction to it, I saw was someone sharing the scene from Andor of Partagaz's death, where the guy walks out of the office and you just hear a gunshot. And it's like, yeah, it's Lucasfilm head office on seeing the Mandalorian box office.
Let Filoni, do his thing, I guess. But no, like realistically, it's like, would he be ousted? It's just like, not yet. Unfortunately, if ever it happens, it's not yet.
Yeah, a few more movies.
Well, and we've seen what happens in other instances as well, where one success can like perpetuate a problem for years. It's like how Aquaman perpetuated the DC EU for another 5 years, basically, because it just inexplicably made $1 billion.
Well,
and then they kept losing money for another 4 years.
How long?
And that's how long it took before something had to change.
How long will humanity allow Short Levy to perpetuate? It's a mistake, damn it. Stranger Things not enough.
Well, on paper it did well, I guess.
Yeah.
If you ignore the conversation surrounding it.
They've got a head to roll for this anyways, Jon Favreau. He's leaving, as far as I know, so they'll just be like, yeah, I guess that was him. You go, Dave, you make your own. Make another TV show.
That's right.
Wait, Dave,
all
why
you, man.
Why is the Ahsoka ratings season 2 even lower than like The Acolyte? What's going on, Dave? And he's like, oh. Hey Dave, I watched some of that. It's not very much like Andor. It's just like
everybody liked Andor.
Why is that, Dave?
Got nominated.
Dave, can you make it more like Andor, Dave?
The only thing people talk about, it's the standard that has been created that all Star Wars projects will be compared against for ever. We're gonna be honest. Man, what a disaster that show came out for them in a way.
It's really funny. It's really funny because now it's like, well, it's not as good as Andor, and I'm sure that pisses him off.
Well, yeah, because there was at least 2 supposed quotes from people who work at Lucasfilm, the rumored ones. One guy says Dave is the Ahsoka guy, not the Andor guy, and that on its own is kind of damning. And then the other one saying that he found Andor baffling. Which I can believe.
I can totally believe.
Yeah. It had writing in it, and he didn't know what that was. It was like a Hun staring at the gates of Rome.
You know for a fucking fact, if he had one episode, he would have been like, so Luthen has a lightsaber, and I think he's going to have like a wolf emblem that actually relates to a cult that he's a part of that worship and can turn into wolves.
The Trapper Wolf cult. Yeah.
What's your name? Man. What's your character's name? Trapper Wolf? Oh.
Could we? He's Luthen. He's like, could you call you Wolfen? Wolfian? Wolf?
Wolfen? Trapper Wolf. Jesus
I know. Christ. It's even more annoying every time you say it. It's like Trapper Wolf. Fuck off.
So Mr. and Mrs. Wolf named their newborn baby son Trapper.
At least Kathleen Kennedy's self-inserts were metaphorical.
He's just like, hello, I'm Dave Filoni, Trapper Wolf.
I'm at the bar, I'm in an X-Wing. I was like, you just shouldn't be allowed to do that. Fuck you.
No.
And you know what he'd say? He's like, I didn't give myself a lightsaber. So what? I could have.
I'm sure you've got one under there.
Yeah, he probably does.
I'm sure that in canon, you're some secret character who's actually a Jedi who survived Order 66, because of course you did. And you just gave yourself some really... Fuck, man.
I can't remember if it was Ryan or someone else. It was someone talking about how there was rumors of him having his own sequence where he's going to get into like a dogfight where it's him versus a bunch of fighters that he took out. I wonder if that got cut.
A fucking bunch. Fuck off.
Yeah, that's Trapper Wolf, man. You don't fuck with Trapper Wolf.
Trapper Wolf!
Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Trapper Wolf means business.
He does. He trained Poe.
Oh, man.
He's sort of like... Would he do that? He would do that,
well,
wouldn't he?
Like, unironically, though, you do imagine in his head, he's got a whole bunch of like canon and lore and backstory for Trapper Wolf, the character and universe that he is. It's not necessarily going to make it to actual film, but he's got it in his head. It exists in canon in his head.
It's just so embarrassing for the head of the Lucasfilm to have like his own Wikipedia fan page of like made up fucking shit that he apparently did in the Star Wars universe. What the fuck?
Did Tony Gilroy have a cameo in
Oh
Andor?
yeah, for sure. Yeah, of
course
he
was
would.
Didn't am I right? Didn't he have a cameo in Rogue One? And he says he hates it. Is that a memory I'm having, or is that fake?
Really?
Like you said, he didn't want to. Ultimately, I could have sworn I remember reading that somewhere, but I could be wrong.
Andor creator Tony Gilroy has a hidden cameo during the Star Wars show's final episodes. He voices a rebel flight controller officer who tries to stop Cassian and K2SO from leaving Yavin 4.
Well, that's so adorable. That's how you do it. Don't fucking insert yourself in one of the biggest, like, the last fucking, oh my gosh, my brain. Fucking third act action sequence is one of the main pilots. It's just so embarrassing.
So cool.
Tony Gilroy famously pushes back against involving cynical fan service cameos.
Oh.
Considers it lame and disrespectful to the story.
Dude, if I couldn't love this guy more.
I know, it's ridiculous. But he keeps getting reviewed as like, you don't want him. He doesn't even like Star Wars. Bro, I'll take people who despise it if it means we get good Star Wars. Holy shit.
Dude, he liked Star Wars enough to take fucking mess that was Rogue One and actually make it into something. Like, everything good about Rogue One is because he rewrote it. Which was like
I basically feel that way at this point.
And he was kind of like cornered with that because he didn't have a lot of like wiggle room. And it's kind of a miracle that he managed to do as much as he did with such a small amount of time.
Well, it's funny too because he had to clarify. Is like, I just wasn't a lifelong hardcore fan before being hired. However, the detachment serves as a superpower because it allows me to focus on dramatic storytelling rather than being restricted by revering existing lore, which you can read in a negative way. But I mean, we've seen his stuff, so.
I mean, Dave Filoni is that kind of guy, no? The diehard fucking Star Wars nerd, and look where this got us.
I mean, yeah, I want him out as fast as possible, but we don't, we're gonna have to wait a long time for that. It's just interesting seeing more and more people starting to look at his dialogue and being like, this Dave Filoni guy, he's like bad at everything. That's crazy. Oh.
That was kind of like Kathleen Kennedy's one last fuck you and middle finger to leave the franchise in the hands of that guy, huh?
Yeah. Thanks. Anyway, is there anything else you guys want to say about Star Wars, The Mandalorian, and Grogu?
No.
I just thought it would be something else. And at the same time, I never thought it would be something else. It was always going to be this. I guess I just expected it to have a bit more of a splash.
I thought it would have more key jangles.
I feel like I got it. I feel like this is kind of exactly what I thought it would be, with the exception of I did think there'd be more key jangles, more cameos, but got a couple, I suppose. But yeah, it's other than that, it's basically exactly what I expected. Nothing surprised me.
It's exactly this movie feels like, when you were very like very surprisingly good mood, like the insane. I'm sorry, my words are leaving. I can't speak right now, but when you're a very good mood and you make plans like very, very far in the future that you feel very good about in the moment, but then you dread it for like months or years for it to, like, that's what happened here. Disney, Lucasfilm, Kathleen Kennedy, whoever, they pre-planned this. They were like, oh my gosh, wouldn't it be cool to have like Baby Yoda movie? Because it would be such a good marketing ploy to have a Baby Yoda movie. And they planned it. But then, Kathleen Kennedy left. Star Wars kind of is a shit now. I mean, not that it wasn't before. But still, they got too closer to this deadline. And you can see from the marketing how exhausted they were. They really didn't even want to market this movie. They didn't want to put effort into this movie. They didn't feel like anything about this movie. They were like, okay, let's get it over with. We were stupid to plan this in the first place, but now we don't have anywhere else to go. And for me, it's just exactly as I expected. I didn't expect anything, like, at all. No cameos. I didn't expect any key jangles. I knew that it was good. Like from the first trailer on, and even before that, I knew that it was going to be this boring slop of nothing movie. Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
anyway,
I mean, it sucks. Don't watch it. Don't watch it. Don't waste your time on it.
It's boring. It's dull. It's empty. It has nothing to say.
Except that the old and the young will young and the old and the young and the old and young.
When you're old, you die.
And the young die too.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything dies.
I
Hey, so Nutsa, what are you up to? Did you release something? Oh my god, tell the chat about it.
Oh, today I posted a kind of a roasty video about Mandalorian Grogu, so people could check it out if they want to. It's more of a less of a criticism type of video essay. Of course, it's only been 2 days. It's more of like an entertaining kind of fast pace as quickly as I could get it out because I was very frustrated and making notes all the day. I had 1,000-word note in my notes app by the end of the screening, so it was a lot. So I had to get it out. So that's a new video that is out. And yeah, I'm working on some new projects that are gonna come soon. And that's about it.
Cool. Well, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Metal, how about you, sir? What you up to?
All kinds of things. So much shit coming out right now. I was thinking about doing something with Mando and Grungus, but after today, I think I can't be bothered to go back to that one. It's just so fucking boring. So probably not gonna do anything with that. But yesterday, we have released the Metal Suffering supercut that was cooked up by Joe Danger for a while. 6 hours, over 6 hours of me suffering through Forspoken and Dustborn. A big old supercut. People watch it yesterday, premiered. Good stuff. Go check that out. Also, like 3 weeks ago, I did my video on those two movies. That's another 3 hours of stuff you can watch. And also, I streamed a mixtape this week, which was 2 days ago. So I got like half a day worth of content you can watch live on the channel right now, and more, obviously. And tomorrow we're gonna do a Forge in preparation, I guess, for the new Bond game coming out. We're doing From Russia with Love tomorrow on the Forge, which I have seen for the first time today, and I really enjoyed it. I think it's really fun.
Neato.
And Random is going to join us on that, and possibly Kree. He doesn't know yet because he might have to work. But yeah, tons of things coming up. And yeah, so the Bond game is coming out next week, so I'm going to probably stream that on, I think Wednesday is when it comes out. So whenever that's out, I'll stream that too. So yeah, lots to do. Many things to come.
Beautiful. Well, since this is drawing us to a close here, Fringy, Rags, Platoon, anything you guys want to mention?
Hopefully something soon. Just been busy with things, but working a little here and there as I can. So hopefully stuff soon. Trying to line up some stuff.
I'm working on this daft, stupid movie video, which I would hope to be out by the end of the week, because I don't want this to be really long. But then I looked, and it took me an hour to get through 15 minutes, so it might be long. Who knows? We'll see. Other than that, someone suggested maybe I should check out this really cool new video game that's come out recently, which is like an IGN 10 out of 10, I believe, and a Game of the Year contender. So, depending on time, either tomorrow or Monday, I shall be checking out the Legendary Mixtape.
Oh, you'll love it.
Wow, wow, wow.
Have you had copyright issues streaming the game?
Yes, but I decided to eat them, as in, like, it's worth it, because it's worth judging the game for how it uses those songs. It only got blocked in Russia, so it's not the worst. No offense, Russians.
It's 100% going to get demonetized, and lots of copyright claims and shit like this, but no strike.
Joe Danger is on it. He's going to make a supercut, guys. Don't you fret.
Yeah, as per usual, I am just working. However, you know, I've seen Mullah played mixtape. you know, Metal played mixtape. Looks like Platoon's playing mixtape as well. Everybody's playing well, not everybody's playing mixtape. I'm pretty sure most people are not, except for crazy people, which I suppose includes me, because I will also stream mixtape in about 2 days on YouTube. So yeah, we'll be
oh my goodness,
playing that fucking game, and that's gonna be what we're doing in 2 days. Basically, 48 hours-ish.
Do you guys understand how giddy I feel about this? That I was the one who started this cascade this one time?
Yeah. I will happily say, look, guys, it was Metal's fault. Look at him. Get him.
Yes.
Get him.
No. This is
the
revenge I'm getting on you.
Oh. But I knew what I said before when I said I thought he said like Amani, Amani and droids, get him. I was right. That's what they were. That's the little goobers. I was right. It's the little goobers in the water. I thought it was a guy though. I thought one of their names was Amani, but apparently that's just their species.
And they just live in that sewer.
I'm sure there's some else. Well, no, because all Gamorreans are guards. Maybe we got another.
That thing probably had a family, and the rebels blew it up.
Maybe.
No, yeah. I think so. I think they probably did something to deserve it. I don't know if anyone saw it, but I had mentioned that the green Twi'lek that Jabba pushed into the Rancor pit at the beginning of Return of the Jedi, she probably would have been on the sail barge if she hadn't been killed the previous day, and they blew it up. So, I mean, Max made it. Good people died. Max made it. You could see him he's flying away. You got to zoom in and slow it, but yeah, he's in there.
Good old Rebo.
Good old Rebo. Rebo to the max, as we say.
But I think the plan of Joe Danger, we're going to have a Supercat come... Damn it, it's this fucking donator that's got me saying Supercat now. Super cut of me playing mixtape, and then we're going to start collecting souls on mixtape. So obviously in the collection so far is myself, Metal, and wait, is that well? You got souls to come, like friggin' Platoon apparently, but the more the merrier. Just grabbing them up, get them, funnel them in, get them into a big bottle of souls, and we'll have a wonderful EFAP supercut of everyone playing one of the greatest games ever made. Honestly. Wow.
Is this going to be a situation where when you collect the souls, I'm like Bart in that episode, where it's just ruins everything? The doors won't open. The automatic doors won't open anymore when I want to go to the shops.
Well, I mean, we've all got to suffer in our own ways. It's important. Suggesting Theo play it would be fucking hilarious, but best of luck, okay? You've got to... I just don't think he would fall for such things.
I don't think he would survive that game.
It is only 3 hours, but it's a grueling 3 hours.
It's pretty rough.
We are ruling out. We're not doing an episode on that game, right? Just to be, like an EFAP episode on it.
I mean,
I can't answer you that question.
That was a suspiciously long silence.
Oh.
Does a bear shit in the space if it was shot out of a cannon? I don't know.
Space bear.
Maybe.
Does Jabba save the Rebel Alliance?
Who can say? So anyway, anything else anyone want to talk about before we head out here?
No.
Nope.
Oh, that's it. 2 days from now, pretty much. On my channel, Fringy.
All right then. With that, we wrap up this wonderful new chapter in Star Wars cinematic history. Thank you all for joining us. I guess we'll send you. It looks like Nick Diorio is streaming. Go say hi to him, I suppose. We're gonna head out of here.
Let him know that he really needs to watch the Mandalorian and Grogu.
I mean, really tell him tell him he promised he would play mixtape.
I was about to say, tell him he should play mixtape.
Hold up, that works as a good segue for a question I've had. When that's Metal and his stream saying, "Hey, thanks for sucking my balls." How did that come about? Was that intentional, or did you?
We were streaming I think it was Simpsons Hit and Run, right? And someone in the super chat said, "Say that meme from his channel." We both Well, I did it like by word, and then Metal said that. And he just added it into his fucking donation
Yeah.
stuff.
I figured something might like happen. That might have been sort of how it happened. You just sort of squeak that in, and he just decided to keep it because it's funny. But I didn't know if it was planned or if that was something you were asked to actually say.
Hey, we're talking about balls.
Hey, we're talking about balls.
Good when it comes up. But all right, that's that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. We shall see you next time. Next week, where we're going to be talking about The Boys.
Woo! Yay!
Okay, bye everybody.
Poggers.
See you later, everybody. Bye.
Bye.